Lin Ye pushed himself up from the icy white tiles, head pounding as lines of text flashed in front of his eyes. System loaded. Obtained shelter. Apocalypse Unit 304. Obtained Apocalypse Survival Starter Pack ×1. Acquired innate ability. D-Rank Personnel Simulator. For more information, please check the system interface. Apocalypse Survival officially begins. What the hell? Lin Ye forced himself to calm down, sorted through his scattered thoughts, and focused on the strange interface linked to his mind. Personal information. Shelter information. Trade. Communication. Only 4 tabs. He willed his consciousness into the first one. Personal information. Name, Lin Ye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Innate ability, D-Rank Personnel Simulator. Remarks, none. He tapped on his innate ability. D-Rank Personnel Simulator. Can randomly simulate a D-Rank personnel on a mission once per day. Remarks, why would anyone line up to die? He switched to the Shelter tab. Shelter information. Level, beginner. Status, absolutely safe, 7 days. Remarks, please upgrade your shelter within 7 days. How am I supposed to upgrade it? At least give the conditions, Lin Ye muttered. The trade tab was already full of listings, but they were all basic food and drinks, nothing like weapons or equipment. Just people panic trading their starter supplies. The busiest part of the system was communication. It was split into 3 channels: World, Region, and Friends. The World channel couldn't be used to send messages. With over 10 billion people, it was completely silent. He had no friends yet, so Friends was empty. Only Region was active. Region, 999,997/1 million. 3 people already dead? Didn't it say the shelters are absolutely safe? He opened the Region chat. Those people went out on their own. There's something wrong outside. I'm in some kind of apartment. Where's this place? Haha, I awakened a system. I'm done eating beef in this life. Idiot, everyone has a system. There are monsters outside. Don't go out. Nonsense. I've read these kinds of novels. Now is the golden time to go out and gather supplies. Whether you become a big shot depends on this wave. Crap, another dozen people just died. Use your brain. If it was safe outside, why would they give us an absolutely safe shelter? You're right. Good thing I didn't go out. Damn, so you chicken out in the end. Li Hongwei, are you there? It's Dad. Do you guys all have innate abilities? Messages flooded in faster and faster as more people woke up. Lin Ye slowed the chat speed so he could actually read. Most were people desperately looking for family. Very few knew anyone in the same region. He had no idea how the system decided who went where. From a description, this region was a cluster of 1 million people whose shelters were relatively close. It was so quiet that Lin Ye could faintly hear sounds from neighboring units. Strange, irregular footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. He peeked through the peephole, but could only see a sliver of the empty hallway. Beyond the window, dense white fog floated in the air. Huge, blurry shadows occasionally passed through it. Lin Ye opened his Apocalypse Survival Starter Pack. Inside were a 500 milliliters bottle of water, half a kilogram of sliced toast, a kitchen knife with a 30 centimeters blade. His shelter was tiny, around 30 square meters. The entrance opened into a narrow space with a sink and a gas stove. Opposite was a bathroom with a flush toilet and shower. A sliding door separated the bedroom from the kitchen area. Inside, there was only a single bed, a small desk, and a window facing the outside. That was it. Lin Ye turned the faucet. Nothing. He checked the bathroom. Still no water, like the pipes had been dry for ages. The stove had no gas. The wall sockets were dead. There was no electricity. During the day, it was still bright enough, but at night, he'd probably have to rely on the faint glow of the system interface. But the system was linked to his consciousness. He wasn't even sure if it could light up the real room. With this little food, I won't last many days. He had no intention of going outside. According to the regional chat, no one who went out had come back. Plenty of people were bragging about treasures outside, urging others to rush out and loot. But Lin Ye hadn't seen a single screenshot of the outside world. The only screenshots he saw were indecent pictures some people were trying to trade. Region 999,845/1 million. In less than 10 minutes, the number had dropped by over 100. Even if there were supplies outside, Lin Ye wasn't going to gamble his life on it. Looks like I can only test my innate ability. He scratched his head. The description felt less like an ability and more like a shady recruitment ad. Buzz buzz. The low vibration of a moving vehicle shook him awake. Lin Ye opened his eyes and realized he was sitting in a prison transport van, wearing an orange jumpsuit. 4 other inmates in the same uniform sat beside him. In front, separated by a metal grid, were 4 armed guards with live ammunition. I knew it. He swore in his heart. One moment he'd been lying on his shelter bed, the next he was here after activating his ability. The worst part? This body wasn't even his. He looked down at his hands and saw thick wrists and pale, sturdy forearms. The limbs belonged to a tall, muscular white youth. Simulated D-rank personnel, Kenneth. Remaining simulations, 10. 10 attempts before the simulation ends? Or 10 chances before I die for real? Lin Ye's scalp tingled. This innate ability was even more unreliable than he'd imagined. He had no idea what a D-rank personnel was even supposed to do, and the system was telling him he only had 10 tries to figure it out. Relax, the man next to him said, noticing how tense he was. He patted Lin Ye on the thigh. Being nervous won't change anything. Comforting words, in theory. Lin Ye brushed his hand away. What exactly are we doing? He didn't know anything, so he could only risk asking and hope it didn't sound suspicious. Then he suddenly froze. They weren't speaking any language he recognized, yet he understood every word. It was like a translator was wired straight into his brain. Who knows? The man sighed. We don't know. Those guys with guns don't know either. If they did, they wouldn't need us as scouts. He shut his eyes, looking resigned. Lin Ye didn't ask again. Clearly, these companions weren't much better informed. Before long, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Through the metal mesh, Lin Ye saw a villa outside. The guards opened the doors and herded the prisoners and other D-ranks out of the transport. The squad leader was a tall, broad-shouldered black man with a cold expression. "Number 1, he called. A D-rank stepped out of line. The guard strapped a comms helmet with a camera onto his head and pushed him toward the front door of the villa. He went in alone. Outside, the guards unfolded a laptop and began monitoring the live feed. 5 minutes later, the squad leader spoke again. "Number 2. Another D-class prisoner stepped forward, legs shaking. Number 2 put on the helmet and walked into the villa. A few minutes later, the captain's voice sounded again. Number 3. The older man beside Lin Ye moved out of line. Lin Ye was number 4. After the older man finished gearing up and entered, Lin Ye glanced at the fully armed guards and quietly gave up any thoughts of running. There was no outrunning assault rifles. Several minutes crawled by. Just as his mind started to wander, Lin Ye's vision suddenly twisted and went black. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes and found himself back in the moving prison transport, the older man who had just gone and sitting beside him again. Remaining simulations, 9. He let out a long breath and ran a hand roughly through his hair. He'd already died once. There was no pain, no warning. One moment he was there, the next he'd been rewound. This is bad. The first 2 from before are probably dead. But just waiting outside isn't safe either. The only way is to go in and see for myself. As in the previous run, numbers 1 and 2 entered the villa one after another. This time, when the captain called for number 3, Lin Ye stepped forward on his own. I can't stand the waiting. Let me go first. The captain gave him a brief, unreadable look, then signaled a team member to put the helmet on him. Can I at least get a weapon for self-defense? Lin Ye added quickly. If you want me to last longer in there, a gun would help, right? He was hoping for a handgun. He'd never practiced shooting, but pointing and pulling a trigger couldn't be that hard. A guard silently handed him a dagger. No one said a word. Lin Ye took the blade anyway. He hadn't really expected them to arm a disposable D-class with a firearm, but it cost nothing to ask. The 2-story villa's entrance opened into a high-ceiling hall. One side held the staircase to the second floor, while several dim corridors branched off into other rooms. Lin Ye slid along the wall, moving slowly. Moonlight through the windows barely outlined the hall. The helmet had a built-in light, but switching it on would turn him into a walking target. Head for the second corridor on your right. Avoid the first one. The captain's calm voice sounded in his earpiece. Did he give the same instructions to the previous D-class prisoners too? Suspicion flickered in Lin Ye's mind, but he still followed the directions. With no map and no clue about the layout, every path was equally blind. As he passed the first corridor, though, he couldn't resist a quick glance. Something orange hung at the far end. His pupils shrank. For the first time in his life, Lin Ye regretted having good eyesight. The ornament at the end of the corridor was a human body taken apart and reassembled like a grotesque construction toy. The rough shape was human, but no facial features remained. It hung there like a twisted installation piece in some modern art museum. Only the scraps of orange prison uniform made it clear who it had been. Fuck! Lin Ye jerked back on instinct. His back struck something that shouldn't have been there. He tried to throw himself aside, but his body refused to move. In his last instant, he saw his own form crumble and come apart just like the artwork at the end of the corridor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His heart hammered so hard it drowned out the hum of the engine. Even knowing that thing couldn't cross the reset, Lin Ye couldn't stop shaking. His body was whole again, breathing, functioning. But in less than half an hour, he would be sent back into that villa, where something could disassemble him like a toy. Remaining simulations. 8. Damn it, this is really... What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? 8. I only have 8 chances left. After I use them all, what happens? Do I go back? Do I die for real? Terror clamped around his heart. His thoughts scattered like frightened birds. Lin Ye forced himself to breathe and smacked his own cheeks several times. Calm down. The first floor is lethal. That disassembling monster is down there. The first 2 D-class who went and died the same way. So what if I go straight to the second floor? No, if I insist on entering first, I might run into something else. Still, with 8 simulations left, I can test a route first. Try upstairs. If that fails, then test entering order. The prison transport rolled to a stop in front of the villa once again. On his 3rd entry, Lin Ye walked to the door as if walking to his execution. Once more, he was the 3rd to enter. Once more, the captain told him to investigate the second corridor on the right. This time, Lin Ye ignored the order and sprinted straight for the stairs. His guess was right. The disassembling thing didn't appear on the staircase. He reached the second floor without incident. The upper-level landing opened into a living room with floor-to-ceiling windows, with several rooms extending out on either side. In the middle of the living room was an object that was impossible to ignore. A black box sat on a coffee table. It wasn't simply dark. It was a shade of black that seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Yet somehow his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to it. The lid was pushed back 3/4 of the way, leaving 1/4 still attached. Lin Ye found himself walking closer, as if pulled by a string. The box was about the length of a forearm, and inside was nothing but absolute darkness. No bottom, no texture, no reflection. Fully open the box to complete your mission. The captain's voice sounded gently in his ear. After that, you'll be removed from D-class status. You'll be free to leave or choose to join our organization. Lin Ye automatically raised his hand. Then his mind jolted, and he froze halfway. Open a box. First simulation, I died outside without even seeing anything. Open it quickly, and it quickly. He didn't talk at all when numbers 1 and 2 were exploring, but now he won't shut up. Open it, and all your suffering ends. You'll be rewarded. Will it really end? His fingers hovered over the lid, then slowly retreated. Lin Ye turned toward the huge glass windows. Outside, 4 pairs of eyes stared straight at him. The captain and the 3 team members were hanging on pitch-black pillars, their bodies pierced through. All 4 wore identical, stiff smiles as they watched him. Further back, more black pillars jutted from the ground, each one skewering a human body. Number 4, open the box. The captain's voice in his earpiece continued, calm and flat, urging him on. Lin Ye didn't hesitate this time. He gripped the lid and pushed it shut. The box was freezing, like plunging his hands into winter water running through bare metal pipes. As he closed it, he felt something vital pouring out of him. By the time the lid was halfway down, he could no longer feel his fingers, then his arms, and his entire body. It was like some essential warmth that sustained his existence was being drained into the box. His consciousness unraveled and went dark shortly after. Buzz. Lin Ye woke from yet another nightmare into the now painfully familiar scene of the prison transport, the older man beside him once more. Remaining simulations. 7.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Ye sighed. He felt that if he could close that eerie box, this simulation should end, but he couldn't close it. The box is already 3/4 open. Did the previous 2 people open it? No. The anomaly likely occurred because the box was opened, which is why we were sent here. Closing the box requires some kind of energy. Then what about opening it? Does it also need energy? Could those 2 D-class personnel and the captain have involuntarily provided the energy to open the box? If I enter first, could I easily close the box? Soon, the prison transport stopped again in front of the villa. Lin Ye didn't waste words, stepping forward to let the team members put the helmet on him. No one objected, since this was a suicide mission anyway. Nobody would stop Lin Ye from going first. With the helmet secured, Lin Ye quickly entered the villa, only to see an inverted human figure hanging in the center of the hall the moment he stepped inside. The figure opened its eyes, blood-red pupils faintly glowing in the darkness. The instant Lin Ye saw it, his body began decomposing into small fragments. These fragments then twisted and realigned from the center, finally reassembling into a brand new object. VZZT. Remaining simulations. 6. Lin Ye stared blankly into space. He hadn't actually felt pain, but some distortion transcending his nervous system lingered in his body, leaving him temporarily unable to even move a finger. Fortunately, this distorted sensation soon faded, allowing Lin Ye to think clearly again. Can't go in first. First entry means certain death. Have a try entering second. If that doesn't work either. When the prison transport stopped before the villa this time, Lin Ye waited until number 1 entered before stepping forward to request being second. Again, no one stopped him from entering. Lin Ye expertly put on the helmet and waited for the captain's orders. Several minutes later, the captain ordered Lin Ye to enter. Without hesitation, Lin Ye strode into the villa. This time, the shadow wasn't in the main hall. Avoiding unnecessary glances, Lin Ye rushed straight for the staircase to the second floor. On the second floor, the black box sat on the coffee table as before, but its lid was only opened less than a quarter. So opening the box consumes lives. Those horrors must have escaped from inside. Lin Ye wasted no time, dashing to the coffee table to attempt closing the box. Wait, what are you doing? The captain's voice came through the earpiece. It might have really been the captain, or not. Either way, Lin Ye ignored it. If he failed again this time, he'd have to consider more radical measures. The lid remained ice cold. Though the heat drained slower than last time, Lin Ye gradually lost sensation in his body. Worse, something seemed to be approaching from behind. No sound, no other sensory changes, yet he could feel it. Lin Ye's body began fragmenting and twisting. Fortunately, he could barely feel anything by then, just managing to push the lid shut. The moment the lid closed, all sensations vanished. Lin Ye collapsed, staring at the dark ceiling before losing consciousness completely. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations. 6. Obtained 6 random items from this event. Gained a BizBox usage, right *1. Earned title, Savior. Lin Ye climbed out of bed in the shelter, feeling no discomfort, until he saw the object in his room and froze. It was an inverted orange human reassembly specimen, mounted on the wall like a painting, brazenly displaying itself to Lin Ye. Holy shit, you followed me here? Cold sweat drenched Lin Ye's back, as if he'd woken from a nightmare to find the monster from his dreams in reality. But he quickly realized this must be one of the simulator's reward items. Besides the wall art, 5 other items lay on the floor: a loaded pistol, a simple food pack, a basic medical kit, a complete set of military combat gear, and a dagger. The pistol was an unfamiliar model with 10 rounds. The food pack contained 5 energy bars and 2 energy drinks without ingredient lists. Lin Ye had no idea what they were made of. The medical kit held 3 metal syringes labeled emergency, treatment, lifesaver, plus a roll of bandages, anti-inflammatory pills, and painkillers. The combat gear fit well and wasn't too heavy, allowing free movement. The dagger was just a regular, but well-made one. Opening the system panel, Lin Ye found 2 notifications, one about the Abyss Box usage right, the other his new title. Savior. Your actions saved a region. Your deeds are spreading through the organization. Note: unlock more titles. As D-class personnel, your treatment will improve. Improve treatment? Why not promote me to C-class? Lin Ye looked exasperated. He'd prefer less challenging work. Abyss Box usage right. Can open the Abyss Box once without cost and retrieve 1 item. Warning: dangerous item. Do not open casually. This won't give me a monster, will it? After consideration, Lin Ye decided to use it. The system stated the shelter was absolutely safe, and since his abilities came from the system, anything from the box shouldn't break system rules. Absolute safety only lasted 7 days, so best use it now. Lin Ye selected to open the Abyss Box in the system. A pitch-black box appeared in the shelter's center, identical to the simulation version. The Abyss Box opened automatically, disgorging countless bizarre objects that filled the entire shelter. Danger detected in shelter. Neutralizing. Neutralization complete. Please choose quickly. Lin Ye was stunned. When the box opened, he'd felt himself die countless ways simultaneously as indescribable horrors flooded the shelter. Thankfully, system protection saved him. After processing, Lin Ye's shelter now resembled some horror movie basement, crammed with grotesque items. Bottles of unknown material glowing white, toy animals covered in strange fur, a penguin with a moving eye, indistinct hanging paintings. Even Lin Ye's body was covered in butterfly-like creatures with trembling aqua-blue wings, seeming ready to take flight any moment. For a moment, Lin Ye didn't know how to choose. Every item in the room was peculiar. Even if an appraiser came, they could only make random guesses. Lin Ye wasn't in a hurry. There was no point. Since he couldn't understand any of the items here, he decided to pick something he liked. First, he ruled out anything that could move. Even after neutralization, they could still move. Who knew what they'd do before being neutralized? If the neutralization was temporary and the items gradually regained their original properties after 7 days, it would be troublesome. It was better to choose something relatively controllable. In the end, Lin Ye chose a set of red cards. The material of the card box was unknown, with a dark red surface adorned with a pale golden ring. Inside the box were 100 cards of unknown material. No matter how many were drawn, the box would automatically refill, and the drawn cards would disappear. Lin Ye didn't like gambling, but he enjoyed playing cards. He knew over a dozen ways to play poker and had tried almost every card game out there, which was why he chose this set. Confirm selection? Confirm. The strange items in the room began to vanish, including the card box he was holding. Some items seemed unwilling to leave the shelter, but were forcibly retrieved by the system into the Abyss Box. Finally, the Abyss Box itself slowly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Complete neutralization in progress. Neutralization complete. Obtained Abyssal Relic. Card box. Please draw today's card. A card box materialized in front of Lin Ye. As he reached inside, he unconsciously shouted, "My turn. Draw." The card material was unclear, feeling somewhat like the skin of some creature. The back of the card was engraved with intricate patterns, while the front depicted a goose-like creature. The card dissipated, and a blood-red creature resembling a large goose appeared in Lin Ye's shelter. Lin Ye, goose, quack. The two stared at each other. Lin Ye studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the goose was for. Seeming to sense Lin Ye's confusion, the goose elegantly raised its wing and pulled out a steaming bowl of goose leg rice from thin air, pushing it toward Lin Ye. Can you make anything else? Lin Ye asked. Quack, quack, no. Can you make another bowl? Quack, quack, no. After a long conversation, Lin Ye finally confirmed that the goose could only provide him with one serving of goose leg rice and wouldn't answer any questions unrelated to it. Obey. Is this neutralization? It's a bit too harmless, isn't it? Silently, Lin Ye took a photo of the goose leg rice and posted it in the group chat. He was feeling miserable and didn't want to suffer alone. This was Lin Ye's first message in the group. By now, the group had quieted down. Many were lurking, silently observing the chat while contemplating their next steps. Some were privately messaging, as certain topics weren't suitable for public discussion. Lin Ye's photo instantly brought all the lurkers back to life. Holy shit, goose leg rice. Oh my god, system, someone's cheating here. Bro, where'd you get that? Did you go outside? It's still steaming hot. Did you make it yourself? Big bro, please let me have a bite of that goose leg, I beg you. Hungry food. Want to sell it? Name your price. Lin Ye, jealous? Traded my talent for it. He wasn't lying. His talent gave him the abyss box, which contained the card box. Drawing a card summoned the goose, which gave him the rice. After seeing his explanation, the others weren't as envious anymore. Some even pitied him. Getting goose leg rice as a talent was just tragic. What's your talent? Goose leg talent. Terrifying. Impressive. Can you give me a bowl too? Big bro, please get more. Lots of us are still starving. Has anyone gone outside and come back alive yet? Are all your talents this hilarious? Lin Ye, only one bowl per day. No idea if I can get another tomorrow. Lin Ye scrolled through the chat while eating. Many tried to add him as a friend, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. Time in the simulator seemed to sync with reality, though it was unclear whether his physical body remained in the shelter during simulation. When he arrived here, Lin Ye only had the clothes on his back. No other belongings. Others seemed to be in the same situation. Soon, Lin Ye finished the rice. Outside, the sky grew dark. Just as he lay down to rest, a notification suddenly popped up. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Participate, 9:59. A 10-minute countdown appeared before Lin Ye. He had to decide before it ended. Are you guys joining the nighttime activity? Of course. I can't summon goose leg rice, and I'm too scared to go outside. If I don't get food soon, I'll starve. I'll wait and see. Maybe join tomorrow. Good luck, guys. I'm useless. I'll wait till tomorrow. Good luck and blessings. Reading the chat, Lin Ye began preparing his gear. He was definitely joining this activity. First, among all survivors, he was likely among the best equipped. If even he couldn't survive, then at least half of the participants would die, even accounting for talents. Second, he hadn't found a way to upgrade his shelter yet. The answer might lie in the nighttime activity. Missing it could mean falling behind in his shelter upgrades. One step slow, always slow, until others surpassed him. So Lin Ye wouldn't miss this chance. Once geared up, Lin Ye sat on the bed, watching the countdown and petting the goose, which quietly nestled in his arms, occasionally preening its feathers. 0:01. Midnight. Lin Ye rubbed his temples as he climbed up from the dark red ground. He stood in the center of a corridor lined with irregularly spaced doors on both sides. The floor and doors were all dark red. The sharp headache gradually faded. Lin Ye drew the pistol at his waist. The goose hadn't been brought along, but all his weapons and gear were intact. For the first 3 days of nighttime activities, treasure chest spawn rates are increased, higher-tier creature spawn rates are decreased, and treasure chest quality is improved. The first chest opened by participants is guaranteed to contain a shelter upgrade blueprint. Nighttime activity begins. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. A 2-hour countdown appeared beneath the system panel. Presumably, participants would be teleported back after 2 hours. Lin Ye aimed his pistol at the nearest door and gently knocked. No response. Pushing it open, he found a windowless room filled with trash. Empty bottles, shredded paper, broken stones, a wrecked table. The bottles and paper bore unfamiliar, yet comprehensible text. Lin Ye pocketed some of the printed trash. Amid the clutter, he found a dark red metal coin, the size of a 1 yuan coin, but slightly heavier. One side bore intricate patterns, the other a blood-red eye. Lin Ye pocketed the coin and left the room. The corridor wasn't long, only about 10 meters, but each turn led to similar branching hallways. The two branching paths at each intersection diverged differently, one turning left, the other right. Lin Ye quickly navigated several turns, only to find more corridors of varying lengths ahead. Some passages ended at forks leading in different directions. This was an endless maze. Even if this maze could accommodate 10 billion people simultaneously, Lin Ye couldn't fathom its complexity. But that didn't concern him much. He didn't need to escape the maze, just find necessary supplies here. After half an hour exploring 9 red rooms, Lin Ye had only collected a few red coins, a red key, and some usable scraps. No trace of the treasure chest mentioned in the system information. Exploring further, he suddenly discovered a locked door. The door looked identical to others, except for the additional red lock. The lock's color blended with the door so well that Lin Ye might have missed it if he hadn't checked each room methodically. Knocking produced no response. The place remained as silent as ruins, with no sounds except his own movements. Examining the keyhole, Lin Ye first tried picking it with a wire salvaged from garbage. After a minute of failed attempts, he realized this wasn't an ordinary mechanical lock. Using the red key, the door opened and the key vanished. Inside was a room identical in size to others, but instead of trash, it contained shelves. A storage room. Lin Ye inspected the shelves, mostly empty, but he found a few remaining items. 2 bottles of red liquid, a metal pendant, and 7 hard cards. The liquid filled sealed glass bottles, approximately 400 milliliters each. The pendant was a silver cross of equal length and width, wearable around the neck. The cards had dark red backs with intricate patterns resembling those on the red coins, featuring 3 distinct designs across 7 cards. Lin Ye packed everything into his salvage backpack. Though uncertain of their use, he took them anyway. As he shouldered the pack to leave, footsteps echoed from the corridor's far end, not his entry direction. The faint sounds were only audible because of the absolute silence, giving him early warning. Lin Ye quietly closed the door, leaving just enough gap to observe the hallway. Soon, the footsteps neared, and a figure passed by. A blood-red, desiccated corpse, half its skull missing, the remaining brain matter dried out. Impossible to tell what animated it. After the corpse passed, Lin Ye calculated the distance, swung the door open, and fired at its remaining skull. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the halls. The bullet struck true, knocking the blood corpse down. This was Lin Ye's first time firing a gun, yet the motion felt familiar, like he'd done it countless times before. Suppressing this thought, he kept his distance, watching cautiously. With half its head gone, he couldn't be sure if the remaining part was vital. Initially motionless, the corpse suddenly convulsed violently after 2 seconds, like an epileptic seizure. Bloody limbs sprouted from its back like spider legs, propping up its body. Its abdomen split open as desiccated flesh and organs regained vitality, blossoming outward into new grotesque formations. New Omicron Beta. Lin Ye fired 3 more shots, chest, lower left abdomen, lower right abdomen, each hitting different areas. Bang, bang, bang. He refused to believe this monster had no weak points. He just hadn't found them yet. The creature launched itself frog-like from the ground, rebounding off the ceiling to cover 7 meters in 2 leaps. Lin Ye calmly retreated a full step, then emptied his magazine into the lunging monster. Bang, 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 bang. At this range, volume mattered more than accuracy. With the clip spent, Lin Ye released the pistol, sidestepped the follow-up pounce by instinct, and drew his waist dagger instead. The monster's momentum carried it crashing into the far wall, where it twitched briefly before going still. Apparently, bullets still worked. Lin Ye remained poised, guarding against resurrection. Throughout the encounter, his movements had been economical, his composure unshaken. Compared to simulator missions, jumping corpse was practically friendly company. After several minutes, Lin Ye approached the remains. The corpse had lost all human semblance, retaining only scattered fragments of its original form. Lin Ye began dissecting it with his dagger. The creature's anatomy was a chaotic amalgamation. Initially curious about its animation mechanism, Lin Ye eventually abandoned theorizing to study its bizarre tissue structures instead. 10 minutes later, satisfied, he sheathed the dagger and continued exploring. From a monster, he retrieved a keychain holding 5 identical red keys, apparently just door tokens unrelated to actual locks. Henceforth, Lin Ye skipped unlocked rooms. Most contained only garbage with occasional coins or single keys as drops. 9 rooms for 1 key was terrible odds. He needed to find a treasure chest quickly to check the shelter upgrade requirements. Navigating corridors swiftly, Lin Ye spun his empty pistol absently. The gunplay had felt instinctive, like decades of muscle memory. This was likely residual experience from simulating Kenneth. Lin Ye had never handled firearms before, making such proficiency impossible. But as D-class personnel, Kenneth must have had specialized skills to qualify. Soon, Lin Ye found another locked red door. No response to knocking. Using 1 key, he entered. The room's layout matched others, but instead of trash, a red wooden chest occupied the center. Unlocked, Lin Ye carefully pried it open with his dagger before leaping back. Contrary to expectations, no dangers emerged. No explosive traps, no blood corpse ambush. The treasure chest disappeared after opening, containing 3 items: a shelter upgrade blueprint, a hard card, and a bottle of red liquid. Use the shelter upgrade blueprint. Use. Please collect 10 mutation organs from rankless mutated creatures as upgrade materials. 0/10. Rankless? Mutated creatures? Mutation organs? Lin Ye quickly left the room and returned to where he had dissected the blood corpse earlier. Drawing his dagger, he cut off the most abnormal part of the blood corpse. Submit mutation organ? Yes. The abnormal part vanished. Checking the system again, he saw the shelter upgrade quest now showed 1/10. So killing 10 blood corpses will upgrade the shelter. That's manageable. Though blood corpses were difficult to kill, they were ultimately just mutated corpses. Lin Ye hadn't been familiar with them before, but next time he wouldn't waste so many bullets. However, using a dagger against blood corpses was extremely dangerous. Lin Ye decided to use his talent ability to acquire more bullets tomorrow before hunting more blood corpses. After obtaining the mutation organ, Lin Ye continued searching for locked rooms. After walking briskly for over 10 minutes, he found another locked room. Using the red key to open the door, this room also contained a red wooden treasure chest. Inside were stacks of bread and bottled water. The contents of the 2 chests were completely different, suggesting treasure chests might come in different types, containing varied items. Lin Ye packed the acquired items into backpack number 2. While the shelter still had food supplies, in this situation, more provisions were always better. After walking further, Lin Ye encountered an unusual fork in the path. It was a straight corridor without any rooms, stretching beyond sight, still painted in dark red. Drawing his dagger, Lin Ye cautiously advanced down the hallway. After walking about 1 kilometer, he finally reached the end where double doors stood. Is there a boss behind these doors? Pushing them open revealed a square hall. The double doors were on one side, with another set of red double doors opposite. To the left was a red wooden door, while the right had a dark red metal door with a lock. Anno. Approaching the wooden door, a prompt appeared. Leave the red maze early? No. With no immediate danger, Lin Ye wasn't in a hurry to leave. Moving to the metal door, another prompt appeared. First contact with special room detected. Door automatically unlocked. The lock disappeared as the metal door opened by itself. Inside was an ordinary red room, except for a dark red pedestal at the center holding a glass bottle. The bottle contained dark red liquid, preserving a floating eyeball. Lin Ye placed the bottle in his backpack and thoroughly inspected the room before leaving, ensuring nothing was missed. Opening the opposite double doors revealed an identical long corridor. Checking the time, Lin Ye saw only 20 minutes remained. Having conserved stamina earlier in case of monsters, Lin Ye could now pick up speed. Running swiftly through corridors with 5 minutes remaining, Lin Ye found another locked room. Inside was yet another red wooden chest. This one contained several bottles of red liquid, some hard cards, and a red metal key. This key was clearly different from the previous red key, likely meant for special rooms. Packing these items, Lin Ye continued exploring nearby rooms. With time nearly up, there was no opportunity to find another locked room. Just before the countdown ended, Lin Ye found several red coins in a pile of garbage. Footsteps sounded outside, but as the timer hit 0, Lin Ye returned to the shelter. 994, 759/1, 000,000. One exploration mission, over 2,000 dead. Communication functions were disabled inside the red maze, so when the activity ended, the group chat exploded with messages. Holy shit, finally back. A zombie trapped me in a room for 2 hours. Damn, almost didn't make it. Thankfully, I ran fast. Did anyone find treasure chests? I only got some red coins. I opened one chest, just 2 mystery liquids besides the shelter upgrade blueprint. Huh, how does shelter upgrading work? Can someone share the blueprint? The blueprint is just one upgrade material. Everyone needs their own copy to upgrade shelters. So many died, glad I didn't go. Only the first 3 days guarantee blueprint drops from chests. After that, chest appearance rates drop too. What? Anyone know where to get mutation organs? When messages slowed, Lin Ye posted a photo, the image he'd taken while harvesting mutation organs. Goose leg bro. Switch from goose legs to fresh meat pics. Wait, isn't that a zombie? You killed one. Insane. I didn't dare leave my room, and you're already slaying zombies? Zombies aren't hard. Give me a weapon, 1 headshot per zombie. Spoken like someone who didn't go. These aren't movie trash zombies. I work out, stronger than average, but these fuckers outran me, overpowered me, kept moving after headshots could morph shapes. Thousands died to them. I only survived thanks to a decent talent. Exactly. Didn't encounter any, but everyone who joined had skills. Still, this many deaths must be brutal. Lin Ye, hold on. Sharing relevant info. After Lin Ye's message, the million-member chat gradually quieted. Not because of his authority, but because this information concerned everyone's survival. Lin Ye then shared all maze-acquired knowledge in simplest terms, ensuring even slower thinkers could understand next steps. Lin Ye, I believe mutation organs are weak points. I confirmed this, but since I used 10 bullets, they might have just died from attrition. Proceed with caution. Bro's legendary. Thanks for sharing. Good people deserve long lives. Ugh. 10 blood corpses sounds impossible. Upgrading seems tough. Wait, where'd you get a gun? Lin Ye, if my talent can summon goose leg rice, why not a pistol? What god-tier talent? I want one that summons goose legs too. Lin Ye, I've also obtained some bread and bottled water. Limited quantities available. Those interested PM me. Trading for maize products. Highest bidder wins, since we don't know their exact value yet. Decide for yourself whether to trade. Holy shit, I'm starving here while this boss already has surplus food to trade. Shouldn't you share extra food with those in need instead? Anyone who can trade with you clearly isn't starving. Seeing such comments, Lin Ye immediately blocked them. After blocking, neither party could see the other's messages or trades, better for both sides. Lin Ye wouldn't have to read such eyesore comments, and they wouldn't have to envy him. After all, Lin Ye had no intention of trading with such people, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Ye wasn't posting information out of some savior complex. While he genuinely wanted to guide other survivors toward survival, he had his own motives. Fame and profit were inseparable. Once his reputation was established, everything he did afterward would become significantly easier. He didn't need to do much, just consistently release accurate information in advance, and others would naturally call him Goose Leg Brother with respect. Lying on his bed, checking private messages, Lin Ye filtered through spam, searching for valuable trades. The goose lay beside Lin Ye, its head nuzzling his arm while its wings draped over him like a blanket. Lin Ye quickly completed several transactions. Those cards and liquid from treasure chests would undoubtedly become more valuable than bread. He even suspected these items only dropped from enhanced chests, while bread and water were standard loot from redwood chests. Blueprint. A survivor named Zhang Liang sent him a blueprint in private chat. No-rank mutation weapon blueprint. Use this blueprint to craft a no-rank mutation weapon. Required materials: 1 to 5 mutation organs. Note: pay attention to material combinations. More materials don't necessarily mean stronger weapons. Anyone with common sense wouldn't trade weapon blueprints for a few pieces of bread. Lin Ye sensed ulterior motives. Lin Ye, what do you want in exchange? Zhang Liang: boss, contacting you is so difficult. Lin Ye: I don't like wasting time. Zhang Liang: boss, we've established an organization called the Mutual Aid Society, full of highly talented individuals. Our leader hopes you'll join us. Lin Ye: I'll pass. Good luck. Zhang Liang: don't rush to decline, boss. With your abilities, joining would guarantee you at least 1 blueprint like this daily. Lin Ye: what would I need to contribute? Zhang Liang: nothing much. Just share information like you did today. Unlike those ungrateful people, the society will reward you accordingly. Lin Ye: so you profit from my intel and give me a cut? Zhang Liang: you could put it that way. Lin Ye: have you considered how many might die because of you? Zhang Liang: it's just fair exchange. Those who don't contribute don't deserve information. That's normal. Lin Ye: you're right. Zhang Liang: but you won't accept? Lin Ye: you're right. Lin Ye closed the chat with Zhang Liang and continued trading with others. Lin Ye could easily create a similar organization, but he didn't need to. The Mutual Aid Society had substance, but their vision was too small. If they truly wanted mutual aid, they should aim to save all humanity. That would be interesting. RNS. Temporary gains meant little. What Lin Ye needed, the society couldn't provide. Zhang Liang: leader, he refused. Wu Ming: pity. His talent must be some powerful early game ability. With him, we could help more people. Zhang Liang: should I get people to slander him? Say his information is faulty. Most haven't even entered the maze. Wu Ming: unnecessary. We still need his intel. Less profit is still better than what independents get. Besides, no need to antagonize him now. If trouble starts right after your invitation, anyone would suspect us. Zhang Liang: wise words. Wu Ming: have the scouts returned? Zhang Liang: most died immediately. The lucky ones lasted minutes longer. Should we send more? Wu Ming: forget it. Seems we can only gather materials from the red maze for now. Zhang Liang: understood. Please draw today's card. A dreamless night passed. Upon waking, Lin Ye saw this prompt. My turn. Draw. Though just awake, Lin Ye energetically stood up from bed for his daily draw. This time, the card depicted a cat. As the card dissipated, an elegantly poised, crimson-furred cat materialized at the shelter's center. The cat nimbly leaped onto Lin Ye's bed, leaning against his lap. Petting the cat's smooth fur, Lin Ye thought keeping such a pet wouldn't be bad. No maintenance, just daily petting. Plus, he could change breeds daily. What can you give me? Not cat leg rice, I hope. Never eaten cat meat. Meow. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Gain card assistance. Draw 1 item before each action. Item disappears after action concludes. Oh, you're doing. Meow. But what counts as an action? The cat only purred lazily at Lin Ye's question, showing no intention to explain. Like the goose, it could only interact simply. Lin Ye didn't press further. After some petting and breakfast, he activated today's simulation ability. Simulated D-class personnel. Larry. Drawing item. Obtained item. Abyssal egg. Remaining simulations. 10. V-room. Sitting expressionless in the prison transport, Lin Ye reflected how he'd ridden these daily since arriving. Ironic, given how rarely he'd visited police stations back on Earth, and only for ID paperwork. Larry was a bronzed, muscular man around 50. His physique made Lin Ye feel he could punch his original skinny self to death. The abyssal egg, quail egg-sized and resembling a shelled hard-boiled egg, appeared in Lin Ye's right pocket. Squeezing it revealed surprising elasticity. No risk of crushing in his pocket. Anything abyss-related left bad impressions. Lin Ye had no clue how to use this thing. This time, only 2 fellow D-class personnel accompanied him, though 4 guards remained. The other 2 prisoners looked as tough as Larry, clearly the same breed. Soon, the transport stopped near a tunnel entrance. Lin Ye stepped out of the vehicle. The prison transport was still some distance from the tunnel, and the overseers clearly had no intention of getting closer, as if the tunnel might devour them whole. Number 1, you go first. This mission's captain was a white man with a stern expression who didn't seem like the talkative type. The other 2 D-class personnel remained motionless. Unfortunately, Lin Ye had been designated number 1 this time. There would be no sending others ahead to scout. Lin Ye approached and allowed the overseers to secure his helmet. "Can I get a weapon?" he asked out of habit. An overseer glanced at the captain, only handing Lin Ye a dagger from his belt after receiving a nod of approval. Armed with the dagger, Lin Ye approached the tunnel, a massive semicircular structure with dual passages, 20 meters wide and 10 meters tall. 2 rows of overhead lights cast yellowish-white illumination across every corner of the tunnel's interior. Keeping to the right side, Lin Ye entered. The tunnel stood empty. No people, no vehicles. The lengthy passage stretched endlessly ahead, its ultimate destination unknowable. After roughly 30 minutes of walking without encountering anything and complete silence in his earpiece, Lin Ye noted occasional curves in the tunnel, but no branching paths, only forward or back. This simulation's difficulty seems low. Half an hour in, and no monsters yet? Last time I had to restart multiple times within 30 minutes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, darkness suddenly engulfed him as if all the overhead lights had simultaneously extinguished. Standing frozen in pitch blackness, Lin Ye could hear nothing but his own heartbeat and breathing. After waiting with no sign of the lights returning, he hesitantly took 1 step forward. That single step triggered something. The entire tunnel abruptly relit. Squinting against the sudden brightness, Lin Ye needed a moment to adjust. Then he spotted it, a dark silhouette on the left side of the road ahead. His eyes widened sharply, barely making out the blurred shape through the visual afterimages. A towering humanoid monster. Its body writhed with pulsating tendrils of flesh, its limbs grotesquely elongated. Bone spikes protruded from its torso, and a bluish-black tail lashed behind it. Lin Ye turned and ran immediately. A single dagger stood no chance against this clearly dangerous creature. Tunnel deity. I was just thinking about it. Don't actually throw monsters at me. The creature unleashed a frenzied screech and charged at Lin Ye like a starved wild dog. Darkness swallowed Lin Ye's vision again, but only for an instant. When the lights returned, the pursuing monster had vanished without a trace. Looking back, Lin Ye found no sign of the creature. The entire encounter might have been a hallucination. What the hell? Were it not for his certainty about his own sanity and knowledge of the tunnel's anomalies, Lin Ye might have questioned his mental state. Hesitating briefly, he retraced his steps to where the monster had appeared. The lights remained on this time, with no evidence anything had been there. A with grave beta. Damn it, actual ghost now. Running fingers through his hair in frustration, Lin Ye realized this simulation proved more troublesome than the last. Should he continue forward or turn back now? Whatever. This simulation only has one path forward anyway. Might as well see where it leads. I've got 10 attempts available. Resuming his journey through the deathly silent tunnel, with only his footsteps for company, Lin Ye began mentally making wishes. Give me bubble tea. No, make a bubble tea shop. Send me some monsters, preferably the sharp-minded ones. Return me to Blue Star with 100 million credits. The timing of the earlier monster encounter had been too coincidental, making him suspect the tunnel might grant wishes. Yet his wishes went unanswered as the tunnel maintained its eerie stillness. After several more minutes of walking, the overhead lights cut out again. This time, Lin, you didn't stop moving. The darkness lasted only a flash. As his vision cleared, he stared intently ahead while thinking. The difficulty's too low this time. An hour in, and only one monster? Last simulation had multiple restarts in half that time. Sure enough, a figure appeared on the left side ahead, but not another monster. Instead, it was one of the D-class personnel from his transport group. Why'd you turn back? Find something ahead. How'd you get in front of me? They spoke almost simultaneously. Lin Ye paused briefly before realizing the other man thought he'd turn around. But he hadn't. The tunnel had no branches. Unless the man had entered from the opposite end, the only way to get ahead would require passing Lin Ye first. Did the overseers take him to the other entrance? Is this some kind of test? Is he lying to me? Did he pass me when the lights went out? But why would he? Is he really D-class? Could he be some shape-shifting monster? Tangled thoughts swirled through Lin Ye's mind like yarn. Too many uncertainties prevented any clear conclusion about whether to trust this apparent ally. What? Getting ahead of you? You lost or something? Jesse eyed Lin Ye warily, his right hand moving toward his waist. Sorry, when the lights went out earlier, I might have gotten turned around. Lin Ye apologized quickly, wanting to avoid conflict in this situation. While capable himself, Jesse appeared equally formidable. An altercation could waste a precious simulation attempt. Earlier? You mean just now? You foreigners talk weird. Seeing Lin Ye's cooperative attitude, Jesse didn't draw his weapon but maintained distance. You only had one blackout? I experienced two already. Lin Ye likewise kept his distance. Both needed their personal space. Oh, that explains it. Must vary by section. My first blackout just happened. Pitch dark, couldn't see anything. Waited forever before taking a step, and the lights came back. Jesse complained. Same here. Lin Ye ran fingers through his hair again. This situation grew more complicated than anticipated. Perfect timing. Since you're heading back, let's return together. We've walked forever with no end in sight and radio silence. I wanted to turn back earlier, but feared those bastards might shoot me for quitting. Jesse licked his dry lips as he spoke. Right, we'll go back together. They probably won't kill us. Worst case, we walk it again. Lin Ye agreed. Moving closer to Jesse, Lin Ye suddenly sensed something off. The man appeared even more exhausted and mentally drained than himself. Man, all this walking's made me hungry. Good thing I ate extra before coming. Jesse sighed wearily. How long have you been inside? Darkness swallowed Lin Ye's vision again as he heard the reply. Nearly 3 hours now. Completely wiped out. Lin Ye hastily took a step back, but Jesse had already vanished, leaving no trace behind, just like that monster. Damn it. Lin Ye immediately turned around and started retracing his steps. If that D-class personnel hadn't lied to him or gone insane, then this tunnel's anomaly was likely related to time. Lin Ye had never encountered anything that could alter time before, but just imagining it made his head hurt. No, I can't jump to conclusions yet. It might not be a time anomaly. There could be other possibilities. Lin Ye kept walking back, unsure how long he'd been moving, but it was definitely far longer than the time he'd spent going in. Yet the tunnel ahead remained endless, with no sign of the entrance. Well, shit. Am I trapped here for good? Lin Ye tore off strips of his clothing and dropped them as markers, continuing forward toward where the entrance should be. After a while, everything suddenly went dark. Having experienced this twice already, Lin Ye knew what to expect. Something was probably passing by ahead. He took another step forward, and the darkness lifted. A figure stood diagonally ahead in the tunnel. It was the other D-class personnel. Why'd you turn back? Reynolds eyed Lin Ye warily, sensing something off about him. Which number are you? How long have you been in here? Lin Ye ignored the question and fired back with his own. I'm number 3. Third one in, obviously. As for how long? Maybe a few hours? No watch, so I can't tell. Reynolds grew more guarded, his instincts screaming that something was wrong with Lin Ye. Without another word, Lin Ye pushed past him and kept walking. Wait, are you stuck too? I tried changing directions multiple times, but I can't get out. The markers I left earlier disappeared too. And why did the lights go out just now? Do you know how to escape? Despite his dislike for Lin Ye, Reynolds didn't want to die trapped in this godforsaken tunnel. Lin Ye was the first living person he'd seen in here. Lin Ye ignored him and kept walking. The darkness swallowed everything again, and Reynolds vanished. Knew it. Lin Ye quickened his pace. He had no idea if moving forward would help, but suicide or waiting for death weren't options. Even if given another chance, he wouldn't know what to do. Time blurred as Lin Ye marched mechanically onward. Strangely, he felt no fatigue, hunger, or a thirst. What's going on? I actually feel kind of good. Lin Ye muttered to himself in the empty tunnel, his pace growing faster and faster. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel darkened again. This time, Lin Ye didn't hesitate. The darkness passed instantly, and when he looked diagonally ahead, he froze. He saw himself. Though the figure wore a helmet, the build, skin tone, and familiar orange prison jumpsuit left no doubt. It was him. The other Lin Ye immediately turned and ran. Lin Ye gave chase, shouting for him to stop, but darkness fell again, and his doppelganger disappeared. Lin Ye stood stunned. This scenario felt eerily familiar. He frantically checked his own body. Writhing flesh tendrils, elongated limbs, bony spikes protruding from his waist. At some point, he'd become a monster. The creature he'd seen earlier was himself. Abyssal egg. When did it affect me? I didn't notice at all. Truly an abyss artifact. Just carrying it causes this. Surprisingly, Lin Ye felt no panic about his monstrous transformation. This was just a simulation, after all. The priority was figuring out how to escape. Nothing else mattered. A time loop? But how exactly does it work? Is it direction-based? Does the number of people matter? Would killing those 2 D-class personnel collapse this place? Should I just suicide and report this to the captain directly? He immediately dismissed that last thought. Unless his simulation attempts ran out, he wouldn't risk reporting prematurely. First, his innate ability was the D-rank personnel simulator. If he didn't resolve the anomaly, he might never return. Moreover, Lin Ye deeply distrusted the organization. This was a group that constantly used human lives to handle anomalies. He couldn't fathom their methods. If they took interest in him, the consequences were unpredictable. Worst case, the organization might trap him in simulations indefinitely, preventing his return to the shelter. He still didn't understand his physical body's current state. If he was just lying on shelter bed, he'd die of thirst within days. So he had to solve this tunnel anomaly himself. As he pondered, Lin Ye kept walking. His monstrous form granted terrifying physical prowess. No fatigue whatsoever. Before he could decipher the loop's mechanics, the tunnel darkened again. Why so soon this time? Lin Ye stepped forward. The lights returned, revealing a monster standing diagonally across the tunnel. This one was bulkier than his current form, covered in twisted mutation organs, far more horrifying. Lin Ye didn't flee. He knew this monster was his future self from the next cycle. The 2 monsters approached each other. Lin Ye tried to speak, but only managed an eerie screech. His future self had anticipated this. Tearing off a flesh strip, he spilled dark red blood onto the floor. Then, using the strip as a crude brush, the future Lin Ye began writing. His distorted fingers could only awkwardly scrawl deformed characters. Kill me. Last chance. Can't hold on. Miss this. No next sim. After barely finishing, the future Lin Ye violently ripped open his own chest, exposing vital organs. Without hesitation, Lin Ye drove his forelimbs into the other's torso, thoroughly shredding his vitals. He trusted himself. Plus, the mention of simulation confirmed that killing this version would trigger the next attempt. Lin Ye delivered several more blows, ensuring complete termination before stepping back. As he prepared to move on, Lin Ye noticed scars on the corpse's skin. Though the monster's healing had sealed them, faint marks remained. They formed three mathematical infinity symbols interlocked in a bizarre configuration. At first, Lin Ye didn't understand. Was he saying this tunnel was endless? One infinity symbol would have been depressing enough. Why three? Then it hit him. Not infinity symbols. Three Mobius strips. No one understood Lin Ye better than himself, so he quickly followed his other self's train of thought. The Mobius strip represented a topological structure of infinite loops. Lin Ye didn't actually have deep knowledge about such structures, so his other self must have simply felt the current situation resembled a Mobius strip. The three Mobius strips represented the 3D class personnel. Does this mean we didn't enter the same tunnel? Just that the loops have connection points. Lin Ye recalled the inexplicable light-switching phenomenon. Perhaps that was a special effect caused by two Mobius strips intersecting. If I don't move forward, the lights remain off. The moment I take a step forward, the lights immediately illuminate the tunnel, and that precise moment must coincide with encountering someone from another loop. Not moving means never meeting. Lin Ye glanced at his feet. Are we walking on loops of time then? As long as I don't move forward, I remain frozen at a certain time node. Hence the lights stay off. Moving forward means leaving the intersection point, making people disappear. So direction is meaningless. My only choices are staying or moving forward. I hadn't been here long before encountering my monsterized self completing the first loop. Three intersecting loops, each sharing a connection point with the other two. The number 2 and number 3 I met earlier weren't the ones behind me, but versions about to complete their loops before meeting themselves. But why did the next me ask me to kill him? Why not cycle a few more rounds? Shouldn't we be looking for ways to break the cycle? Returning now just means starting over. Unless, has I already found a way to break the cycle without telling me? No, I wouldn't omit something so important. Leaving only the Mobius strip as a hint means I hadn't found a solution. Then why the urgency to escape? The final chance, can't hold on, can't perform the next simulation. What could prevent me from simulating again? What could make me incapable of even suicide? The abyssal egg. The abyssal egg causes bodily mutation. Continued mutation would make me lose control to the point where I couldn't even kill myself. A monster out of control would keep cycling, trapping me here forever. But wouldn't the monster kill its looping selves? No, each cycle strengthens the monster. Without my cooperation, I couldn't kill the next cycle's version. And I couldn't kill me either, because without me, I wouldn't exist. Then if I arranged for me to kill me, would that end the cycle? No, too risky. My understanding of time is too shallow. Reckless attempts might trigger unknown consequences. At least there's still discernible pattern here. Causing a time paradox might permanently trap me in the time tunnel. Lin Ye kept walking. Severe bodily mutation was already affecting his mental state. Whispering voices filled his ears, inaudible yet incessant. Flashes of light and shadow occasionally crossed his vision, disappearing upon closer inspection. Continuing like this, he'd soon descend into true madness. Enough overthinking. Leave the cycle for the next simulation's me to solve. I just need to proceed toward the predetermined ending. Relaxing his body while walking, Lin Ye checked his condition and noticed he had far fewer mutation organs than his next cycle counterpart. Developed later? But why all surface level? Something's wrong. Blood corpse mutation organs are internal. Is this the abyssal egg's unique property? What creature would place vital organs externally? They're not decorations. Did I deliberately cultivate them? But why would I grow mutation organs externally? For suicide. Exactly. Mutated creatures have extraordinary vitality. Without special measures, I might not be able to kill myself, so I need to relocate future mutation organs to the surface. Lin Ye began studying his own body. Upon examination, he discovered that as a monster, he'd gained a new sensory ability beyond the standard 5. This perception was remarkably powerful. He could sense his surroundings without sight and directly monitor his internal state. Using this perception, Lin Ye began researching and influencing his mutation process. An indeterminable time later, Lin Ye encountered his previous cycle self again. Along the way, he'd met number 2 and number 3 once more. This time they fled upon seeing him, as his current appearance was truly terrifying. Meeting himself, Lin Ye reenacted their previous encounter exactly. Surface mutation organs, Mobius strip markings, blood writing, opening his chest cavity, then awaiting death. The process went smoothly. This was the predetermined outcome. By now, Lin Ye could barely control himself. The abyssal egg had its own consciousness, preventing him from bypassing it to commit suicide. Exposing his heart was his limit. During his journey, he'd concentrated all energy into his heart, cultivating a grotesquely powerful, mutated heart. Undoubtedly his new weak point. This simulation deepened Lin Ye's understanding of mutated creatures and organs by several levels. He even considered attempting mutation on his real body. Not because he wanted to become a monster, but because he coveted their strength. The human body has limits. No matter how much one trains or hones skills, they can only approach that ceiling, never surpass it. Mutation is the key to breaking that limit. Mutation isn't entirely accurate. It's evolution at the life form level. But dosage control is crucial. Exceeding thresholds turns one into a monster. Monstrous transformation isn't just physical deformity. It severely affects the mind. Buzz buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes to find himself on the familiar prisoner transport, facing D-Class personnel number 2. Remaining simulations, 9. 9 simulations left. If not for worrying about my real body, I should simulate more here to thoroughly study the mutation process. Lin Ye suddenly realized his ability's true strength wasn't resource acquisition, but gaining experience from anomalous events and using simulated bodies to research mutation. Lin Ye was once again the first to enter the tunnel. Unlike the previous simulation mission, the order of entering the tunnel had little impact on resolving the incident. While communicating with the captain or letting personnel 2 and 3 enter first might trigger unknown complications. It was possible to try, but unnecessary. Lin Ye didn't perform any actions that would alter the future trajectory. This time, he didn't want to drastically change the outcome of the last simulation, only to calmly be killed by himself. Time loops were extremely dangerous. If he acted recklessly relying on simulation attempts, it might lead to a situation where even suicide became impossible. He wanted to use one simulation cycle to think about how to safely terminate the time loop. Lin Ye didn't discard the abyssal egg. This thing was troublesome. Discarding it might cause unpredictable consequences, while keeping it would lead to his mutation. Without the abyssal egg, Lin Ye could continuously communicate with his next loop self, gaining more thinking time with each simulation. Yet without the abyssal egg, he couldn't deeply understand the mutation process either. It was hard to say which option was better. This time, Lin Ye constantly monitored his physical condition while moving, preventing a repeat of last time when he turned into a monster without realizing it. Perhaps due to heightened awareness, he could clearly sense the abyssal egg affecting him this time. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Ye's vision darkened. Taking one step forward, his mutated self appeared diagonally across from him. As Lin Ye approached, the monster version suddenly spoke. "It's all right. This time I controlled the mutation process, retaining speech ability. But I probably won't be able to talk next cycle." His voice was hoarse and slightly distorted, but still better than communicating through blood writing. "Get to the point. We don't have much time. Did you find a way to stop the loop?" This was Lin Ye's first time talking to himself. The feeling was rather strange. "Don't rush. We're standing at a temporal node. As long as we don't move forward, we have infinite time." The monster Lin Ye appeared completely calm, as if everything was under control. "What are you talking about? Our physical bodies are still in the shelter. Can you confirm this space's time synchronizes with the shelter? What if simulation time stacks? I'm afraid I'll return to find myself starved to death." Lin Ye felt something was off. His other self shouldn't overlook such simple logic. The monster Lin Ye's composure gradually faded, as if just realizing this problem. "I might not be able to help you. This simulation failed. Kill me. Lin Ye didn't act immediately, wanting to understand what went wrong. What happened? The abyss is more terrifying than I imagined. As my understanding deepens, the abyssal consciousness's influence strengthens. I'm already trapped. You must kill me. Don't enter the next cycle. The monster Lin Ye tore open his body, handing the dagger at his waist to Lin Ye. Wait, we still have time. Like you said, we're at a temporal node. The abyssal consciousness won't deepen its influence. Lin Ye observed his other self, unsure whether this was an act or genuine forgetfulness. Because time formed a loop, if the cycle had already started, he should have experienced this conversation before, just from the opposite position. No, the abyss is far more complex. Neither time nor space can block its influence. Walking by the abyss? No, I've already stepped deep inside. The monster Lin Ye revealed an eerie smile, spreading his arms and letting his body fall backward like dead weight. Blood gushed from his chest, splattering all over Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't dodge. Instead, he swiftly stepped forward and delivered several finishing strikes, thoroughly killing himself. The others seemed to be hinting at something, but Lin Ye couldn't decipher the message. He could only keep moving forward. As he walked, Lin Ye monitored his mutation status. Under the abyssal egg's influence, some kind of ambient energy flooded into his body. In this state, Lin Ye could only affect already mutated parts, unable to slow the mutation speed. Attempting control mutation was impossible. As the energy saturated him, Lin Ye's heart mutated first, gradually forming his first mutation organ. When the mutated heart fully formed, Lin Ye perceived a vaster world. A bottomless, boundless abyss. A void. A world. Everything. Standing at the abyss's edge, gazing inward, Lin Ye seemed to see much, yet nothing at all. What are you talking about? Our physical bodies are still in the shelter. Can you confirm this space's time synchronizes with the shelter? What if simulation time stacks? I'm afraid I'll return to find myself starved to death. Snapping back to reality, Lin Ye found himself already standing before him. I might not be able to help you. This simulation failed. Kill me. The other Lin Ye didn't act, instead asking, what happened? The abyss is more terrifying than I imagined. As my understanding deepens, the abyssal consciousness's influence strengthens. I'm already trapped. You must kill me. Don't enter the next cycle. Lin Ye tore open his body, revealing the mutated heart, and handed the waist dagger to his other self. Wait, we still have time. Like you said, we're at a temporal node. The abyssal consciousness won't deepen its influence. The Lin Ye before him spoke. No, the abyss is far more complex. Neither time nor space can block its influence. Walking by the abyss? No, I've already stepped deep inside. Lin Ye revealed an eerie smile. He finally understood how to leave this place. Spreading his arms, he let his body fall backward like dead weight. Blood gushed from his chest, splattering over the other Lin Ye. As the corpse hit the ground, Lin Ye fell into the abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes, sitting in the familiar position beside D-Class Personnel 3. Remaining simulations, 8. The simulation didn't end. Do I need to exit the tunnel alive? Or resolve the anomaly? Doesn't matter. It's about the same. Lin Ye already knew how to handle this tunnel. He just needed to connect the abyss with the tunnel. The abyss would solve everything. Actually, he'd already resolved the tunnel loop last simulation, but perhaps because he died then, it triggered a new simulation. This time, he just needed to emerge alive. Yes, just everything to the abyss will handle it. Lin Ye revealed an eerie smile. Lin Ye entered the tunnel once again. This time he didn't need to go far, reaching his destination in just half an hour. Lin Ye advanced through the tunnel with fanatical fervor, the zeal spreading through his body like a virus, raising his overall body temperature by 2 degrees Celsius. The fever burned away his remaining rationality, leaving only madness that consumed his thoughts. If not for the unfinished mission, he would have sliced off his own head just to experience the sensation. Finally, Lin Ye stepped into the darkness. Instead of leaving, he raised the abyssal egg above his head. Simultaneously, in another patch of darkness, another Lin Ye also lifted a fragmented abyssal egg overhead. In 2 other cycles, the fragmented abyssal eggs grew within the darkness, gradually taking shape. The ritual began as the abyss connected with the tunnel, dragging the entire passageway into its depths. Lin Ye longed to plunge into that void for an endless descent, but the anomaly had vanished. The mission was complete, and some force violently yanked him back to solid ground. Exiting the tunnel, it was finally over. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations: 8. Obtained random items from event times 8. Acquired time rule fragment times 1. Title gained: Fallen into the Abyss. Abyssal residue detected in shelter. Processing. Processing complete. Obtained abyssal gate. Lin Ye woke up in bed, still groggy, as if emerging from a long dream, momentarily disoriented about his surroundings. A red cat leaped onto his lap, rubbing its head against his stomach. I'm in the shelter. The mission's over. Another 30 seconds passed before Lin Ye fully regained his bearings. Recalling the simulation memories, he shuddered involuntarily. That complete loss of control had been terrifying. With a shelter not absolutely secure, he might still be trapped in that state. Forget it. No use dwelling. Let's see what we gained. Lin Ye glanced at the new pitch-black door on the wall, pretending it didn't exist. Luck had favored him this time. Dying in the tunnel proved difficult. The 8 remaining simulations yielded 8 items now arranged on the floor. A loaded pistol, a basic food ration pack, a simple medical kit for eerily familiar mutation organs, and a quail egg-sized black ovular object. Lin Ye opened the system interface, submitting the 4 self-generated mutation organs for the shelter upgrade mission. Progress updated to 5/10. The other items were sorted and stored in room corners alongside previous acquisitions. The abyssal egg was placed outside the sliding door. Though harmless now, he refused to share living space with it. 3 system notifications remained: the time fragment, abyssal gate, and his new title. Lin Ye examined each. Time rule fragment can be integrated with innate ability to add new effects. Note: a precious fragment with special compatibility with your ability. Integrate time rule fragment with innate ability? Yes. Checking his profile, Lin Ye discovered his ability had transformed. Personal information: name, Lin Ye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Innate ability: D-Class Personnel Simulator. Note: Savior, one who fell into the abyss. D-Class Personnel Simulator can randomly simulate 1 active D-Class personnel daily. Upon death, reverse time for 1 reality simulation, January 1st. Note: why would anyone seek death? Holy shit! Lin Ye felt overwhelmed by sudden fortune. The time fragment's bonus surpassed his original ability. Though single-use, it sufficed perfectly, an insurance policy allowing survival through simulation even in near-fatal scenarios. A with tilde. Moreover, acquiring additional time fragments might increase its usage count. Next, the new title: Fallen into the Abyss. You descended into the abyss before external forces retrieved you. Note: certain abyssal entities now notice you. Lin Ye. Abyssal Gate, a passageway connecting to the abyss. Opening it invites abyssal denizens as guests. Note: offering items of interest may yield satisfactory rewards. Lin Ye eyed the black door, deciding against interaction for now. While the shelter was absolutely secure, what if these abyssal denizens overstayed? Absolute safety lasted only 7 days. Afterwards, Lin Ye would suffer. Checking the time, the simulation had consumed mere hours, still before noon. The window showed only foggy obscurity. Occasional noises beyond the door revealed nothing through the peephole. Retrieving an energy bar and water bottle, Lin Ye opened the communications interface while eating lunch. The screen flooded with image-laden messages. Initially mistaking them for pornography, closer inspection revealed mutation photos. Check out my Kieran arm. Could punch through blood corpses now. Arm pick. King Kong legs dominate. Kick 2 zombies to death. Leg pick. Anyone got spare mutation cards? Trading for food. Seeking arm cards. Trading leg cards. Who's got red liquid? Paying premium. Where's Goose Leg Guy? You mutated yet? Any guides? Mutated my intestines. What's the use? Belly pick. Damn. Rare card. No clue what it does, though. Try cutting it open to check. Fellow survivors, I'm a student, begging for any mutation card, preferably limb mutations. Did upstairs guy mutate his brain instead? Why is it not dark yet? My King Kong legs are itching for action. The group buzzed with mutation card discussions. Scrolling up, Lin Ye found the catalyst. A survivor had accidentally used a dark red card, mutating his right arm. His panicked group plea backfired, sparking a mutation frenzy. Mutation card usage proved simple. Press against skin until absorption completes within minutes. Different patterns dictated mutation locations. Currently, arm and leg cards were most coveted, coincidentally also the most abundant. However, mutations consumed massive energy/resources. That initial survivor exhausted all edible supplies before completing the transformation by drinking red liquid. Lin Ye stared blankly at the chat group. These people were truly bold. He didn't even dare to casually mutate his own body. Was this the so-called ignorance being bliss? Lin Ye chose not to share the dangers of mutation in the group, merely replying, Lin Ye, I haven't mutated. Feels pretty dangerous, kinda scared. He withheld warnings because his own understanding of mutation remained superficial. Regarding matters he wasn't thoroughly familiar with, he preferred staying silent. Since the system provided mutation cards, their usage must be part of survival, something beyond Lin Ye's interference. After finishing his tasteless half-energy bar, Lin Ye opened the trading interface. Comparing patterns, he kept one of each type and listed the remaining arm and leg mutation card for trade, seeking card for other body parts or miscellaneous items. Soon, Lin Ye received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, greetings. Lin Ye, what's up? Zhang Liang, about those mutation cards, do you understand them? Lin Ye, somewhat but not deeply enough. Didn't want to mislead others, so I kept quiet. Zhang Liang, could you explain to me? Lin Ye, mutation's dangerous. Better wait. Zhang Liang, that's it? Lin Ye, yes. Zhang Liang, do you need any of these mutation cards? Zhang Liang sent several card images. Lin Ye, I don't have the fourth one yet. Zhang Liang immediately initiated the trade, transferring the card to Lin Ye. Zhang Liang, could you elaborate more? Lin Ye, mutation works by absorbing energy to strengthen the body, with mutation organs being intermediate results. The process must stay within limits, or it'll cause severe physical and mental damage. But maintaining those limits is difficult. The shelter's relatively safe, but in the red maze, simply breathing and moving automatically absorbs energy that strengthens you. That's why I advise against using mutation cards. NES, Zhang Liang. So even without cards, we'll mutate through red maze activities? Lin, you know, energy absorption from breathing/moving affects the body extremely slowly, nothing compared to card usage. My point is, if you use cards then enter the maze, short-term exposure won't hurt, but prolonged exposure will destroy you. Since the system gives cards, solutions must exist later. But not using them now might get you killed outside. Your choice. Zhang Liang, understood. Thanks for explaining. Lin Ye, don't mention it. You paid for it. Zhang Liang, President, done. You took card number 4. Screenshot attached. Wu Ming, good work. As expected, card number 4 is rarest. We only have 2 in the society. Zhang Liang, should we share this info with members? Wu Ming, tiered disclosure. Only core members get the red maze details. Zhang Liang, received. Wu Ming, don't use mutation cards yet, too risky. Contact me for needs. Zhang Liang, yes, thank you for your concern. Night arrived swiftly. Finishing his remaining half-energy bar, Lin Ye received a system prompt. Nighttime activity commencing. Tonight's event, maze exploration. Participate, 9:59. Yes. Lin Ye geared up within 30 seconds, his backpack already prepared for immediate departure. The 10-minute countdown elapsed rapidly. Setting down his cat, Lin Ye watched the timer hit 0. Midnight. Rubbing his head, Lin Ye rose from the dark red floor. Familiar corridors and rooms surrounded him. Backpack and weapons remained intact. First 3 nights. Increased treasure chest spawn rate. Reduced high-tier entity appearances. Improved chest loot quality. First open chest guarantees shelter upgrade blueprint. Nighttime activity commenced. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Item acquired. Lucky Cat Tail Charm. Lucky Cat Tail Charm. Improves treasure chest loot quality. Note, they say cats have 9 lives, so presumably 9 tails too? The charm was a cattail necklace. Wearing it, Lin Ye felt warmth around his neck. This reminded him of the cross necklace found earlier, non-system item with unknown effects. The cross necklace remained in his backpack alongside mutation cards, red liquid, food, and medicine. He brought everything potentially useful. Testing it, Lin Ye donned the cross necklace and instantly relived the tunnel experience, regaining those monstrous supernatural senses. Shit! Lin Ye hastily removed it. Such intense effects suggested possible side effects. Better study this later in shelter safety. Stowing the necklace, Lin Ye began searching for locked red rooms and blood corpses. 5 more mutation organs were needed for shelter upgrade. Now armed with bullets, ordinary mutants posed no threat. Even those previous blood corpses might not warrant bullet expenditure. His simulation experience provided detailed knowledge of mutant biology. Their mutation organs were vital weak points. Destroy those, and the rest became easy. Mutation sites were usually conspicuous. Within 5 minutes, Lin Ye found a locked red room. Between traded keys and existing stock, Lin Ye possessed 7 red keys, plus 1 special metallic red key. No shortage concerns. Following routine, he knocked first. Just as he assumed no response would come, faint footsteps sounded inside. Bonus encounter? Louder knocks elicited distinct growls and bodily impacts against the door. Sounds like a blood corpse. Use the pistol? Feels wasteful. Most surviving D-class personnel knew basic combat. Lin Ye had acquired some skills through simulation too. After consideration, he positioned his pistol for quick access, drew his dagger with right hand, unlocked the door with left while stepping back. Thud! The blood corpse burst out, charging madly. Lin Ye sidestepped the lunge, stomping hard on its left knee's flank. Crack! The knee deformed instantly. Before the off-balance creature could react, Lin Ye plunged his dagger into its abnormally distended flank, likely the mutation site. Yanking the blade free, Lin Ye sprinted away. The limping blood corpse pursued briefly before collapsing motionless. After handing over the blood corpse mutation organ, Lin Ye returned to his room door. The door had been pushed open by the blood corpse, revealing an open room with a red wooden chest inside. Opening the chest, he found a blood-red straight, long sword inside. The blade was about 1 meter long, completely straight without a guard. Though called a long sword, it looked more like a single-edged sword. The hilt was pure black, and there was no sheath. Wow, perfect. I just needed a longer weapon. Lin Ye carefully gripped the hilt and picked it up from the ground. The red sword wasn't too heavy nor too light, just the right weight for use. The treasure chest contained only this one item, likely due to the cat tail charm's effect. Lin Ye tested the red sword on a blood corpse. The blade sliced through the creature's flesh effortlessly, encountering minimal resistance. After dismembering the blood corpse, Lin Ye continued exploring the red maze. With this weapon, he was confident he could upgrade the shelter today, as long as he found enough blood corpses. While happily exploring, Lin Ye came across another red room with its door wide open. He cautiously peeked inside. What he saw made him instinctively take a step back. The scene inside was hard to describe, but if forced to summarize in 2 words: a nest of flesh and blood. The floor, walls, ceiling, every surface of the room was coated with squirming flesh, with various remains fused together into some new abomination. The most prominent was a disassembled man, his parts scattered and merged with other things throughout the room. What the hell is this? Even battle-hardened Lin Ye was shocked by the sight. This was something abnormal, beyond reason. Before he could react further, the monstrosity noticed him and attacked first. The entire hallway shook as masses of flesh surged out from the room, roaring as they lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye turned and ran. This thing was beyond his ability to handle in every way. "Don't run. Help me. Have you eaten? Hello." Various voices emerged from the flesh, the loudest being the man's severed head, still screaming for help despite only being connected by a few strands of meat. Oh no, Lin Ye couldn't save it. He was the one who wanted to scream for help. The monster wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Lin Ye could outrun it at full speed, but he couldn't maintain that pace forever. At most, he had a few minutes before exhaustion set in. If the monster caught him, he'd be the one getting dismembered next. Lin Ye tried putting distance between them, but even half a hallway away and out of sight, the creature kept chasing relentlessly, clearly intent on finishing him. He could hide in a room, but that would trap him with no escape. If the monster blocked the door, he'd be done for. So he had no choice but to keep running, hoping to find an exit. After 30 seconds, Lin Ye slowed down. He could push further, but soon he'd be too exhausted to fight back. He took out the cross necklace from his backpack and put it on. He didn't know if it had side effects, but right now he desperately needed enhanced perception to identify the monster's mutation points. The moment the necklace touched his skin, Lin Ye's mind blanked. A flood of sensory information, things he'd never noticed before, overwhelmed his brain. For that instant, he felt like he'd ascended dimensions, transitioning from lower to higher existence. The sensation lasted only briefly before fading, leaving him wondering if it had been an illusion. Yet a faint trace remained. Drawing on his past simulation experience, Lin Ye managed to reactivate a sliver of that heightened perception. He could feel his body in violent motion, taut muscles pounding heart, sparking neurons. His life was burning fiercely, but compared to the molten fury chasing him, it was insignificant. If Lin Ye was a burning torch, the monster was flowing lava, fundamentally different entities. Lin Ye slowed further, letting the creature close the gap for better perception. Since escape was impossible, he had to find a way to kill it. From what he sensed, a direct fight was hopeless. His only chance lay in 10 bullets. Only by hitting the monster's weak points could he survive. Lin Ye pretended to weaken, allowing the distance to shrink 20 meters, 15, 10, 9. At 8 meters, the monster suddenly paused. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Ye sensed danger before the sounds came. He threw himself forward, sliding around the hallway corner as flesh projectiles slammed into the wall behind him, leaving bloody craters. Had he been slower or lacked perception, those shots would have tore him apart. After rounding the corner, Lin Ye didn't keep running. Instead, he pressed against the inner wall, drew his pistol, and waited. They were too close now. Continuing to flee meant either getting shot or caught and dismembered. This corner was his only chance. Lin Ye closed his eyes, perception spreading like invisible tendrils. Time stretched infinitely. 4 meters. He raised both guns, muzzles tracking the wall, following the monster's energy concentrations. 3 meters. 2 primary points. For secondary, 2 meters. 10 bullets, 2 for each primary, 1 for secondaries, 2 in reserve. 1 meter. Muzzles would need to shift twice, using recoil for adjustment. Fire. As the monster turned the corner, Lin Ye's eyes snapped open. Pupils contracted to pinpricks, fingers spasming as bullets punched into flesh like awls. Bang, 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 bang. Muzzles less than 20 centimeters from target. No chance to miss. Lin Ye was already moving before the last shot, retreating while firing 2 final rounds. Bang, bang. These shots weren't planned. He just felt they'd help disrupt the monster's balance. The effect exceeded expectations. The creature, about to attack, collapsed after those last 2 hits. It thrashed weakly on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Ye watched from a distance until all movement ceased. After 10 more minutes, confirming its death through perception, he approached. Then, darkness. A spike of pain through his skull. His stomach convulsed, sending half-digested food and acid surging up his throat. Cough. Damn it. Lin Ye collapsed retching, vomiting until empty. But the darkness remained, the cranial pain worsening. Frantic, he tore off the cross necklace. As the enhanced senses faded, so did the agony, leaving only the aftermath of battle. Damn, this necklace packs too much of a punch. Lin Ye collapsed weakly onto the ground, staring at the dark red ceiling as occasional flashes of static and stars danced across his vision. After lying there for over 10 minutes, the aftereffects of the cross necklace finally subsided completely. Lin Ye got up from the floor and approached the corpse to begin processing it. This monster was different from the previous blood corpse. The two weren't even on the same level of existence. The corpse held significant value. It took Lin Ye half an hour to completely dissect the mass of flesh and blood, extracting 6 mutation organs from within. Examining these mutation organs revealed complex yet chaotic internal structures, showing extremely high mutation rates and poor stability. No wonder this monster was so messy. Lin Ye struggled to find the right word to describe the creature. Continuing the dissection, Lin Ye documented the structures of these mutation organs and eventually discovered some irregular dark red crystals within 2 major organs. Gallstones? No, probably energy crystals. Otherwise, these organs couldn't have generated such tremendous energy during movement. Lin Ye collected the crystals in a small pouch, deeply intrigued by them. He submitted 4 mutation organs to complete his mission while keeping the crystals and remaining organs. After eating something, Lin Ye returned to the open room, where he found a mutation card he didn't own yet. Storing the card, he continued exploring down the corridor. His current condition was mediocre, and with his bullets exhausted, encountering another monster would be troublesome. Fortunately, the area was vast and sparsely populated with monsters. One could walk for ages before encountering anything. With just 15 minutes remaining on the countdown, Lin Ye came across another red hallway devoid of rooms. He quickly ran to the end and pushed open the red double doors, finding himself in the same familiar hall. Red double doors opposite, a red wooden door to the left, but this time a locked pale yellow room on the right. Quite the variety. Lin Ye knocked on the door first. Hearing no response, he tried the red key unsuccessfully before using the special metal key for unique rooms. The metal key disappeared after opening the door. Inside was a standard pale yellow room containing 2 machines whose functions Lin Ye understood at a glance. Their design was painfully obvious. The creator clearly intended these to be idiot-proof machines. The left one was a vending machine, the right a collection machine. Red coins served as currency, with merchandise displayed in glass cases. Though there were no product descriptions, Lin Ye recognized some items. Red liquid, 1 red coin per bottle. Certain mutation cards, 10 red coins each. Other mutation cards, 5 red coins each. Another type of mutation card, 3 red coins each. These were the only familiar items to Lin Ye. There were several of the 3-coin cards, 2 of the 5-coin variety, and just 1 10-coin card. Beyond these, the machine contained more expensive, darker-hued red liquids and other items of unknown function. The priciest was a blood-colored bone knife priced at 100 red coins, its effects unknown. Lin Ye only carried 47 red coins, mostly obtained through trades. So poor I can't afford anything. He wanted to purchase a magical item like the cross necklace rather than consumables like cards or nutrient solutions. Not that the cards and solutions were useless, they just weren't practical for his current needs compared to straightforward items. But even the cheapest item cost 50 red coins, just beyond his means. After some thought, Lin Ye took out his pouch from the backpack and placed the smallest crystal into the collection machine. Coins clattered out from the machine's left slot, 10 red coins in total. He still had 5 larger crystals. Selling another yielded 15 red coins. Lin Ye decided against selling more, uncertain of their true value and wary of getting ripped off by the machine. He spent 50 coins on a ring-shaped artifact and 20 more to buy the 3 most expensive mutation cards before leaving the pale yellow storeroom. He didn't attempt to vandalize the vending machine. This was likely system equipment. It wouldn't surprise him if the machine transformed into a monster when attacked. Perhaps it had no defenses, but one should maintain proper respect for the unknown. Lin Ye had no intention of dying here over attempted vending machine robbery. When the countdown ended, Lin Ye returned to the shelter. Shelter upgrade task completed. Upgrade shelter level. Yes. This prompt greeted Lin Ye upon returning, yet despite his hopeful gaze, the shelter showed no visible changes. Upgrade complete. Lin Ye hurriedly checked the shelter information and indeed found updates. Shelter information. Level, Tier 1. New features. Basic facilities, basic information detection. Status, absolutely safe, 14 days. Note, please upgrade your shelter level within 14 days. After some study, Lin Ye understood the new functions. First were the basic facilities. The shelter now had running water, electricity, and gas, though Lin Ye currently lacked appliances to utilize the latter two. With lights at night, he could do more than just browse chat groups or sleep. Delighted, Lin Ye took a shower and boiled some water. Since the shelter was absolutely safe, he didn't question the water quality. If the system wanted him dead, it had easier methods. Unfortunately, shelter water couldn't be traded, where Lin Ye could have made a fortune selling drinking water. The basic information detection function met Lin Ye's need for item identification. He could now check item information through the system. For example, the red liquid was nutrient solution. Nutrient solution, edible, can replenish special energies and nutrients. Note, consume in moderation or face consequences. Mutation card number 2, apply to biological surfaces to induce mutation. Note, collect cards 1 to 10 for a special surprise. Mutation card number 4, apply to biological surfaces to induce mutation. Note, collect cards 1 to 10 for a special surprise. Apart from numbers 1 and 3, Lin Ye had collected the other 8 mutation cards. Number 2 from the monster room, number 4 from Zhongliang, numbers 5 and 6 purchased from a store, and the rest previously obtained. Card number 10 mutated arms, number 9 mutated legs, and number 8 randomly mutated an abdominal organ. The effects of other cards remained untested. Cross necklace increases sensory perception when worn. Note, prolonged use may cause irreversible brain damage. Red coin, a type of trading currency. Note, a universal currency usable in many areas. Active eye of a first-rank creature. A decent item, transplantable. Note, after transplantation, there's a chance to use the eye's original ability. Patchwork humanoid. An almost perfect artwork. Note, maybe you can learn cutting and stitching techniques from it. Abyssal egg. Egg-like object produced by the abyss. Now harmless and can be hatched. Note, I guess there's an abyssal worm inside. What do you think? Red blade. A first-rank bladed weapon produced in the red maze. Note, injected with spiritual energy, it can easily cut through the flesh of first-rank creatures. Miscellaneous energy crystal. Edible, provides energy. Note, the taste is average. Spiritual energy ring. Quickly absorbs ambient spiritual energy to strengthen the wearer's body. Note, a decent low-rank item. Red key. Key to open red rooms. Note, can only open normal rooms. Damaged mutation organ. Edible, provides certain special substances. Note, material for upgrading the shelter. K1 pistol. A low-end gun mass-produced by the organization, now only used by grassroots members. Note, balance power and recoil, a very good gun. Energy bar. High-calorie food mass-produced by the organization. 1 bar supports a normal adult male's daily nutritional needs. Note, ignoring taste and texture, this is probably efficiency. Lin Ye spent some time examining each item and learned a lot of previously unknown information. 992-643/1 000-000. Opening the chat group, there were definitely more people entering the red maze this time compared to last. but fewer than 2,000 died, which was an improvement. And with diaresis in beta, without the information provided by Lin Ye and the mutation cards, many more people would have died this time. The chat was lively. Everyone was showing off their gains this time and sharing various item trade information. Lin Ye did not speak, but sent photos of hot showers, running faucets, and boiling water to the group. No way. Goose Leg Guy has new content again. No. Why is there no water in my faucet? Bro, give some water. The kid is dying of thirst. Is this the shelter upgrade effect? What? I just got mutation organ and almost died in the maze. I haven't even gotten the shelter upgrade blueprint yet. Lin Ye, the shelter's water source cannot be traded through the system. Stop for a moment. I have some new information to share. Lin Ye sent common item information and the new functions of the shelter after upgrading to the group. Only after Lin Ye finished did the group start a new round of discussion. Buying mutation organs. Get lost. You need 10 mutation organs to upgrade the shelter. Who knows what will happen if the shelter isn't upgraded within 7 days? What are you buying with? Your life. Selling mutation organs. Exchanging for 2 arm mutation cards plus 2 leg mutation cards. Crazy? Who would really want that? I have so many mutation cards. I'll use them myself to kill blood corpse, okay? I spent the whole night turning around and only found 1 blood corpse. Where did Goose Leg Guy get so many mutation organs? Probably exchanged with talent abilities. Damn, are your talent abilities all that powerful? Hard to say. I feel mine is pretty strong too, but using it feels average. Trash. Lin Ye received many private messages with pictures, all from survivors wanting to trade with him. He picked a few suitable trades and completed them. Survivors didn't have many good items, but it wasn't like they had none. For example, some blueprints, which can only be crafted once and require materials, but the products were very good. First rank spiritual energy crystal manufacturer blueprint. Required materials. First rank mutation organ 0/10. Note: energy is the real hard currency. Lin Ye used 2 number 10 cards, 1 number 9 card, and 3 bottles of nutrient solution to exchange for this blueprint. If it weren't for the dizzying amount of materials needed, the seller wouldn't have offered it for trade. According to the seller, this blueprint was obtained from an item room. Now, few people with resources were willing to trade for a blueprint they couldn't use immediately, and Lin Ye was the most famous, so the seller contacted him first. 10 first-rank organs should be enough to upgrade the shelter to the next stage. Lin Ye used the blueprint, and the system interface added a new blueprint task. After completing several trades, exchanging cards for red coins, Lin Ye received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, big shot, are you there? Lin Ye here. Zhang Liang, do you have any spare mutation organs? Lin Ye too. Zhang Liang, take a look at this card. You probably don't have it. Not sure if it's number 1 or number 3. Zhang Liang traded the mutation card to Lin Ye without fear of being scammed. Lin Ye scanned the card with the system. Number 3 mutation card. Applied to the surface of a biological body, it causes mutation. Note: collecting cards number 1 to number 10 will yield a special surprise. Lin Ye sent the information and card back to Zhang Liang, who did not accept. Zhang Liang, big shot, I want to exchange this card for mutation organs plus something else. Lin Ye, I'll give you 1 each of cards number 7, 8, 9, and 10. Zhang Liang, okay, big shot. Could you tell me what the synthesis does after you combine them? Lin Ye, sure. If there's no problem, I'll announce it in the group. But I don't know when I'll find card number 1. Zhang Liang, no rush, thanks. After the trade, Lin Ye completed several more private trades. He now had more than 20 friends on his list, all survivors doing well in the region. After finishing trades, Lin Ye poured some hot water on the abyssal egg, then leaned in front of the patchwork humanoid mural to start studying the cutting and stitching techniques mentioned in notes. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw card. The card drawn this time had a picture of a radio. Lin Ye. An old-fashioned radio appeared in the center of a shelter. Radio. This is a card. Note: one of the Abyss relic cards from the card box. Lin Ye picked up the radio and pressed its buttons casually, but it did not respond. After fruitless research, Lin Ye placed it by his pillow. Suddenly, the radio played melodious music. Welcome to City Voice Broadcast. I am your favorite announcer, Mr. X. The city remains turbulent and unstable. Mutation creatures have occupied every corner of the city. Among them, the most powerful mutation creatures have divided the entire city, each occupying a territory. They are waiting for the initial stage to end, so they can feast on those delicious survivors. Mr. X's broadcast voice was clear, rhythmic, and pleasant, but there was an unnatural mechanical feeling, as if constantly reminding listeners that it was not human. The third floor of the Doomsday apartment is Bloodstain's territory. It has marked bloodstains outside every shelter door, waiting for those poor, ignorant survivors to step outside. Today's lucky contestant is Mr. Lin from room 304 of the Doomsday apartment. His lucky moment will begin at 9 hours 56 minutes and 41 seconds today. Perhaps he can do something special then. The sewer worms are starving and thirsty, just waiting for shelters to lose their absolute safety effect before crawling through every drain crack to devour the pitiful survivors inside. That concludes today's city broadcast. Thank you for listening. Let's continue sharing life's beautiful moments in our next broadcast. The broadcast lasted only 10 minutes. Mr. X shared much information about the city, and Lin Ye forwarded irrelevant details to the group chat. Lin Ye, this is intel obtained through my special ability. Accuracy unconfirmed. Use at your own discretion. Holy shit, the boss is already flexing his skills this early. Damn, we're still trapped indoors while the boss is making moves across the city. Urban legend, the boss's special ability. Fuck, that's terrifying. The monsters outside are already targeting us? If we don't upgrade our shelters in 7 days, we're dead. Abandon all wishful thinking. Follow the system prompts if you want to live. But I still haven't gotten any mutation organs. Only 5 days left. Not going to Red Maze is suicide. No one can help you except yourself. Lin Ye didn't elaborate. He hoped more people in this area would survive, but there was little he could do. Checking the system time, he still had an hour before his lucky moment to use his ability. For now, he decided to study the murals further. D-Class Personnel Simulated. Terrace. Remaining simulations. 10. Buzz buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes inside the familiar prison transport. This time he simulated a muscular white male around 30, radiating physical strength. Besides the driver, the vehicle carried 3 other D-Class teammates and 4 overseers. The truck traveled along a deserted suburban road with no buildings or pedestrians in sight. 10 minutes later, it stopped outside a factory. They disembarked under the watchful guns of overseers. The captain smiled brightly as he addressed them. Last night, one of our underground research facilities suddenly went dark. Your mission is to investigate. As D-Class personnel who've survived at least one mission, I trust you won't disappoint. Of course, I'm no monster. The organization will provide basic weaponry. Hope to see you all return alive again. Any questions? D-Class number 1 Han spoke first. What is this facility research? Excellent question. Mutation creatures, the captain answered cheerfully. What weapons can we bring? D-Class number 2 Neil asked when the captain's expression remained unchanged. Reasonable question. Pistols with ample ammunition. At his signal, overseers brought a weapon case filled with K1 pistols and loaded magazines. You joking? Fight mutation monsters with pistols. D-Class number 3 protested angrily. Bang! Lin Ye blinked as headless corpse number 3 collapsed beside him. He never saw the captain draw his weapon. Like magic, several frames of time seemed missing. More questions? The captain smiled. Lin Ye raised his hand. Speak. May I have a bladed melee weapon? Preferably high quality. The captain gave Lin Ye a strange look, apparently surprised by the request. You want close combat with mutation creatures? Splendid. The organization needs men like you. Give him that experimental blade. We'll test the new weapon too. Alpha Nu. Thank you, Lin Ye said politely. The facility lay beneath the factory, accessible via an elevator descending 50 meters underground. The 3 men boarded with their gear. Lin Ye carried 2 pistols with 10 spare magazines, plus the experimental long blade. Not that he wanted fewer mags. The case only held 30 total. At least one died, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten 10. Thud, thud, thud. Knocking came from the elevator door while they were still descending. Thud, 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 thud. Soon, knocking surrounded them from all directions. What do we do? Hans gripped his pistol nervously. He'd only survived previous anomalies through sheer luck, and remembering them made him tremble. I'm more the brains than brawn, Neil said, disliking firearms despite decent skill. Relax. Just some mutation creatures. Shoot their abnormal body parts. Those are weak points. Though some have multiple abnormalities, takes experience. Lin Ye remained calmest. With 10 simulations left, familiar foes, and 10 mags, this was simpler than previous runs. Truly his lucky moment. He'd never fought with such advantage. You've faced mutation creatures before? Neil asked curiously. That was long ago, Lin Ye answered vaguely, unsure about Terrace's history. But he wouldn't hide his knowledge. Soon they'd fight, and feigned ignorance would seem suspicious. Drawing the experimental blade, Lin Ye tested its weight. Similar to Red Blade, but heavier full-power swings would tire him quickly. The knocking stopped as the elevator halted. Doors opened automatically onto a narrow metal corridor. Please don't have laser traps, Lin Ye mentally groaned. Bloodstains covered the corridor without a single corpse or flesh fragment remaining. Lin Ye stepped out first, checking the elevator door gap. Empty. Eerie silence filled the hallway beyond their footsteps. Nothing attacked as they reached the corridor's end. Using the Overseer's highest clearance keycard, Lin Ye opened the door to reveal a laboratory lobby. The underground research facility had an extremely complex structure. Without any maps, they could only rely on guidance from the Overseers through their earpieces. First, retrieve research materials from the B7 experimental zone. The elevators aren't safe. Take the emergency stairwell. Following the captain's instructions, Lin Ye and the other 2 spent considerable time bypassing multiple security checkpoints before finally opening the emergency exit door. Does this kind of emergency passage really serve any purpose? Lin Ye wasn't familiar with research facilities, so he couldn't tell if other institutes designed their emergency routes this way. Entering the stairwell, the trio descended rapidly and soon reached the B7 entrance. After passing several security doors into B7, they found corridors branching like tree limbs, lined with laboratories on both sides. Through the glass windows, Lin Ye could see the labs in complete disarray, as if ravaged by a storm. Strangely, the security systems remained functional. It was unclear how the place had ended up in this state. Guided by the captain, they reached the depths of the experimental zone. After traversing a checkpoint-filled corridor devoid of labs, they finally arrived at their target laboratory. The lab was relatively small, containing no research equipment except for several laptops and a refrigerated specimen storage unit. Most surprisingly, there was a female researcher inside. She was the first living person they'd encountered here, though living remained debatable. Lin Ye didn't enter rashly, awaiting the captain's instructions since he'd presumably know her identity. Dr. Caroline is actually alive? Number 1. Give your helmet to Dr. Caroline. Hans hurriedly removed his helmet and knocked on the lab's glass door, shouting, Dr. Caroline, the captain says to give you this helmet. Caroline observed them cautiously like a frightened squirrel. Shh, quiet. It might hear. Dr. Caroline whispered nervously before hesitantly opening the glass door. After taking the helmet, she quickly retreated behind a desk. Are we really taking her with us? What a hassle. Perhaps because he'd removed his helmet, Han spoke freely, apparently forgetting Lin Ye and Neil still wore theirs. After some time, Dr. Caroline began operating a computer, eventually removing a USB-like device before retrieving specimens from the refrigeration unit into her backpack. Beta, bring Dr. The captain's new orders came through fragmented before cutting out completely. They'd lost contact with the surface from hundreds of meters underground. Bang! The lights went out, plunging the entire facility into darkness until emergency power kicked in moments later. A distant tremor reverberated through the corridors, like hundreds running simultaneously. What's happening? Why'd the lights go out? What's that noise? What does the captain say? Hans likely guessed the situation, but refused to acknowledge it. Lin Ye threw his helmet to the ground and burst into the lab, pulling the trembling Dr. Caroline from under the desk. Doctor, hordes of mutation creatures are approaching. Without facility maps, we need you to guide us out. We'll protect you. Or you can crawl back under that desk. Actually, to spare you suffering, I could end things now. He pressed his pistol against her forehead, letting her choose. A painful existence or a quick release. Trembling, Dr. Caroline grabbed Lin Ye's wrist. Terrified, but unwilling to die, she was only in her 20s with so much research left undone. Lin Ye lifted her by the collar, locking eyes. Made your choice. The approaching footsteps grew louder, the nearest creatures just corridors away. Follow me. We'll escape through the ventilation system. Realizing action beat, waiting for death, Dr. Caroline took charge. Under her direction, Lin Ye quickly accessed the lab's ventilation shaft. They entered single file. Lin Ye first, Dr. Caroline second, Hans third, Neil last. As Neil climbed in, waves of mutation creatures nearly breached the lab. The blackout seemed to disable facility security. The glass doors couldn't withstand the creatures' frenzied strength. The ventilation system has segmented zones. We can't exit directly, but we can reach other labs, Dr. Caroline explained while guiding Lin Ye through the ducts. Hurry! Movement behind us. They're climbing up, Neil urgently warned. Lin Ye moved swiftly, following Dr. Caroline's directions through turns until reaching another lab. As Neil dropped from the vent, a blood corpse tumbled after him. Lin Ye stabbed through its mutation organ, but more blood corpses poured out like dumplings from the vent. Go! Lead the way. I'll handle the rear. Sheathing his blade, Lin Ye drew twin pistols, retreating while firing precise shots into mutation organs. Bang! 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 True to its reputation, the K1 pistol proved an excellent firearm. Powerful enough to kill a blood corpse with one well-placed shot, manageable recoil, and easy reloading. If not for their limited 30 magazines, Lin Ye felt he could exterminate the facility's entire blood corpse population. Eliminating the vent pursuers, Lin Ye barely relaxed when gunfire erupted ahead, his three companions retreating backward. Bang! 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 Damn it! Too many. They're everywhere. No way through. Han shouted between shots. Then we don't push forward. Find a spot to eliminate them all. I'll kill, you reload. Lin Ye forced Han's trigger finger down. The idiot was wasting ammunition, missing vital spots. I know a good location. Dr. Caroline led them to a lab containing prison cells. They barricaded inside and began systematically eliminating pursuing creatures. Bang! 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 Lin Ye dropped blood corpses with nearly every shot. Strangely, these specimens seemed weaker, almost pre-screened. Hans and Neil didn't fire their guns, instead assisting Lin Ye by reloading magazines for him while he focused solely on taking pistols and shooting continuously. Numerous blood corpses crashed against the prison cell bars. With the pistol's firing rate limitations and Lin Ye needing time to aim, the bars quickly became deformed from the impacts. Fortunately, the organization had done its job well. The bar quality was excellent, preventing the mutation creatures from breaking through immediately. Though temporarily safe, Lin Ye grew increasingly uneasy the more he killed. Since entering the research facility, something had felt off about this place. The first floor was covered in bloodstains, yet not a single corpse could be found. The access control systems remained intact, yet the laboratories were completely trashed. Only Dr. Caroline had survived, though she didn't seem the type who could have endured such chaos. Right after the doctor finished communicating with the captain, their comms were cut off. Large numbers of selectively bred mutation creatures of unknown origin were attacking them. Everything here was problematic, yet as a trap it contained too many flaws. It was as if someone wanted to achieve a certain goal, but their mind wasn't quite right. "Boss, we're almost out of mags," Han shouted. Lin Ye suddenly stopped shooting. He holstered his pistol, drew his long blade, and began stabbing the blood corpses crashing against the bars one by one. "You're going too slow. If the cell fails, we're dead." Neil didn't understand why Lin Ye had stopped. By his calculations, Lin Ye still had at least 6 mags left. With some persistence, they could wipe out all the mutation creatures. "No problem. The cell won't break. The creatures are almost gone. I'm conserving ammo. We'll need it later." Lin Ye calmly killed blood corpses through the bars, using the opportunity to practice his blade techniques and cutting skills. Before coming here, Lin Ye had mostly used kitchen knives, but chopping dead things versus moving targets felt completely different. Luckily, one of the D-class personnel he'd simulated had some melee weapon skills, so he wasn't starting from zero. Still, compared to pistols, his blade proficiency remained too low. Moreover, hacking at people with blades was extremely tiring, especially when hitting bone. The recoil pressed against his thumb joint, making half his palm go numb. With the new beta, after cutting down over a dozen more blood corpses, the incoming flood dwindled. As Lin Ye predicted, once they stopped shooting, the blood corpse tide was ending. "Finish off the last few. I need rest." Tossing the blade to Neil, Lin Ye reloaded both pistols with fresh mags and took all remaining ammunition. After preparing, Lin Ye sat in a corner to rest. If his guess was correct, something would come for them soon. Shouldn't we escape now? As a researcher, Dr. Caroline found the earlier event strange, but hadn't dwelled on it, focused only on leaving. Hans and Neil were different. As anomaly survivors, they needed no explanation from Lin Ye to start piecing things together. "We can't leave, Dr. Caroline. Earlier you mentioned it could hear. What is it?" Lin Ye didn't believe they could escort Caroline out. The 50-meter deep elevator alone posed a huge problem. The intact elevator didn't mean the enemy couldn't destroy it. They needed us to descend safely while leaving an escape route. With the underground facility compromised, how could the sole connection to the surface not be under enemy control? The earlier knocking had been the clearest warning, likely signaling the captain not to descend. The captain was undoubtedly strong, but even he'd be buried alive 50 meters underground if the elevator was destroyed. The enemy hadn't killed Caroline before their arrival, didn't want the elevator destroyed, didn't want the captain descending, and wasn't killing them, just exhausting their ammo. Lin Ye could guess the enemy's intentions with minimal thought. It's this facility's core secret and the organization's important project. "Are you sure you want to know?" Caroline wasn't stupid. Becoming a lead researcher on a major project in her 20s proved her talent. After Lin Ye's prompting, she'd formed her own theories. "Positive. Our survival depends on it. As D-class personnel, how much worse could it get? It's not like they'd be demoted to the organization's first E-class. The facility researches biological mutation. It's our primary achievement. The specimen with highest compatibility to the human evolution blueprint, and the only one that hadn't lost control. Though judging by results, it must have gone rogue long ago." Caroline sounded dejected. Had the experiment succeeded, humanity might have gained power against this empty, unknown, insane world. But mutation proved ultimately uncontrollable. How do we fight it? Lin Ye cared nothing for research, only surviving to complete the mission. While still weak relatively speaking, it's consumed every organism in this facility and completed initial mutation. Not just us, even that special ops captain outside might not be its match. "You should run. I'm likely its target." Despite this D-class member's unusual competence, Caroline saw no way they could oppose it. "Leaving you means suicide. It hasn't attacked you yet. That's why we're alive. After learning this much, you think it would let us leave alive? Forget escaping." Lin Ye estimated they'd last under 5 minutes without Caroline before being overrun. Boom! A violent tremor shook the ground like an earthquake. Lin Ye sprang up, grabbed his blade, hoisted Caroline over his shoulder, and ran for the exit. He'd been waiting for this moment. The captain must be fighting that thing below. Though unsure how long he'd last, this was their only escape chance. After 2 steps, Lin Ye froze. A red-haired Caroline stood outside the lab, staring at them. More accurately, staring at Lin Ye. Without hesitation, Lin Ye drew his pistol and fired 3 shots through the lab window. Bang! 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 The bullets froze midair, suspended between Lin Ye and red-haired Caroline by invisible force. Lin Ye was at a loss. Caroline had been right. Whatever could stop bullets wasn't something they could oppose. Certainly not with his half-baked blade skills. Should I restart? But with something this powerful, even restarting won't help. Lin Ye suddenly felt something was off. Why was he so quick to give up? Had he done too many simulations? This time he thought he could try again, but what about next time? And the time after that? What about after 10 attempts? What should we do? It can even stop bullets. We can't win this. Maybe we should surrender. Hans suddenly spoke in a low voice beside him. Lin Ye abruptly snapped out of it. He looked at the red-haired Caroline, who seemed to have moved closer. Heh, so that's how it is. What are you afraid of? Lin Ye grinned. He wasn't afraid of dirty tricks. What truly terrified him were enemies with overwhelming stats. Those were truly unbeatable. What did you say? The red-haired Caroline spoke for the first time, her voice carrying an unnatural grittiness. I said, you should have just attacked directly. Had it attacked immediately, Lin Ye might not have reacted correctly. It probably relied too much on manipulating people with words and abilities, forgetting the most direct, efficient, and primal form of violence, the most effective kind. Without hesitation, Lin Ye drew his twin pistols and coldly aimed them at Dr. Caroline. Only when the muzzles turned toward her did its expression finally change. Bang! 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 Lin Ye emptied both clips without restraint. Every bullet stopped midair before Dr. Caroline, shell casings clattering to the ground. Even from a distance, it was clear she was straining. Swiftly reloading, Lin Ye aimed one pistol at the red-haired Caroline and the other at Dr. Caroline, firing simultaneously. This time, the bullets weren't stopped. They veered off course, grazing past them. Lin Ye exhausted every spare clip at maximum speed before immediately drawing his long sword and charging at the red-haired Caroline. No probing, no dialogue, no hesitation, only an all-or-nothing assault. Kill or be killed. The red-haired Caroline began retreating. Its original body was nearly eliminated by the captain, leaving it little time, yet it lacked the courage to face Lin Ye head-on. Since its birth, it had always been the one controlling the situation, never forced into direct combat with these lower life forms. Blocking the bullets had drained most of its psychic energy. Though it could still fight, victory was no longer certain. Just a little more time. That's all it needed to crush these pesky insects. Lin Ye chased the small figure like a madman, slashing relentlessly. Though every strike was deflected by an invisible force, he didn't slow down. He hacked faster and faster. After a dozen full-powered swings, Lin Ye was nearing his limit. Only sheer willpower kept him going, but even that wouldn't last more than seconds. He was just an ordinary human. In a battle of attrition, he stood no chance against a monster. The red-haired Caroline seemed to recognize Lin Ye's exhaustion, a smug grin forming. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as Hans and Neil appeared on either side of Lin Ye. Though too scared to confront the monster directly, they wouldn't pass up a chance to survive. Their clips were empty, but their guns still had bullets. Seizing the moment when the red-haired Caroline blocked the shots, Lin Ye steadied himself, took a deep breath, and unleashed one final, desperate slash. Die! The blade slowed against the invisible energy barrier, but as if responding to Lin Ye's roar, searing heat erupted from the hilt, bursting through the edge and shattering the barrier before the red-haired Caroline. Lin Ye's blade cleanly severed its head. God damn it, it's voice-activated. You could have told me, you bastard. This was the first time Lin Ye felt genuine anger during a simulation. He wanted to strangle that idiot captain, who hands out experimental weapons without explaining how they work. Lin Ye hurled the sword, pinning the red-haired Caroline's heart, then swiftly drew his pistols and emptied them into its skull. Bang! 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 He'd exhausted his clips, but kept a few rounds in reserve. With that done, Lin Ye retrieved his sword and thoroughly dismembered the corpse. After such a hard-fought victory, he wasn't about to die from failing to confirm the kill. So, is it dead? After ensuring the kill, Lin Ye returned to Dr. Caroline's side. I'm not sure. If the original body was destroyed by the captain and it didn't split further, then yes. Though she understood Lin Ye's tactics, Dr. Caroline couldn't help feeling wary of this man who'd shot at her without hesitation. Then it's not dead. Lin Ye doubted it had no contingencies. But as long as it didn't interfere with his mission, he wouldn't waste effort hunting it down. That was the organization's job. Besides, this facility was too vast for him to eradicate every trace. Soon, the captain arrived with several overseers. After examining the mangled remains, he signaled the overseers to collect the body. You did far better than expected. Truly elite D-class personnel. You may return now and await your next assignment. The captain then cheerfully turned to Lin Ye. How was the experimental weapon? Effective. You should have told me it was voice-activated. I don't usually talk while fighting. If not for luck, we'd all be dead. Lin Ye couldn't let it go. Voice-activated? Were you? Is the weapon voice-activated? The captain glanced at an overseer. Ah, we were testing how to activate its power. So it's voice-controlled. The overseer noted this on a handheld device before adding, "Thank you for your contribution to the organization." Should have kept my mouth shut. Lin Ye walked ahead, expressionless. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations, 10. No simulations consumed. Acquire core item. Acquire. Obtained core item. Human evolution blueprint, *1. Obtained Dr. Caroline's gratitude, *1. Title unlocked. All or nothing. Sitting on his bed, Lin Ye stared blankly at the data on the laptop. This was his first simulation cleared without consuming attempts. Who knew saving 10 tries would yield a core item? Human evolution blueprint. The organization's latest research on controlling biological evolution. Appears incomplete. Note, can be exchanged for mutation car number 0. The blueprint was a laptop filled with documents. After browsing for hours, Lin Ye couldn't decipher the dense, unannotated terminology and symbols. Mutation card number 0? What's that? I thought we were supposed to collect numbers 1 to 10. Lin Ye didn't rush to exchange it immediately. He spent another hour staring at the computer before finally admitting he couldn't understand it and chose to exchange for mutation card number 0. Mutation card number 0. This is a special mutation card. Note, collecting cards 1 to 10 will bring a special surprise. I thought the system description might have some clues. Shouldn't have exchanged so hastily. Lin Ye found himself missing the puzzle games that came pre-installed on his laptop. He'd spent over 50 minutes playing them earlier, quite entertaining. Turning his attention back to the system, Lin Ye noticed 2 remaining notifications. Dr. Caroline's gift. This is Dr. Caroline's heartfelt gratitude to her lifesaver. Please use it wisely. Note, as a young woman, she agonized over this gift choice for a long time. The gift from Dr. Caroline was a long present box about the size of a shoebox, currently placed in the center of the shelter. Lin Ye untied the intricate pink ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted silver pistol. It was called a pistol because it only had a grip, but its barrel was unusually long for a handgun, almost approaching the length of a compact submachine gun. CL-0 Spiritual Energy Pistol. This new energy weapon was developed with Dr. Caroline's participation. After loading with flesh, the pistol automatically absorbs ambient spiritual energy to form mutated bullets. Note, Mom never has to worry about me running out of ammo again. Lin Ye was extremely satisfied with this gift. The CL-0's magazine was actually a flesh extractor. Just place it against a corpse to automatically extract flesh essence. Additionally, Lin Ye discovered a detachable compartment in the grip containing a semi-transparent crystal. First-tier spiritual energy crystal. Provides spiritual energy to equipment. Note, energy, the real hard currency. Damn, no need for bullets, but now I need spiritual energy crystals? Feels even more expensive. Good thing I have the first-tier spiritual energy crystal blueprint. After playing with the pistol for a while, Lin Ye checked the final system notification. All or nothing. Going all in is an art form. Even the most reckless gamblers would marvel at your audacity. Struggle desperately before despair arrives. Note, you think I'm joking with you? If this weren't a simulation, would I really have shot Dr. Caroline? This thought crossed Lin Ye's mind as he looked at the title. After eating half an energy bar and watering the abyssal egg with some hot water, Lin Ye returned to studying the patchwork humanoid mural, this time intermittently wearing the cross necklace. This approach both enhanced his perception and helped him acclimate to the supernatural senses the necklace provided. He'd also tried wearing the spiritual energy ring, but the shelter contained no detectable spiritual energy, likely related to its absolute safety property. Since spiritual energy could cause biological mutations, long-term exposure might not be beneficial. Time flew when focused on a task, and before he knew it, the next nighttime activity was approaching. Many newcomers in the group chat had decided to participate tonight, since only the first 3 days guaranteed shelter upgrade blueprints from treasure chests. Nobody knew the drop rates after that. Any sane person who wanted to survive wouldn't miss this opportunity. Just then, cheerful music suddenly played from the radio by his bed. Welcome to City Voice Radio. We now interrupt with a prize quiz segment. I'm your favorite announcer, Miss Y. Mr. Lin from apartment 304 in the Doomsday Complex. Can you guess what tonight's nighttime activity will be? A. Maze Exploration B. Carnival Feast C. War Frontline D. Station Mission. No way. Lin Ye felt a deep sense of malice. He hadn't expected the system to change missions on the third day. This was essentially a test of choice. Those who participated on the first day were the brave, taking risks to gain progress and rewards. Those who chose the second day were the wise, securing safe exploration opportunities. Those waiting until the third day were the weak, making their last stand. Anyone not participating by the third day would likely become the dead. No one deserved a fourth chance. Lin Ye suddenly had a strong premonition. After these 3 days, shelter upgrade blueprints would become extremely rare. This nighttime activity might be the final opportunity. I choose D. Lin Ye liked the number 4, his lucky number. Correct answer. Prize has been sent. Please check your inventory. Lin Ye opened the communication interface and sent a message. Lin Ye, just got word. Tonight's activity changes to station mission. After today, shelter upgrade blueprints will become extremely rare. Don't ask what station mission is. I don't know either. Truthfully, Lin Ye wasn't certain about his prediction, but he decided to stake his reputation on this message. He could have worded it less definitively, but compromise wasn't in his nature. All or nothing, with no middle ground. What? Big bro, that's not funny. Seriously? I prepped for maze exploration for 2 days. Even got a red key. We'll know soon enough if it's a joke. The boss has never given false info before. Then we're screwed? I've never even killed a chicken. Was just planning to sneak into locked rooms for chess. So exciting. Maze exploration was getting boring anyway. Looking to buy nutrient solution and mutation cards. Name your price. The system notification hasn't appeared yet. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Like the boss has time to scam you? By the time the notification comes, it'll be too late. The quiz prize was a key. Master key. Can open certain doors. January 1st. Note, not quite as masterful as advertised. Lin Ye's private messages were about to explode again. He replied to a few acquaintances before starting to pack his gear. Nighttime activity starting. Tonight's activity. Station mission. Will you participate? Participate. 9:59. Damn, the boss was right again. We're screwed. Totally dead. Not participating means certain death. If it's come to this, might as well go all out. You think the boss could be wrong? Maybe tomorrow it reverts to maze exploration with unchanged blueprint drop rates. What do you want me to say? I'll say anything. I already got my blueprint. Ouch, bro. Station mission. Does that mean going to train stations? Hard to say. Stations aren't just transportation hubs. Boss. Gooseleg guy? Any analysis? The boss already said he doesn't know. Why ask? I'm so scared. 001. When Lin Ye regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in the last row of a bus. All his equipment in the backpack and on his person remained intact. The bus was sparsely occupied with passengers. Lin Ye quickly counted, excluding the driver. There were 12 people. The bus was currently traveling along a highway, surrounded by dense forests. Suddenly, a new system interface popped up, resembling a chat room from a messaging app. There were currently 4 people in the chat room. One of them sent a message. Lin Ye. Hello everyone. Does anyone know what's going on? Each speaker's name came with a profile picture. Lin Ye quickly matched the avatar to a passenger sitting diagonally in front of him, a slender young girl wearing traditional Chinese school uniform. She appeared quite young with translucent pale skin, medium-length black hair, and cute features. Despite her tense expression, she gave off a small, animal-like vibe. Zhao Yong. I got here after participating in the nighttime activity. You all must be the same. Zhao Yong was a robust, elderly man sitting by the window in the second row. Though clearly over 60 with wrinkles and graying hair, his energetic demeanor made it hard to believe his age. Su Min. Same here. Does anyone know anything about this activity? Su Min was a middle-aged woman, the only one among the 4 showing obvious mutation characteristics. At least her limbs appeared transformed. Lin Ye. Since you don't recognize me, we must be from different regions. Can you tell me about your regions? Zhao Yong, huh? You mean everyone in your region knows you? Impossible. Each region has 1 million people. Kid, do you even understand what 1 million means? Lin Ye. I've been sending strategy guides to everyone since day 1. If you check chat groups at all, you'd have seen my name. So we're definitely from different regions. When the nighttime activity started, my region still had 992,341 people. Don't tell me yours had the same number? Zhao Yong, what? No way. Over 100,000 have died in ours. How could yours have so few casualties? Lin Ye, because of me. Zhao Yong. After exchanging information, they confirmed they were indeed from different regions. Each region started with 1 million people, with dangerous conditions outside shelters. The first 2 nights' activities were maze explorations, while the third night changed to station missions. Su Min, I'm looking for my daughter. Have you seen a girl named Li Xiaolu? Lin Ye, no. Zhao Yong. Can't recall. Li Ji. There might have been someone similar, but I don't remember clearly. Too many people share the surname Li. As they shared intel, a system notification suddenly appeared in the chat room. Please select any station to disembark. Survive at the station until tomorrow's bus arrival, then board to leave. Note: after 10 stations, the bus will enter shallow sea waters. Li Ji. So this is the station mission? Zhao Yong. Seems so. Station selection appears crucial. Su Min. The prompt didn't say we have to choose the same station. Li Ji. You're not thinking of going alone, are you? With unknown dangers, sticking together is safer. Su Min. No, I'm just pointing out the option exists. Lin Ye. Let's pick one carefully. I suggest deciding before the 9th station. Zhao Yong. Obviously. Since the system mentioned it, the shallow sea area must differ from previous stations. Best avoid it. Soon the bus reached the first station, an ink-green swamp filled with wetland plants and thick emerald mist hovering in its depths. Su Min. I don't recommend this one. Swamps are too dangerous. Li Ji. Agreed. Lin Ye. Same. Zhao Yong. Superficially, it looks manageable, but if you all disagree, let's check the next one. The bus wouldn't turn back. They only got 1 chance per station, so choices required caution. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the 2nd station, an unnaturally pristine beach with snow-like white sand, appearing both scorching and desolate. RA Beta. Li Ji. 10 minutes from swamp to coast? This road and bus aren't normal. Su Min. Indeed. The bus is suspicious. The driver and other passengers look human, but lack any human presence, like something wearing human skin. Zhao Yong. So, getting off here? Lin Ye. No. I can't swim well, and oceans are inherently dangerous. Su Min. Places showing no visible threats are actually the most concerning. 10 more minutes brought them to the 3rd station, the entrance to a sunny small town where friendly-looking residents smiled warmly. Zhao Yong. This seems decent. Any problems would be manageable. Li Ji, I've got bad vibes here. Lin Ye, I don't like it either. Su Min, their smiles look fake like mannequins. Zhao Yong, fine. The fourth station featured empty void. One side of the platform extended into nothingness. Lin Ye next. Zhao Yong, agreed. Li Ji, seconded. Su Min, same. The fifth station was shrouded in mist, its contents completely obscured. Lin Ye next. Zhao Yong, agreed. Su Min, agreed. Li Ji, agreed. The sixth station presented a giant jungle with a plant stretching beyond the clouds, its top invisible. Li Ji, feels dangerous. Lin Ye, agree. Su Min, next one then. Zhao Yong, only 4 stations left. Maybe we should pick the least bad option. Li Ji, next one then. I've got a hunch it won't be terrible. Lin Ye, fine. The 7th station was ruins shrouded in faint mist. At the edges, Lin Ye spotted familiar blood corpses. But in the distance at the center loomed a colossal shadow, dozens of stories tall, pulsating rhythmically like breathing. Lin Ye, let's pick this one. I'm actually quite confident about handling blood corpses. Li Ji agreed. Su Min seconded. Ruins provide good hiding spots. Our goal is just surviving until tomorrow's bus. Zhao Yong agreed. At least I know how to kill them. As the 4 disembarked, the driver and other passengers remained motionless. Just when Lin Ye thought they were NPC-like entities, the passenger nearest the door suddenly turned and gave them a meaningful smile. Lin Ye happened to look back, meeting his gaze. Goodbye. Have a pleasant journey, the passenger said. Goodbye. You too, Lin Ye replied before leaving the station with the others. Station selection complete. Additional optional tasks acquired. 1. Eliminate mutation creatures. Rewards based on quantity and strength of creatures eliminated. 2. Explore ruins and investigate reason for city's abandonment. 3. Deal with the giant mutation creature at the ruin's center. As soon as they exited the vehicle, several new tasks popped up in the chat room. Lin Ye glanced at them and immediately ignored the 3rd task. He had no desire to approach that massive shadow. Should we go in? Or explore elsewhere first? Zhao Yong walked at the forefront, his robust physique like a solid wall that radiated security. Better not. This road leads to other areas within 10 minutes walk. Until we fully understand this place, we shouldn't wander randomly. Su Min maintained a cautious distance from the others as she spoke. Agreed. Following the system prompts means we can still take the vehicle back. Random wandering might leave us stranded forever. Lin Ye surveyed their surroundings while keeping his senses alert. When selecting the station earlier, he had already equipped the cross necklace and spiritual energy ring. Through previous trials, he discovered that as long as he didn't trigger the same intense spiritual perception as when slaying monsters, prolonged use of the cross necklace wouldn't cause major issues. The spiritual energy ring worked exceptionally well. With the necklace's assistance, Lin Ye could clearly feel ambient spiritual energy continuously entering his body, strengthening his physique. Upon entering the ruins, Lin Ye immediately sensed an oppressive feeling, as if some force weighed upon him, making each step feel heavier. So what now? Find somewhere on the outskirts to hide until morning? Zhao Yong picked up a concrete-encased steel rebar from the ground as he asked. First, gather supplies. See if we can find usable weapons. The prompt says survive until tomorrow. Something might change here at night. Otherwise, it'd be too easy. Su Min carefully examined the surrounding ruins, searching for a relatively safe temporary base. I suggest splitting up before sunset to thoroughly explore these ruins. We can communicate through group chat if needed. That's our advantage. Lin Ye wouldn't have proposed this with ordinary teammates, but these companions seemed reliable. Fine, I'll head that way. Li Ji pointed east through the ruins. Then I'll take the west. Su Min stated decisively, clearly wanting to avoid the massive shadow at the ruin center. I'll check the middle. Old Man Zhao declared domineeringly, preparing to explore the central ruins directly. I'll wander around then. Contact me if anything comes up. Lin Ye gazed at the shadow looming in the distant mist, feeling an indistinct sense of foreboding. The ruins teemed with mutation creatures. Relying on his perception, Lin Ye carefully circumvented areas with stronger creatures while searching for useful supplies, occasionally using blood corpse remains to reload his pistol. Following the city layout, Lin Ye soon found a commercial street. Though now in ruins, he located a gun shop among the debris. Numerous blood corpses wandered the street, intermixed with mutation creatures that had developed mutation organs. The street only contained abandoned vehicles without substantial cover. Any noise risked attracting hordes of blood corpses, making individual elimination impossible. Currently bulletless with only the red blade and his CL-0 pistol, still transforming flesh ammunition, Lin Ye stood no chance against so many blood corpses. Guess I'll try another route. Ideally, Lin Ye wanted to avoid narrow alleys. Aside from potential mutation creatures hiding in corners, the unstable ruins themselves posed lethal dangers. He recalled a game where the protagonist could randomly die while climbing. Thankfully, he lacked such a deadly passive skill. Choosing a relatively wide alley, Lin Ye advanced cautiously with red blade in hand. Clearly in a different time zone from the shelter world with no visible sun, he couldn't tell how long until nightfall, but planned to return before dark. In beta, this alley housed few mutation creatures, all relatively weak. Likely the stronger ones had left to claim territory. Lin Ye easily dispatched the sensed blood corpses with red blade. After absorbing their spiritual energy through the ring, he noticed slight physical improvement. Properly placed, most blood corpses required only one stab. As his kills accumulated, Lin Ye gradually developed more techniques. After eliminating a mutated stray dog, Lin Ye finally entered the gun shop. Eerily quiet with empty racks, the shop floor was littered with bloodstains and shell casings. Lin Ye quickly located the storage room, its door slightly ajar with a monster poised behind it. Separated only by the door, the creature clearly sensed Lin Ye's position and prepared to strike. Lin Ye likewise perceived the monster, possessing just one mutation organ, but one abnormally active, surpassing even that previous multi-organ creature. Drawing his CL-0 pistol, ammunition not fully transformed but usable, Lin Ye prepared to shoot through the door when a monster suddenly moved. Transitioning from stillness to explosive motion instantly, the door shattered as the creature appeared before Lin Ye in a blink. A goat's head, human torso, mismatched animal limbs, and a thick tail, this patchwork monster assembled from various biological components. Lin Ye sidestepped left just in time to avoid being pulverized. Boom! The goat-headed monster smashed into the wall, shaking the entire shop and cracking the structure. Bang! 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 Lin Ye emptied his pistol into the creature's back, targeting the thoracic mutation organ. All 5 bullets hit, but only caused superficial wounds. The incompletely transformed ammunition lacked penetration, becoming lodged in muscle under the monster's spiritual energy influence. Retreating quickly, Lin Ye found limited maneuvering space in the small shop with the exit blocked by the monster. The goat-headed creature turned, slightly shorter than Lin Ye, but densely muscled, its body brimming with energy as the mutation organ pulsed, ready to unleash lethal force. Bang! 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 Lin Ye kept firing at the mutation organ, not expecting results, but needing to suppress the monster to avoid instant death. When the creature raised its forelimbs to block, Lin Ye saw opportunity. If he could penetrate its defense. Bang! Bang! A sudden wrist flick sent 2 bullets precisely bursting the monster's eyes. The goat-headed monster shrieked piercingly, then charged blindly, forelimbs protecting its chest. Even eyeless, it could sense Lin Ye's approximate position, though without visual clarity. Lin Ye sensed the subtle connection between the goat-headed monster's mutation organ and its limbs, dodging its charge with preemptive movement. Seeing its charge ineffective, the monster continuously increased its speed while swinging its forelimbs, attempting to tear Lin Ye apart. Lin Ye focused entirely on the creature. Though his physical abilities had improved, he still couldn't match a monster that disregarded consequences. A single mistake would mean death here. He refused to waste precious reality simulation attempts on this situation. Cornered in the limited space, Lin Ye had nowhere left to retreat. The goat-headed monster paused, bared its teeth, and prepared for a final charge. Bang! 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 Lin Ye fired 3 shots at its head, all bullets striking the eye sockets. Yet the monster didn't falter, as if its goat head were mere decoration, requiring no brain function. Though he'd anticipated this, Lin Ye still felt frustrated. These unreasonable creatures were truly annoying. Now he had to fight desperately, just like every simulation. With 3 bullets remaining in the CL-0 pistol, Lin Ye held the gun in his left hand while drawing red blade with his right. Bang! 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 The bullet struck both elbow joints and the left knee. As the monster crashed into him, the shots barely damaged it but disrupted its charging momentum. Even without a brain, damaged joints meant falling. Maybe it could avoid falling next time, but not today. Lin Ye concentrated his meager energy into his right hand. After prolonged observation of the monster and continuous energy absorption, he learned basic energy manipulation. Though still unskilled, simple concentration. His right arm suddenly accelerated, thrusting red blade between the monster's forelimbs and piercing through its chest. The mutation organ now rested in Lin Ye's grasp. Oh! The monster crashed into the wall beside Lin Ye, leaving cracks in the concrete. Wrenching his arm free, Lin Ye shook off the weakened monster and stored the organ in his backpack. Thud! 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 Chaotic footsteps approached as something pounded against the gun shop's entrance. The commotion had attracted hordes of mutation creatures. Lin Ye rushed into the storage room, then stopped abruptly to inhale deeply. Ah, the scent of gunpowder. The arsenal contained everything: pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, all neatly arranged on racks with crates of ammunition stacked in corners. Lin Ye couldn't deny his rising excitement. He began loading weapons. 10-round limitations had tortured him long enough. If possible, he'd take everything. As for the monsters outside, let them negotiate with bullets. Lin Ye, acquire an arsenal. Transporting via cart later. Found safe house yet? While organizing weapons, the gun shop now overflowed with mutation creature corpses, their organs filling a large sack. Lin Ye had extracted all crystalline cores into his backpack. The dissection process gave him supermarket fishmonger vibes. With his perception, a simple dagger flick extracted each crystal. Su Min. Found intact supermarket in remote location. Basic supplies remain. Rendezvous here. Li Ji. Obtained special items. Bringing back later. Zhao Yong. Eliminated several mutation creatures in Ruin Center. Lin Ye loaded a flat cart with loot and hauled it to Su Min Supermarket. The 2-story, 500-square-meter supermarket stood in the northwest ruins' remotest corner, nearly blood corpse-free. Lin Ye arrived last, delayed by cart searching. Fantastic! I wanted to try a machine gun forever. Zhao Yong caressed a light machine gun like treasured art. I'd have guessed you preferred melee weapons. Lin Ye eyed the elder's muscular physique. In my youth, perhaps, but no training beats firearms. As you youngsters say, outside 7 steps, guns are fast. Inside 7 steps, guns are fast and accurate. Zhao Yong expertly loaded ammo belts and sighted a distant blood corpse. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The upper torso disintegrated instantly. Such was firearms' brutal elegance. Humanity's technological pinnacle, morally ambiguous yet undeniably beautiful. Su Min selected several pistols, ready to learn despite inexperience. Entering the supermarket, Lin Ye found Li Ji crouching near blood-red, oval eggs taller than her squatting form. Are those? Could they be? Lin Ye instinctively stepped back. A horror film enthusiast who could quote classics verbatim recognized the resemblance immediately. Not xenomorph eggs, though similar. I dissected one. Contains hybrid life forms with plant and animal features. Unidentifiable. Su Min pointed to a dissected egg on a nearby desk, its internal biology chaotically fused. We should destroy them all. Movie researchers studying such things always die horribly. Perfect target practice with our new arsenal. Zhao Yong kept his distance from the eggs while handling his machine gun warily. We must understand our threats. Know thy enemy. Lin Ye placed a new egg on a freezer for dissection. As Su Min described, the egg's internals showed impossibly harmonious fusion of plant and animal structures. Comparing both eggs revealed completely different biological blueprints. Are we staying here till morning? Zhao Yong fiddled with his gun as dusk darkened the windows. That will last safely till dawn. Su Min monitored outside changes from her window perch. Agreed. Doesn't our team feel overpowered? Your talents must all be exceptional. Fully armed, Lin Ye positioned weapons strategically around the supermarket. To be honest, I was doing pretty well in my original group. I know some martial arts, and with my physical enhancement talent ability, my combat strength should rank among the top survivors. Zhao Yong openly shared about his abilities, seeing no reason to hide them. My talent is related to mutation. If there were combat rankings, I'd probably be near the top in this entire region, Su Min said modestly. Well, compared to you two, I'm not really good at fighting or using firearms. My talent is luck-based. I can see where it's safer, Li Ji admitted, not particularly fond of her ability. She'd always had bad luck before, working hard for goals yet achieving nothing. After gaining this talent, everything reversed. She could obtain resources others struggled for without taking any risks. This contrast left her feeling lost and guilty. The ability seemed almost mocking. Oh, so we're safe right now. Su Min showed keen interest. If luck could be quantified, that was practically science. Li Ji glanced somewhat awkwardly at Lin Ye before answering. It's safest near Mr. Lin. If we leave this building tonight, I'll die here. What she didn't mention was that Zhao Yong's presence also offered relative safety, while being near Su Min carried high mortality risk. You can call me Brother Lin. That's what everyone in the group calls me. Your talent is powerful, but don't rely on it too much. Safety is relative. True security comes from your own strength. For example, if I wanted to kill you right now, you'd definitely die, Lin Ye said, liking this polite high schooler who reminded him of his younger self. Years of surviving society gave him a surreal sense of time passing. Understand. Thank you. Li Ji obediently picked up a pistol and began studying how to use it. My talent is support type, exchanging items and information. Not very combat helpful, though my fighting skills are decent. Lin Ye briefly introduced his ability, knowing others likely held back details too. Can you use your ability to get some intel now? Su Min asked while handling her pistol with surprising proficiency, already accurate at close range. Unfortunately, I already used it this morning. My ability can only be activated once daily, Lin Ye replied. Even if unused, he wouldn't risk activating it outside the shelter. So teams are matched by strength? Stronger teams get harder missions? Zhao Yong sounded more eager than intimidated. Very likely. And I believe greater challenges mean greater rewards, Lin Ye explained while teaching Li Ji to shoot. Based on his system knowledge, this probability exceeded 90%. That's perfect. Compared to Blue Star, Zhao Yong preferred here. At least he wouldn't die in bed. As they talked, night fully fell. The supermarket's generator-powered lights stood out starkly in the dark ruins. Yet nearby mutation creatures didn't attack, because the massive shadow at the ruin's center had begun moving, shaking the entire area. Countless mutated creatures of varying forms surged from the shadow's base, spreading outward like a tide that soon flooded the entire ruins. Every living thing suffered indiscriminate attacks as this wave cleansed the ruins, carrying corpses back to the nest. Excellent. Lin Ye and Zhao Yong set up machine guns on the second floor, mowing down creatures charging the supermarket, while Su Min and Li Ji provided covering fire. Dozens fell before the building, but the creatures seemed endless while their ammunition wasn't. Continued assault would force close-quarters combat soon. What now? We can't hold much longer. Zhao Yong roared over gunfire and monster shrieks. Relax. The supermarket has narrow choke points. After ammo runs out, we'll funnel them in systematically. First, defend the staircase. If that fails, everyone fends for themselves. Li Ye, if overwhelmed, find somewhere to hide. Lin Ye shouted back. Understood. Don't worry about me. Li Ye responded quickly. Soon ammunition ran out. The group retreated to the staircase with remaining guns, continuing to fire at the grotesque, half-formed creatures. Lin Ye and Zhao Yong alternated firing, while Li Ji picked off stragglers and Su Min handled close threats. Their coordinated defense held until bullets were exhausted, keeping monsters from ascending. The first floor now overflowed with corpses. Observing more creatures still flooding in, Lin Ye sighed. Everyone for themselves now. Should have hit more gun stores. Was hoping to bring ammo back too. He hadn't expected to expend so much. Despite saying everyone for themselves, none rushed to leave, instead making a final stand at the stairs. Lin Ye drew red blade. Zhao Yong hefted concrete reinforced rebar, and Su Min stood empty-handed. Like a dam against the tide, they held as corpses piled on the staircase, forcing creatures to climb over their dead to reach them. Initially, they handled it easily. Zhao Yong even had time to correct Lin Ye's blade technique. But humans aren't machines. Stamina and focus dwindled until injuries came. First was Su Min. Female physiology offered less endurance, compounded by lacking weapons. Yet her mutation ability turned injuries into strength. Where 2 punches previously killed, now 1 sufficed. Next was Zhao Yong. Though tough and experienced, age reduced his stamina. Reactions outran slowing movements. Lin Ye remained unscathed thanks to the spiritual energy ring's effects and cross-necklace's perception, directing energy to fatigue body parts. Li Ji stayed busy too, occasionally relieving injured members for minutes at a time. Her poor combat skills clearly undersold her capability. As Lin Ye grew more adept manipulating spiritual energy, his strikes flowed smoother. Energy circulating through his body enhanced every movement, accelerating his attacks. Just as he honed his cutting technique on monsters, a group distinctly different from the misshapen masses charged into the supermarket. These monsters had similar mutation levels to the goat-headed monster, each with unique appearances, but none were easy to deal with. If they reached the second floor and got close, there was no doubt everyone would die. If this were Lin Ye from when he first entered the nighttime activity, he could handle at most 2 monsters. Any more would be impossible. But he wasn't that Lin Ye anymore. After continuous practice, Lin Ye had gained new understanding of spiritual energy and cutting techniques. What should we do? Should we run? Zhao Yong also noticed the mutation creatures. He still had trump cards, but there were too many. Even if he desperately took out a few, the remaining ones would overwhelm them. We can't outrun them, and it's still dark outside. The streets are full of mutated monsters. Where would we go? We'll have to rely on our own abilities. Su Min prepared to fight desperately, having not yet used her talent ability. Wait. Lin Ye forced out the words through gritted teeth. His left hand gripped the cross necklace while his right clenched the hilt of the red blade. Spiritual energy surged into the blade, turning it a vivid crimson as if flowing with red light. He pushed his perception to the limit, covering most of the supermarket. Die! Lin Ye swung the red blade with difficulty, not at the monsters before him, but at something more fundamental. An invisible blade of spiritual energy erupted from the red blade. Under the influence of the cutting concept, it stirred all the spiritual energy in the supermarket, sweeping through like a tidal wave. Lin Ye only initiated the attack, maintaining control for barely an instant before letting momentum take over. Yet that single moment drained all his spiritual energy and physical strength. He barely managed to remove the cross necklace before collapsing backward. Fortunately, Li Ji had been standing behind them and caught him in her arms. The mutation creatures weren't so lucky. Spiritual energy could both enhance physical abilities and completely destroy organisms, depending on its application. Initially, the energy blade simply bisected the creatures horizontally. But as more spiritual energy joined the cascade, the raging power swept through the supermarket like an avalanche, reducing all mutation creatures within range to minced meat. A with grave and epsilon. Though not as professional as mass-produced methods, the effect was comparable. Old man Zhao inhaled sharply at the devastating scene before him, exclaiming, "Holy shit, this kid!" Su Min was equally shocked, now fully believing Lin Ye's previous boasts, and even thinking he might have been modest. Li Ji carried Lin Ye to a chair against the wall. This was her first time being so physically close to a male, but the emergency left no room for embarrassment. "Are you okay? What do you need us to do?" Lin Ye couldn't respond. The attack had drained him completely, and overusing the cross necklace left him with splitting headaches and mental fog. After recovering slightly, Lin Ye saw Su Min and Zhao Yong dealing with surviving creatures downstairs while Li Ji tended to him. "How's outside?" Lin Ye took 2 bottles of nutrient solution from his backpack, feeling somewhat better after drinking them. "Those were the last group. Dawn hasn't broken, but no more monsters are coming." Li Ji produced a damp towel from somewhere, gently wiping Lin Ye's forehead. The coolness slightly eased his headache. "If Dawn hasn't come, it's not over yet." Lin Ye pressed his temples with one hand while drawing the CL-0 pistol with the other. After clearing the gun store's creatures, he'd used the goat-headed monster's corpse to reload, but the mutation event still hadn't ended. The pistol would work, but without the mutation's conclusion, its power would be limited. Li Ji suddenly turned toward a wall facing the ruined center. "Something's coming, something terrifying." She sounded uncertain. Her talent ability seemed malfunctioning. Even during the earlier crisis, she'd felt no danger near Lin Ye, an unprecedented occurrence that made her doubt her ability's accuracy. Probably a near first rank or actual first rank mutation creature. "Call them up here. Killing it should let us return." Lin Ye slumped back, letting the chair bear his weight. Useless for now, he'd have to rely on his teammates. "My talent ability has active and passive aspects. I haven't used the active one yet. If it's just one near first-rank creature, I should manage." After hearing Lin Ye's analysis, old man Zhao thumped his chest muscles confidently. "I haven't used my talent ability either. Leave this to us." Su Min looked at the dark ruins outside. Her enhanced senses from extensive mutation made her less optimistic than Zhao Yong. "It's here." Li Ji suddenly pointed at a shadowed street corner visible through the window. There stood a black-haired, red-eyed girl, a completely normal-looking young woman. She tilted her head, staring unblinkingly through the window from dozens of meters away. Lin Ye instinctively tensed, but before he could react, the girl vanished. Crash! The sound of shattering glass destroyed any illusion of safety from distance. The girl now stood on the supermarket's second floor. Humans survive by experience, making them helpless against the unprecedented. Lin Ye's lack of knowledge about first-rank creatures led to fatal miscalculation, assuming they were just stronger mutations. This nearly killed him. The girl apparently considered the incapacitated Lin Ye the greatest threat, marking him as primary target. Only Zhao Yong's skill and experience saved Lin Ye, as the old man interposed himself. But this came at a price. The girl's hand plunged into Zhao Yong's abdomen, casually extracting his intestines as bodily fluids gushed from the wound like a fountain. As Zhao Yong collapsed and Li Ji froze in shock, Su Min prepared to flee, leaving nothing between Lin Ye and the girl. Just as she moved to finish Lin Ye, a massive hand clamped onto her right ankle like a vice. Zhao Yong rose from the ground, his body swelling like an inflating balloon. Zhao Yong tried to drag the girl away from the ground, but found her feet seemed rooted to the floor, completely immovable. Su Min, seeing Zhao Yong was unharmed, activated her talent ability as well, her entire body undergoing mutation. If Zhao Yong died, her desperate struggle would just mean one more casualty. It would be better to escape while the monster was distracted by Lin Ye and Li Ji. But in this situation, escape wasn't guaranteed either. Since Zhao Yong survived, fighting desperately actually offered better survival odds. However, before she could charge forward, the situation changed again. The girl sent the enlarged Zhao Yong flying with a single punch. Fortunately, Zhao Yong blocked the attack this time, avoiding serious injury. The girl stubbornly turned back toward Lin Ye, only to find Li Ji already carrying Lin Ye downstairs. Lin Ye had put on the cross necklace, his gaze locked onto the girl, while using his perception to track her position, his hand gripping the fully mutated Cell 0 pistol. There was only one bullet left in the pistol. It wasn't until now that Lin Ye understood the pistol's mutation mechanism. The magazine could store 20 mutated bullets initially. As the bullets mutated, their number gradually decreased until only one remained, completing the mutation process. Lin Ye didn't fully grasp the gun's principles, but that didn't hinder his ability to use it. The girl only had one mutated part, right at her body center, but her movements were too fast. Lin Ye needed an opening. The girl seemed to notice Lin Ye's gaze too. This time she didn't rush to move, allowing Lin Ye to create distance instead. This was a game of chess. Lin Ye's perception range was limited. The girl was waiting for him to move out of range. Lin Ye was waiting for her to charge and reveal an opening. At close enough range, no speed could dodge a bullet. At Lin Ye's signal, Li Ji stopped running. If the opponent wouldn't come, he'd have to go himself. Currently, Zhao Yong and Su Min were on the second floor, Lin Ye on the first. The trio had the girl surrounded from three directions. The girl stood at the stairway landing, looking down at Lin Ye. With her back to Zhao Yong and Su Min, she completely disregarded the other three. Time ticked by as the stalemate continued. Zhao Yong and Su Min wanted to stall until dawn. The girl showed no urgency. Li Ji still didn't understand why Lin Ye wasn't running. The only one who needed to hurry was Lin Ye. He couldn't hold on much longer. The cross necklace's side effects grew increasingly severe. His vision had started doubling. Yet he calmly gestured for Li Ji to find him a chair. Though it wouldn't affect his shooting, he refused to face the enemy while being princess carried. Sitting on the chair, Lin Ye pulled out a metal syringe and injected its contents into his neck. This was the lifesaver from the medical kit. Lifesaver, a mass-produced emergency stimulant with revitalizing effects. Note, mind the dosage, or you might really revitalize permanently. The lifesaver's effects were terrifyingly potent. Within seconds, it restored Lin Ye from near death to normal condition. But moments later, Lin Ye realized something was wrong as the stimulant kept enhancing his state. Nigerian Ira. Time's flow seemed to slow. The empty syringe slipped from Lin Ye's hand, but took forever to hit the ground. Lin Ye's perception first expanded outward, then abruptly condensed into something more concentrated, a different kind of power entirely. Now, knowing this enhanced state wouldn't last, Lin Ye drew the red blade and charged at the girl. Hearing Lin Ye's signal, Zhao Yong reacted first. With a slight foot movement, he instantly closed the distance to the girl and unleashed a full power strike at her head. Su Min moved just as fast, targeting the girl's back with surging spiritual energy, aiming to pierce straight through. Yet the girl remained motionless as if unaware of them, her gaze fixed solely on Lin Ye's approaching figure, letting both attacks land on her. Thud! Thud! Their blows struck an invisible spiritual energy barrier 1 centimeter from the girl's body. No matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't advance even a millimeter further. Lin Ye saw that barrier, a full-body shield woven from high-density spiritual energy. But what constructed it wasn't just spiritual energy. There was another force similar to his condensed perception. By now, Lin Ye had ascended the stairs, bringing them within 2 meters. He could even see the coldness in the girl's dark red eyes. At this proximity, the girl still didn't move, having long sensed Lin Ye possessed power that could threaten her. She could easily kill Lin Ye if she acted, but if he found an opening, he could seriously wound her. Lin Ye didn't attempt anything fancy. He simply directed his condensed perception force at the girl's weak point. Since she could weave spiritual barriers with this power while he barely understood it, try to outmaneuver her would be foolish. The spiritual barrier shattered instantly. Lin Ye's vision went dark, his mind dizzy, but current him needed neither eyes nor brains. just reckless momentum. The girl seemed surprised Lin Ye broke her barrier, but she still blocked his spiritual, energy-charged red blade. Boom! Point-blank shot. Lin Ye practically pressed the gun barrel against the girl's mutated spot before firing. The tremendous impact punched straight through her body. Yet the last millisecond, the girl shifted slightly, moving her vital spot aside. Even so, she suffered severe injuries, clutching her wound as she scrambled to the corner to prevent pursuit. Lin Ye had no strength left to chase. As the lifesaver's effects faded, he became the helpless cripple who couldn't even stand without assistance again. Still, he lay there aiming his gun at the girl, seemingly ready to fire any moment. Zhao Yong and Su Min naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Though badly injured themselves, when survival hung in the balance, condition mattered little. Deathmatch. A brutal, blood-soaked deathmatch where only living or dying remained. When it all ended, no one present could stand anymore. After some time, Lin Ye, having stayed luckily unharmed, was first to rise. Lin Ye got up next, having only maintained gunpoint intimidation without participating in the final clash, not that he could have in his state. He began collecting spoils. He might die, but he wouldn't return empty-handed. By the time the battered old man Zhao and Su Min struggled up, Lin Ye had already processed all harvestable mutation organs, filling several large woven bags. Fortunately, being in a supermarket meant no shortage of bags. As the four regrouped on the second floor, the hazy morning sun finally shone through the supermarket windows. Lin Ye pulled a cart full of woven bags toward the ruins' entrance, while the others hauled their own desired spoils. Zhao Yong seemed particularly fond of firearms, deliberately collecting a pile of guns without ammunition to bring back. Su Min and Lin Ye carried large quantities of supermarket food and miscellaneous items, commodities highly sought after in their respective zones. As the group traversed the ruins, they encountered neither mutated creatures nor corpses. "Will we meet again?" Lin Ye asked wistfully. Though their time together had been brief, she'd grown fond of these three teammates. Without them, she might not have survived this ordeal. "As long as we live, we'll meet again," Lin Ye replied, gazing at the ruins with some regret. The mission's excessive difficulty had prevented him from attempting the 2 additional optional tasks. "I hope so." Seeing Lin Ye, who was about her daughter's age, Su Min felt renewed confidence in finding her own child. "Let's add each other as friends," Zhao Yong suggested in the chat room. Even if cross-zone communication is temporarily unavailable, when populations decrease, they'll probably merge zones eventually. After mutual friend confirmations, the four successfully exited the ruins. Crossing the road, they reached the opposite platform, whose rear was blocked by a towering wall obscuring whatever lay beyond. Though curious, Lin Ye felt no urge to explore such hazardous areas. Suddenly, the massive shadow within the distant ruins began trembling. The mist dissipated amidst the vibrations, revealing an egg-shaped monstrosity towering over a dozen stories tall. Like a blooming flower, the colossal egg unfurled, releasing crimson flesh that spread across every corner of the ruins. This biomass rapidly formed hordes of mutation creatures that immediately engaged in frenzied combat. How spectacular! How beautiful! How terrifying! Good thing we ran fast. The bus arrived. Station mission complete. Reward: special metal treasure, chest ×1 based on mission difficulty. Additional task, 1 complete. Reward: additional task, chest ×1. Please draw today's card. Lin Ye rose from bed to find a flatbed cart parked at the shelter's center, all woven bags intact. Beside it sat a red metal chest and a yellow chest of unknown material. It with diaresis OE. My turn. Draw, despite numerous tasks awaiting attention. Lin Ye prioritized his daily card draw. This time, the card depicted a duck. As the card dissipated, a crimson duck materialized at the shelter's center. Quack quack. Waddling over, the duck produced a steaming bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup from thin air, pushing it toward Lin Ye. This familiar scene left Lin Ye momentarily speechless. "Can you produce anything else?" "Duck, quack quack." "Lin Ye, Can you make more bowls then? Duck, quack, quack. Lin Ye, 2 more bowls. That's better than the goose at least. The duck blood soup proved exceptionally delicious. Perfectly spiced broth, fragrant chili oil, juice-soaked tofu puffs, and an assortment of duck parts without any odd flavors, accompanied by perfectly cooked noodles. The only regret was no option for extra noodles. Lin Ye devoured every drop. Post-meal, the cross necklace's side effects completely vanished, though Lin Ye couldn't determine if the soup was responsible. Next came the joyous unboxing. Lin Ye first opened the red metal chest for the main mission. 10 bottles of red nutrient solution. 5 bottles of shimmering aqua blue liquid. Spirit potion. Replenishes spiritual energy. Extremely valuable. Note: liquefied spiritual energy. So condensed perception becomes spiritual energy? That makes sense. 1 brilliantly multicolored vial. Consolidation potion. Essential for advancement. Note: use after meeting all requirements. What exactly are the advancement requirements? A pure black card with intricate patterns. Basic rune mutation. Teaches basic mutation runes. Note: caution, insufficient spiritual energy may cause harm. What are runes exactly? Heeding the warning, Lin Ye didn't immediately use it. After organizing his loot, Lin Ye opened the additional task, 1 chest containing just 1 card. Mutation card number 1. Apply to organisms to induce mutation. Note: collecting 1 to 10 yields special rewards. 1 to 10 mutation cards collected. Derive unique evolutionary path. Derive. Derivation complete. Detected card number 0. Integrate for new evolutionary path. Yes. Derivation complete. Path integration commencing. Lin Ye stood immobilized as his spiritual energy began flowing along an incredibly complex internal pathway, as if etched into his DNA, requiring no conscious control to operate. After 1 complete cycle, he regained bodily control. Holy shit, this is insane. Though his spiritual energy rapidly depleted, simply absorbing more would let him strengthen his body along this pathway. Too bad the shelter lacks spiritual energy. Even if it did, prolonged pathway operation would cause mutations. Lin Ye sketched a simplified version of the pathway, focusing on major organs, planning to share it in the group chat later. The chat buzzed with post-activity excitement. 786 392/1 000 Thanks to Boss Lin Ye for giving me courage to venture out. I'd have died in 7 days from an unupgraded shelter. Exactly. Just participating gives treasure chests with guaranteed shelter upgrade blueprints. Glad I went. Mission wasn't hard. While rewards were average, I scored a case of braised pork cans. The living thank the boss while the dead can't speak. Truly impressive. Bet you didn't join. My teammates were jealous. Their group had no free intel. Only 700k left when we started. So salty. My team too, thanks boss. I shared the boss's info and got 5 red coins from each as thanks. Ignore them. Just cowards who will die soon. Why bother? Better discuss my canned goods haul. Or my instant noodles case. Or my rice sack. Damn. Coordinated bragging? Well, I got handguns. Hey, don't break formation. I haven't posted yet. Exactly. Everyone should share their loot to make those who didn't go out jealous. If you're too scared to take risks, then shut up and wait to die. Nobody owes you protection. Let's all share what we got to facilitate trading. Did anyone bring back toilet paper? I got some, looking to trade for food. Rather than that, let's talk about the rifle I brought back. Yeah, or the batch of weapons I acquired. Lin Ye scanned the private messages, realizing he couldn't communicate with survivors from other zones. What a shame. Otherwise, we could have communicated with all humans through group chat. Lin Ye placed the 4 alien eggs next to the abyssal egg, sprinkling some boiling water over the latter. Li Ji had distributed these eggs among them, claiming she had a feeling they might prove useful later. Besides the suspicious alien eggs, Lin Ye had also brought back his share of 200 mutation organs and some common miscellaneous items. He regretted not finding a smaller refrigerator at the supermarket. He definitely would have hauled one back otherwise. After organizing his loot, Lin Ye posted a picture of duck blood vermicelli soup in the group chat. The boss is here. Greetings, boss. Wow, boss eating well today. I crave duck blood vermicelli so bad. But I'm not who I used to be either. Here's my braised pork canned meal, food pick. Here's my instant noodles, food pick. Check out my full table of stir-fried dishes, food pick. Damn, the boss upstairs already upgraded their shelter. I upgraded too. Was it supposed to be hard? +1. Gonna stew some meat later. Having gas is amazing. Let me take a hot shower first before chatting. Fuck, so jealous. I'm still 2 mutation organs short. After this nighttime activity, many survivors had gathered enough mutation organs to upgrade their shelters, hence the flood of food pictures in the group. Lin Ye, everyone stop for a moment. I have something to say. The group gradually quieted down after a while. Lin Ye, I've collected mutation cards number 1 through 10. Once complete, the system deduces a unique evolution path based on the survivor. We can follow this path to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen our bodies. The paths are extremely complex, but I've drawn a simplified version for reference, path diagram. Lin Ye, however, guiding spiritual energy along these paths for physical enhancement isn't easy. I can't help with that part. Lin Ye, I acquired a batch of mutation organs during this event. We'll post them in the trading section soon. 10 red coins each. Limited quantity, first come, first served. 10 red coins wasn't expensive. 2 hours of searching in a red maze could easily yield 20 coins. Lin Ye could have doubled the price, but 2,000 coins would suffice for now. Holy shit, mutation organs in trading are going for 20 coins. Boss is being generous. No surprise. Without the boss, at least 200,000 more would have died in our zone. Wait, collecting all mutation cards? I've only encountered number 7 to 10. Boss, how'd you complete the set? I have number 5 to 10, just missing 1 of 4. Idiot. Obviously the smaller numbers are rarer. This path diagram looks abstract as hell. What do you know? This is art. Don't want to badmouth Brother Lin, but it really is kind of abstract. Then go find an art student to share evolution paths with you. Stop chatting. Go grab mutation organs from trading. With this demand, you could resell for profit. Please leave some for us newbies. My shelter isn't upgraded yet. Lin Ye quickly listed all 200 mutation organs. With hundreds of thousands competing, they sold out instantly. His room now held 2,000 red coins. No more worrying about store purchases. Red coins exceed 1,000. Convert to system virtual currency. Convert. The coins disappeared. Now accessible through system transactions. After the trades, Lin Ye checked his private messages. Many wanted a deal, but current survivors had nothing he wanted. With his red blade and CL0 pistol, ordinary weapons held no appeal. Zhang Liang. Brother Lin got a moment? Lin Ye, sure. Zhang Liang. Any extra mutation organs? Mutual Aid Society will buy at 15 coins each, unlimited quantity. Lin Ye, none left. Zhang Liang, understood. What would it cost to learn each mutation card's acquisition method? Lin Ye, wait a bit. Zhang Liang, okay. Lin Ye, posted in group chat already. Check there. Zhang Liang, thanks. Lin Ye, no need. Zhang Liang, do you have spare number 1 to 4 cards? Lin Ye, no. Zhang Liang, understood. Won't disturb further. Closing the chat, Lin Ye picked up his duck and lay down, initiating daily simulation. Coming to his senses, Lin Ye found himself in a dark red room, wearing familiar prisoner garb, completely alone. Simulating D-class personnel, Jason. Remaining simulations, 10. Damn it. No loading screen this time? Or my teammates? The overseers. The familiar crimson room gave Lin Ye a bad feeling. Jason appeared to be a muscular, white male around 30, with excellent physical conditioning. After familiarizing himself with the body, Lin Ye pushed open the door to reveal the familiar corridor. Fuck, why is there a red maze here too? No weapons, not even a dagger. Blood corpses would be manageable, but a first-tier creature would mean certain death. Exploring nearby rooms yielded only trash. No useful items, red coins, or red keys. 1 hour later, staring at the seemingly endless corridor, Lin Ye grew frustrated. He'd overestimated this place. No monsters, no supplies, no branching paths or exit doors. Nothing but bugged, infinitely looping maze corridors like abandoned game terrain. Will I die here? Panic crept in. Even with 10,000 simulations, could he ever escape this maze? Each reset meant starting from scratch. Previous progress meant nothing. Stay calm. I escaped time loops. There must be a way out here, too. Clutching his hair, Lin Ye mentally mapped his route. If he died this simulation, he'd at least ensure next time wouldn't repeat mistakes. Conserving energy became priority. His physical body in the shelter would have to wait. Escaping within 10 simulations came first. After walking for another hour, Lin Ye finally confirmed that continuing like this would likely lead nowhere. In the past 2 hours, he had passed nearly 100 intersections, always moving outward without retracing his steps. The place was simply that vast. Lin Ye stopped walking. If persistent effort yielded no results, perhaps it was time to change approach. After the supermarket incident where he condensed spiritual energy, Lin Ye had fully acquired this ability. Though far weaker now compared to when the syringe enhanced him, normal use of spiritual energy no longer harmed his body. The simulation couldn't bring physical items or his original body, but it didn't seem to restrict spiritual energy. Lin Ye sat cross-legged and began absorbing ambient spiritual energy to strengthen his body. Unable to apply his own evolutionary pathways to Jason's physique, he resorted to a basic circulation method he'd devised. A single foundational cycle took just over 10 minutes. Once familiarized, Lin Ye stood and started jogging through the corridors, simultaneously absorbing energy during movement. Another hour passed. Seems running won't get me out, and retracing hours of distance isn't feasible either. Lin Ye initiated a final sprint. When exhaustion peaked, he ended the simulation. Remaining simulations, 9. Lin Ye opened his eyes in the starting room, this time in no hurry to leave. During the tedious exploration, his mind had never stopped working. The system's description of his talent ability stated, randomly simulates a D-class personnel during missions. So, I'm currently on a mission. The question is, why would the organization abandon a D-class here? Even expendables should be utilized fully before disposal, not wasted arbitrarily. If this were reconnaissance, they'd at least provide helmets. Inspecting himself, and the room revealed no surveillance devices. An accident? But does that qualify as a mission? No. Therefore, this is intentional, an assigned task. Then what's my objective? Why no mission briefing? Re-examining himself meticulously, Lin Ye finally discovered faint marker ink on his inner thigh. Consciousness experiment, reality concept fusion. The handwriting style, stroke direction, and vocabulary confirmed it was his own writing. Yet he had zero memory of writing it. Sloppy penmanship suggests urgency when written. Is this truly a consciousness experiment? But I saw system prompts upon awakening. If I wrote this, shouldn't I have already received prompts then? And would suicide in a consciousness experiment deduct simulation counts? A with ring above new ES. Tugging his hair, Lin Ye conceived a terrifying possibility. Could the system prompts be fabrications of my own mind? If so, exhausting all 10 simulations might wake me. Suppressing the dangerous thought, Lin Ye closed his eyes, visualizing the Red Room as his shelter. Peaking moments later revealed unchanged crimson walls. Repeated attempts failed identically. One cannot truly deceive oneself, especially someone as perceptive as Lin Ye. Pretending the door leads to an ocean won't work. I've seen the red corridors. Reality concept fusion implies this isn't pure mental space. I can't alter the maze's nature, but perhaps introduce plausible elements. Red maze, mutation creatures. Why is it empty? Unless this is its natural state. No system interference. Hostile to mutation creatures. But if I'm here, others could enter too. This is an organizational mission, meaning events should unfold. What memorable mutation creature might logically appear here? Footsteps echoed in the corridor. A black-haired, red-eyed girl pushed open the door, smiling at Lin Ye from the hallway. Well, damn. Lin Ye forced a polite grimace. Unarmed in a non-station mission scenario, he awaited death. Maybe burning all 10 simulations wouldn't be so bad. Now that Lin Ye had conceptualized her presence, she'd always emerge from that door, even after resets. Stop grinning. I smile because I'm beautiful. What's your excuse? Her rude tone paradoxically reassured Lin Ye. Communication meant hope. You are? Her speech patterns felt eerily familiar. A hybrid of your delusions and certain realities. Hence I know things you don't. Her bluntness mirrored Lin Ye's own. Where are we? Lin Ye cut to the chase. No idea. She answered unapologetically. How to leave? I could extract you, but should you really go? Her loaded response chilled him. Meaning, dread pooled in his stomach. You already know. Consciousness experiments study consciousness. She pressed her forehead against his chest. Targeting me, specifically? Lin Ye jerked back, scanning for invisible observers. You're cautious, but ignorant about D-class vessels. Behavioral discrepancies from the original host would eventually expose you, especially after the last mission where Dr. Caroline survived. One comparison reveals anomalies. Circling him, she locked eyes, her crimson irises radiating frost beneath feigned amusement. What should I do? Lin Ye sought her counsel. Nothing. This is just an experiment. They can't pinpoint you unless you act. Overdoing anything worsens suspicion. Me ejecting you would be worst. Your consciousness would be permanently flagged. Or, she sat cross-legged in a corner, patting the floor beside her. Or what? Lin Ye joined her. Or unleash hell. Make them regret provoking you. Are you joking? What consequences could there be for provoking me? Lin Ye nearly laughed out loud. You can deceive anyone, but you can't deceive yourself. I'm just you the opposite gender. If you didn't have such thoughts, why would I say them? The girl rested her head on Lin Ye's shoulder while holding his hand. You're not me. Otherwise, you wouldn't make such a stupid suggestion. I know too little about the organization. How could I possibly risk opposing them? Lin Ye pushed the girl away. He sensed similarities between them, but fundamentally, they were different. Don't you think this would be exciting? And you're underestimating us. Fighting the entire organization isn't realistic, but destroying just an external branch would be effortless. The girl closed her eyes and produced a blood-red popsicle with 2 wooden sticks from nowhere, breaking it in half to offer Lin Ye. You can go outside. Lin Ye examined the popsicle skeptically before licking it. Icy cool with a perfect sweet-sour balance. Incredibly delicious. That depends on your choice. If you choose to muddle through, then I'm just a fleeting illusion, and this popsicle is already the limit. But if you decide to teach them a lesson, to show them you're not to be trifled with, then I become the storm that sweeps across the world. The girl sucked her popsicle leisurely while making dangerously bold statements. Can't you choose for yourself? Lin Ye found this strange. He didn't believe he could command the girl. Of course I can. But I am you. Why would I harm myself? Besides, I'll disappear eventually, and you'll be left bearing the consequences. I'm not that irresponsible. She stated this as obvious fact. Well, thank you for that. Lin Ye genuinely appreciated that unlike cliché story doppelgangers who always want to kill their originals, she wasn't causing trouble. We still have some time. Let me teach you something. The girl extended her hand as spiritual energy gathered, forming a thin, protective barrier. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was the technique that had withstood Zhao Yong and Su Min's full assaults. It looked impressively advanced. You know how to do this too? To be precise, only I can do this. The girl said proudly. Those first-tier creatures from the station mission could only use it instinctively. But with my extraordinary wisdom, I can actually teach you how. Amazing, teacher Lin. Teach me quickly. Lin Ye shamelessly requested. Lin? No, that makes me sound like your daughter. Just call me Little Ye. Understood, teacher Little Ye. Student Lin, what we call spiritual energy protection is actually the external manifestation of rune application. Runes, right? Runes are somewhat like legendary verbal spells. Let there be light, and there was light. But runes are far more difficult to use than verbal magic. Runes are words of spirit. Using consciousness as the guide and spiritual energy as foundation, they represent the pinnacle technique for manipulating all things. Excellent. That slash you made in the supermarket was also an external manifestation of applying the severing rune. Yes, those murals contain both severing and fusion runes, quite high-tier ones too. What I'll teach you now is the protection rune. Protection runes have wide applications. Many spiritual artifacts and relics bear protection runes. They're not just for shields. Instead of further explanation, Little Ye grabbed Lin Ye's collar, pressed her forehead against his, and closed her eyes. A flood of complex information invaded Lin Ye's mind. Had he not developed mental energy, he wouldn't have lasted a second. By expending mental energy, Lin Ye quickly absorbed the information, though only temporarily. Fully digesting and utilizing it would take much longer. Only because we're practically the same person can we do this. Don't try it with others. Their heads would explode. Mental contact is the most dangerous form of interaction. To learn runes properly, you're better off using systematic rune cards. Other methods are unreliable. Little Ye warned. I understand. Thank you, teacher Little Ye. Lin Ye rubbed his head. The experience wasn't bad, just left him slightly lightheaded. Time's almost up. We should say goodbye now. Little Ye looked through the ceiling towards somewhere far, far away. What will happen to you after? Though their acquaintance was brief, Lin Ye felt like he'd met an old friend, a rare sensation for him. I don't know. The red maze was born from your consciousness merging with this place. It should collapse after you leave. My existence is more complicated, a conscious individual. I truly don't know what will become of me. Little Ye seemed at peace, utterly unconcerned about her impending fate. After thinking it over, I've decided to go out and teach them a lesson, show them the consequences of provoking us. As a crack appeared in the ceiling, Lin Ye resolved to gamble. He didn't know if this would change anything, but action versus inaction itself constituted change, part of the outcome. Forget it. Though part of me deeply wants to destroy everything, fundamentally, I really am you after all. Let's part like this. Little Ye smiled while declining. Will we meet again? Lin Ye didn't press the invitation. They were fundamentally alike. As long as we live, we'll meet again, won't we? True. Both smiled in understanding as the red maze began collapsing, Lin Ye's consciousness gradually fading. Since it's already collapsing, I doubt anyone would notice if I did something outrageous. After Lin Ye disappeared, Little Ye stood on the last remaining red floor tile amidst void, murmuring to herself. Lin Ye awoke on a hospital bed wearing an oversized helmet, surrounded by monitoring equipment. A white-coated man stood nearby, his chest pocket stuffed with marker pens. Several fully armed overseers stood in the corner. He's fine. Next one, the man said. Lin Ye was then escorted back to his room, or rather, solitary cell, by the overseers. The moment he entered, he lost consciousness again. Simulation ended. Remaining simulations, 10. Unused simulation detected. Acquire core items. Acquire. Obtained core item. Consciousness upload device X1. Obtained Little Ye's gift box X1. Obtained title. Awakened consciousness. After getting up, Lin Ye checked the system time. Less than 2 hours had passed. The duck still lay on the bed. The flow of time in that consciousness world seems much faster than in the shelter world. Of course, other possibilities exist, like unstable time in consciousness spaces. Lin Ye didn't dwell on it or examine his simulation rewards. Having just lost a friend, all he wanted now was a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Are you joking? What consequences could there be for provoking me? Lin Ye nearly laughed out loud. You can deceive anyone, but you can't deceive yourself. I'm just you of the opposite gender. If you didn't have such thoughts, why would I say them? The girl rested her head on Lin Ye's shoulder while holding his hand. You're not me. Otherwise, you wouldn't make such a stupid suggestion. I know too little about the organization. How could I possibly risk opposing them? Lin Ye pushed the girl away. He sensed similarities between them, but fundamentally they were different. Don't you think this would be exciting? And you're underestimating us. Fighting the entire organization isn't realistic, but destroying just an external branch would be effortless. The girl closed her eyes and produced a blood-red popsicle with 2 wooden sticks from nowhere, breaking it in half to offer Lin Ye. You can go outside. Lin Ye examined the popsicle skeptically before licking it. Icy cool with a perfect sweet-sour balance. Incredibly delicious. That depends on your choice. If you choose to muddle through, then I'm just a fleeting illusion, and this popsicle is already the limit. But if you decide to teach them a lesson, to show them you're not to be trifled with, then I become the storm that sweeps across the world. The girl sucked her popsicle leisurely while making dangerously bold statements. Can't you choose for yourself? Lin Ye found this strange. He didn't believe he could command the girl. Of course I can. But I am you. Why would I harm myself? Besides, I'll disappear eventually, and you'll be left bearing the consequences. I'm not that irresponsible. She stated this as obvious fact. Well, thank you for that. Lin Ye genuinely appreciated that unlike cliché story doppelgangers who always want to kill their originals, she wasn't causing trouble. We still have some time. Let me teach you something. The girl extended her hand as a spiritual energy gathered, forming a thin protective barrier. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was the technique that had withstood Zhao Yong and Su Min's full assaults. It looked impressively advanced. You know how to do this too? To be precise, only I can do this. The girl said proudly. Those first-tier creatures from the station mission could only use it instinctively. But with my extraordinary wisdom, I can actually teach you how. Amazing, Teacher Lin. Teach me quickly. Lin Ye shamelessly requested. Lin? No, that makes me sound like your daughter. Just call me Little Ye. Understood, Teacher Little Ye. Student Lin, what we call spiritual energy protection is actually the external manifestation of rune application. Runes. Right. Runes are somewhat like legendary verbal spells. Let there be light, and there was light. But runes are far more difficult to use than verbal magic. Runes are words of spirit, using consciousness as the guide and spiritual energy as foundation. They represent the pinnacle technique for manipulating all things. That slash you made in the supermarket was also an external manifestation of applying this severing rune. Yes, those murals contain both severing and fusion runes, quite high-tier ones too. What I'll teach you now is the protection rune. Protection runes have wide applications. Many spiritual artifacts and relics bear protection runes. They're not just for shields. Instead of further explanation, Little Ye grabbed Lin Ye's collar, pressed her forehead against his, and closed her eyes. A flood of complex information invaded Lin Ye's mind. Had he not developed mental energy, he wouldn't have lasted a second. By expending mental energy, Lin Ye quickly absorbed the information, though only temporarily. Fully digesting and utilizing it would take much longer. Only because we're practically the same person can we do this. Don't try with others. Their heads would explode. Mental contact is the most dangerous form of interaction. To learn runes properly, you're better off using systematic rune cards. Other methods are unreliable. Little Ye warned. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Little Ye. Lin Ye rubbed his head. The experience wasn't bad, just left him slightly lightheaded. Time's almost up. We should say goodbye now. Little Ye looked through the ceiling towards somewhere far, far away. What will happen to you after? Though their acquaintance was brief, Lin Ye felt like he'd met an old friend, a rare sensation for him. I don't know. The red maze was born from your consciousness merging with this place. It should collapse after you leave. My existence is more complicated, a conscious individual. I truly don't know what will become of me. Little Ye seemed at peace, utterly unconcerned about her impending fate. After thinking it over, I've decided to go out and teach them a lesson, show them the consequences of provoking us. As a crack appeared in the ceiling, Lin Ye resolved to gamble. He didn't know if this would change anything, but action versus inaction itself constituted change, part of the outcome. Forget it. Though part of me deeply wants to destroy everything, fundamentally, I really am you after all. Let's part like this. Little Ye smiled while declining. Will we meet again? Lin Ye didn't press the invitation. They were fundamentally alike. As long as we live, we'll meet again, won't we? True. Both smiled in understanding as the red maze began collapsing, Lin Ye's consciousness gradually fading. Since it's already collapsing, I doubt anyone would notice if I did something outrageous. After Lin Ye disappeared, little Ye stood on the last remaining red floor tile amidst void, murmuring to herself. Lin Ye awoke on a hospital bed wearing an oversized helmet, surrounded by monitoring equipment. A white-coated man stood nearby, his chest pocket stuffed with marker pens. Several fully armed overseers stood in the corner. He's fine. Next one, the man said. Lin Ye was then escorted back to his room, or rather, solitary cell, by the overseers. The moment he entered, he lost consciousness again. Simulation ended. Remaining simulations, 10, and used simulation detected. Acquire core items. Acquire. Obtained core item. Consciousness upload device X1. Obtained Little Ye's gift box X1. Obtained title. Awakened consciousness. After getting up, Lin Ye checked the system time. Less than 2 hours had passed. The duck still lay on the bed. The flow of time in that consciousness world seems much faster than in the shelter world. Of course, other possibilities exist, like unstable time in consciousness spaces. Lin Ye didn't dwell on it or examine his simulation rewards. Having just lost a friend, all he wanted now was a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. After finishing the delicious duck blood vermicelli soup, Lin Ye felt slightly better and began examining the complex machine at the center of the room. Consciousness upload device. An organization-developed device that can upload consciousness to the spiritual world. However, due to the randomness of uploads, many D-class personnel have died during testing. Note, can be exchanged for a boat ticket. The consciousness upload device was the same complex instrument that had stood beside Lin Ye's hospital bed. The device had numerous buttons with unclear purposes and no instruction manual. After studying it for a while, Lin Ye realized he couldn't even turn it on. The device seemed to have some sort of security authentication technology that required meeting certain conditions before use. Exchange for a boat ticket. Though he didn't know what the boat ticket was, it would be more useful than a pile of scrap metal, at least taking up less space. The consciousness upload device disappeared, replaced by a white boat ticket of unknown material appearing at the shelter center. Lin Ye picked up the boat ticket and checked the system description. Boat ticket. A pass for entering the spiritual world with consciousness. Upon use, randomly enters a relatively stable spiritual world. Note, the ticket changes color after each use. White represents shallow, safe areas. Oh, the spiritual world? Seems a bit dangerous. I'll keep it for now and use it when needed later. After storing the boat ticket, Lin Ye opened Little Ye's gift box. Inside was only one intricately patterned black card. Basic Rune Collapse. A card for learning the basic collapse rune. Note, those with insufficient spiritual energy should use with caution, except Lin Ye. As expected of teacher Little Ye. Lin Ye didn't use the card immediately. He hadn't fully digested the protection rune yet and wasn't ready to learn new knowledge. Looking at the final system notification. Awaken consciousness. You woke from a dream only to find yourself still within a dream. Note, in the spiritual world, consciousness is the foundation of everything. After reviewing his gains, Lin Ye poured hot water for the abyssal egg and mutated egg before organizing and studying the protection rune. He hoped to learn simple spiritual energy protection techniques before the nighttime activity began. Arnui. After all, the 3-day beginner period had ended. According to system prompts, he might encounter first-rank spiritual energy creatures tonight, and there was no telling which activity would occur tonight. The afternoon passed quickly, and the nighttime activity was about to begin. Lin Ye prepared his equipment and finished his last bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup before the activity started, petting the duck for a while too. After all, when the nighttime activity ended, it might already be tomorrow. With some time left, Lin Ye opened the group chat. What activity will it be today? Any news from the experts? Probably not. The expert traded his talent for duck blood vermicelli today. Damn, I want duck blood vermicelli too. Are you joining tonight's activity? According to the system hints, we might encounter ranked creatures today. I'm already itching for it. Just need one more mutation organ to upgrade my shelter. I don't even dare go near the bathroom now. Really want a hot shower. I'll bring back extra mutation organs to sell to you guys. Damn, I still need 4. Fuck, I haven't gotten the shelter upgrade blueprint yet. The mutation organs I've collected are starting to smell. Whose fault is it for not joining nighttime activities? My talent can make money. Why should I take risks? Buying shelter upgrade blueprints at high prices. Damn, so you're a resource expert. My apologies. Has anyone tried Brother Lin's martial arts manual? Try what? It's too abstract. Can't understand it at all. Don't trash talk randomly. The pictures are abstract, but the expert marked each organ's position. I've already started strengthening my body following the diagram. The effects are quite good. Huh? How do you guide the spiritual energy? Besides, shelters don't have spiritual energy, right? Anyone who's used mutation cards can sense spiritual energy flow. The expert probably hasn't used mutation cards, so he wouldn't know. As for spiritual energy, isn't there nutrient solution that contains spiritual energy? Drinking 1 bottle at first can sustain half a cycle. Holy shit, that awesome. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not just me strengthening my body. Many people are progressing faster than me. The expert already published the routes. If you don't use your brains, whose fault is that? Damn, you make a good point. I'll try it now, aiming to strengthen my body once before the activity. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Will you join? 9:59. Join. Before the countdown ended, Lin Ye decided to rest while holding the duck. 0:01. Midnight. Beginner period ended. Increased mutation creature appearance rate. Decreased treasure chest appearance rate. Lowered treasure chest drop quality. Extended activity duration. Nighttime activity begins. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Lin Ye got up from the dark red floor. At the corridor's end, a blood corpse had just turned the corner. Now that's an intense welcome. Lin Ye drew his red blade. Even without wearing the cross necklace now, he could easily sense the blood corpse mutated parts. A flash of blade light later, the blood corpse upper body was severed by Lin Ye, who pulled out the mutation organ from its abdomen and tossed it into his empty backpack. The red maze had extremely high spiritual energy density. Lin Ye randomly chose a room and began absorbing surrounding spiritual energy while performing energy cycles along his evolution path. His evolution path was extremely complex. Even though his body could operate it automatically, he still needed to focus his attention internally. With the spiritual energy ring's help, it took Lin Ye half an hour to complete his first cycle. Just one cycle made him feel his physical condition had improved slightly. Just starting out now, 2 cycles a day should suffice. Can gradually increase frequency later. Lin Ye stood up and stretched, deciding to explore the maze first and perform another cycle near the activity's end. Leaving the room, Lin Ye began jogging slowly through corridors. Ordinary rooms with just 1 or 2 red coins no longer interested him. Only locked rooms were worth stopping for. Every corridor or 2, Lin Ye would encounter a mutation creature. Sometimes blood corpses, other times mutated animals. The system had indeed increased mutation creature appearance rates. These creatures didn't waste much of Lin Ye's time. After passing 8 corridors, he finally encountered his first locked room. Using a red key to open the door, he found only a red wooden treasure chest inside. Opening the chest revealed a 10-pound bag of rice. Not bad. Not too heavy. Lin Ye carried the rice and continued jogging through corridors. After 6 more corridors, he found another locked room. Using another red key, he found yet another red wooden treasure chest. Don't tell me. Lin Ye had a bad premonition. Opening the chest revealed boxed meat and vegetables totaling 3 or 4 pounds. Packing the meat and vegetables into his backpack, Lin Ye continued jogging down the corridor. To be honest, the loot from treasure chests had been too abstract, and he was considering whether to keep wasting keys. If this kept up, he was worried his backpack wouldn't have enough space. With so much food, there was no way he could eat it all by himself. The shelter didn't have a refrigerator, so fresh meat and vegetables couldn't be stored long-term. As for selling to other survivors, Lin Ye doubted he was the only one getting food from chests. Fortunately, Lin Ye had previously stocked his car with plenty of seasonings. Otherwise, Lin Ye wouldn't know how to handle all these ingredients. After running through 10 more corridors, Lin Ye encountered his third locked room. One more try. If it's more food, I'm done. Having made his decision, Lin Ye used the red key to open the door. This time there was no treasure chest, but long-awaited shelves. It was a storage room. Lin Ye thoroughly searched every corner of the room, finding 5 bottles of nutrient solution, 3 mutation cards, 1 metal key for special rooms, and 1 dagger on the shelves. The mutation cards were all higher-numbered ones. The dagger had a 7 centimeters blade with a gray wooden grip, appearing extremely sharp, likely a spiritual energy item, similar to the cross necklace. After storing these items in his backpack, Lin Ye continued exploring the maze. This time he ran for half an hour without encountering a single locked room. Just as he found this strange, he came across a dark red hallway without any rooms. So that's how it is. But there aren't any monsters in the hallway. Does that mean they're all in the hall ahead? Reaching the end of the hallway, Lin Ye set down his rice and supply-filled backpack before pushing open the red double doors. Inside was the familiar hall, but standing at its center was a humanoid figure. Ha ha ha. The figure wore pitch-black robes with a hood, from beneath which came a creepy, withered laugh. You can speak. This was Lin Ye's first encounter with a mutation creature willing to communicate. Thank you for opening the door. I thought this trip would be wasted. The figure's words carried inexplicable arrogance, like a higher life form addressing a lower one. Are you a survivor too? Did the system make you guard this place? Lin Ye ignored the tone, but needed the figure to keep talking for more information, so he provoked it slightly. Survivor? Guard? Don't lump me together with you wretches. I'm not some pitiful creature forced to survive here. I came voluntarily. The figure's voice dripped with disdain. But you're still guarding for the system, aren't you? What's the difference? At least I don't have to stand guard. Lin Ye matched the disdainful tone. Huh, trash. You can't possibly comprehend the system's greatness. Countless dimensions, all races, except for some extremely dangerous ones. Everything exists under the system's management. With your intelligence, you couldn't begin to imagine what the system truly is. The figure showed no urgency to kill Lin Ye. There was still time to properly handle this prey. But we're in the same position now, aren't we? Lin Ye didn't waste more words. He wasn't talkative to begin with. This was just a first-tier pawn. Any information in it couldn't be that important. They stood close enough that Lin Ye could cover the distance in a single step. As he drew the red blade, an invisible spiritual energy aimed for the figure's chest, where its only mutation organ was located. Seeking death, the figure pulled its robe, summoning a spiritual energy barrier, while simultaneously drawing a pistol and firing 2 shots at Lin Ye. Apparently conserving ammunition, the figure didn't continue firing. Confident Lin Ye couldn't dodge those 2 bullets. Lin Ye indeed couldn't dodge bullets yet, but he could block them. A thin spiritual energy shield easily stopped the 2 energy-infused bullets, making his second prepared shield unnecessary, let alone the third he'd been preparing. In contrast, the figure's robe failed to stop Lin Ye's slash that carried partial cutting attributes, leaving both robe and chest split open. Without hesitation, Lin Ye plunged the red blade into the figure's chest during its scream, piercing its mutation organ. The CL-0 pistol in his left hand had already mutated the bullets, ready to fire. Had the opponent not been so pathetic, he would have shot already. This was a first-tier spiritual energy creature. Lin Ye wouldn't give it any chances. As Lin Ye said, they were in the same position, a fight to the death. But the opponent apparently didn't understand. How, impossible? You're not. Even first tier? How could you break my equipment? Block my attacks? The figure's despairing voice came in broken fragments. Until death, it never understood what had happened. While I don't know much about the system or these countless dimensions and races you mention, I believe the system maintains basic fairness. If you're first tier, then I couldn't possibly be an ordinary survivor. But honestly, you're so weak it makes me doubt whether the system really has that basic fairness. Lin Ye sighed. This was his first encounter with such a weak first-tier creature. The figure died just like that. Its eyes were quite large, though. Lin Ye stripped the corpse's equipment and examined it thoroughly. It resembled a human, but had many differences from blue star humans, likely some humanoid species. A complex circular mark resembling a tattoo adorned its chest, its meaning unknown. After dissecting and processing the corpse, Lin Ye obtained a damaged black robe, a pistol with 8 bullets remaining, and a first-tier mutation organ. Submitting the mutation organ to the first-tier spiritual energy crystal maker's blueprint mission brought progress to 2/10. He'd previously obtained another first-tier mutation organ from the station mission. Just 8 more to complete it. Lin Ye hoped to finish this mission quickly. Perhaps then he could absorb spiritual energy within the shelter to strengthen his body. The nutrient solution contained too little spiritual energy. With his current reserves, he couldn't complete many cycles. Moreover, he couldn't keep drinking nutrient solution indefinitely. The stuff was mainly for nutrition. The description clearly warned against excessive consumption. Having dealt with the idiotic mutation creature guarding the hall, Lin Ye examined the doors inside. They remained unchanged, red double doors opposite, a red wooden exit door to the left, and a locked dark red metal door to the right. An item room? Perfect timing with that new special room metal key. Using the metal key to open the door revealed an ordinary room with a dark red pedestal, though this time it held a manufacturing blueprint. After storing the blueprint, Lin Ye didn't rush to leave the room. Instead, he closed the door and began absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his physical attributes. Midway through the cycle, Lin Ye suddenly felt an unusual hunger. He drank several bottles of nutrient solution before recovering. This was probably the correct use of nutrient solutions, providing material support during enhancement rather than supplying spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Lin Ye completed his second enhancement cycle of the day. With over an hour left before the event ended, he gathered all his supplies and continued exploring the maze through the opposite red double doors. Lin Ye unlocked several more rooms afterwards, only to find treasure chests containing various food items inside each. As the countdown neared its end, he opened the last locked room, which disappointingly contained yet another red wooden treasure chest. Wonder what's inside this time. Please no rice. 1 bag lasts me forever. No perishables either. Preferably canned food or junk food that stores well. Lin Ye opened the chest eagerly, only to find a single colorful piece of paper that looked completely unserious. Well, at least it doesn't take up space. After storing the paper, the countdown ended and Lin Ye was teleported back to the shelter. Returning to the shelter, the duck hadn't disappeared yet, though unfortunately there was no more duck blood vermicelli soup to eat. Lin Ye organized the various food items and listed the mutation organs at 10 red coins, each before examining his event rewards. First were several spiritual energy items of unknown function. Ritual dagger. Plunge the dagger into a heart as offering to the gods. Note, ritual item. Use with caution if unfamiliar with such ceremonies. Lin Ye, what the hell? Does this mean stabbing others or yourself? Tossing the dagger into a corner to collect dust, Lin Ye moved on to the next item. Black ceremonial robe. Mass-produced entry-level spiritual energy item by the Ring organization. Provides basic spiritual energy protection. Note, damage beyond repair value. Spiritual energy pistol. Mass-produced entry-level spiritual energy item by the Ring organization. Fires spiritually charged bullets. Note, the bullets are more valuable than the gun. What kind of shady organization is this Ring group? Seems pretty low tier. Lin Ye didn't know whether the corpse belonged to a Ring organization member or just someone who bought their products. If the former, then the organization probably wasn't impressive. Considering the ring-shaped mark on the corpse, the former seemed more likely. A with tilde. The pistol was decent with 8 bullets remaining, but the robe was useless and got tossed into the junk pile. Next was the event's biggest prize, an unknown blueprint. Low-grade concentrated nutrient solution extractor blueprint. Required materials: Tier 1 mutation organ, 0/10. Tier 2 mutation organ, 0/10. Tier 3 mutation organ, 0/10. Note: concentrated essence is way better than a juicer. Lin Ye used the blueprint with a face full of question marks. He wouldn't even encounter Tier 3 mutation creatures anytime soon, let alone gather enough materials. Finally, there was that colorful piece of paper. Game room invitation. Use this invitation in the shelter to be transported to a game room. Note: game rooms are safe zones. Please choose your preferred entertainment method. Game room. Lin Ye didn't use the invitation immediately. He planned to try it after tomorrow's simulation. If it had abundant spiritual energy, he wouldn't need to absorb energy during nighttime activities. After sorting his loot, Lin Ye cooked himself a lavish dinner and opened the group chat while eating. 784264/10000000. Any big shots get shelter upgrade blueprint? Paying top dollar. Don't tell me no one got one. Got nothing but food here. I opened 4 chests today, all food. Anyone worse off? Damn, was Lin right? What about those of us without blueprints? Just wait to die. Got one here. Make an offer. Thank God. I thought shelter upgrade blueprints were extinct. Damn, you're lucky getting a blueprint. Lucky my ass. Chests were all food. I barely killed a Tier 1 mutation creature in the hall. Used a special key to open a room and found this in an item room. Thought it was some amazing blueprint at first. Name your price. Won't trade for junk. Thought we had a lottery winner here. Turns out it's just another unlucky bastard. You sure about that? Many still lack blueprints. This could save lives. You think those hiding in shelters have anything good? Show some respect. This guy took down a Tier 1 creature. Wait, you've already upgraded your shelter, right? Since it's extra, sell it cheap. Could save lives. Sorry, already sold. Stop demaying me. Buyer made an offer I couldn't refuse. What? Already gone? Probably that resource whale. Started buying blueprints right after the event. Damn. So what about those of us without blueprints? Just wait to die. What else? Lin Ye. The system wouldn't be that cruel. I think item rooms have high blueprint drop rates. Could also try more chests. Low probability doesn't mean impossible. Just my theory, though. The expert has spoken. Lin's right. Lin, had dinner yet? Lin Ye. But Tier 1 mutation creatures are strong. Those without combat talents better avoid them. Food pick. Lin Ye, also buying special room keys. Can trade mutation cards, nutrient solutions, red keys, etc. Looks hardy, but presentation needs work. Homemade. Damn, even experts cook for themselves. I cook too. Suddenly feel less pathetic. Looks appetizing though. Need a chef? Free service here. 5-star hotel chef at your service. Lin Ye, no thanks. But any tips for preserving perishables? Got too much food to eat quickly. Make salted meat and pickles. Maybe deep frying extends shelf life. Same problem here. Dozens of pounds of fresh meat. Hello? Anyone notice Lin's buying special keys? I've got keys, but wouldn't dare enter the corridor. After discussing meat preservation methods with the group for 40 minutes over dinner, Lin Ye exited the chat and opened private messages to trade for special room keys. Not many people were trading special room keys, since everyone knew those rooms contained valuable items. However, given the large population base, Lin Ye still managed to exchange 5 keys using some basic supplies. After all, not everyone had the courage to face first-tier creatures, and it was better to trade them for urgently needed supplies rather than let them collect dust. Zhang Liang. Brother Lin, are you there? Lin Ye. Yes, what's up? Zhang Liang. Do you have any extra spiritual energy items? Lin Ye. I do, but not that many to spare. Zhang Liang. I'll trade them for special keys. Lin Ye. I've already gotten 5. Any more would just sit and use for now. Zhang Liang. What do you need instead? Lin Ye. Do you have any rune cards? Zhang Liang. Well, we had 2, but now there's only one left. Lin Ye, Zhang Liang. One of our members with a mental energy talent tried using one, and his name turned black afterward. Lin Ye, people can die inside the shelter? I thought it was completely safe. Zhang Liang, we don't think he's actually dead, but the system might have judged him unfit to continue surviving. Rune cards affect the user directly, so they might fall outside the shelter's protection. Lin Ye, what's the remaining card? Zhang Liang, basic rune speed. Lin Ye, I'll trade you a spiritual energy pistol and spiritual energy ring for it. The pistol has 8 bullets left. Zhang Liang, deal. The two quickly completed the transaction, both satisfied with the outcome. For Lin Ye, the spiritual energy pistol was practically trash, and while the ring was somewhat useful, it only extended his cycles from 30 to 40 minutes, a difference that would shrink as he grew more proficient. For the Mutual Aid Society, however, the spiritual energy ring was a godsend, as they lacked an evolution path and found it much harder to channel spiritual energy than Lin Ye. Plus, they were now too afraid to use rune cards after what happened. Basic rune speed, a card that teaches the basic speed rune. Note, those with insufficient mental energy should use with caution. Storing the card away, Lin Ye didn't dare use it recklessly. He still hadn't fully digested the protection rune, and with cutting, splicing, and collapse to handle, he wouldn't need this new card for a while. After processing the remaining perishable food and pouring some warm water over the abyssal egg and the alien egg, Lin Ye lay down with his duck and closed his eyes, continuing to digest the protection rune until he fell asleep. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw. This time, the card depicted a young girl in nun's attire. Before Lin Ye could react, the card dissipated and a silver-haired girl in crimson nun robes appeared in the center of the shelter. Hello. Lin Ye felt slightly nervous. This was the first time a young woman had appeared in his room. The girl's body was covered by thick, plain crimson robes, her head adorned with a pure red nun's veil, and her eyes concealed beneath a red cloth. Her robes were covered in twisted, chaotic symbols resembling runes, though Lin Ye couldn't understand them. Despite the eerie attire, there was an unsettling mix of sanctity and strangeness about her. Yet for the first time, Lin Ye truly grasped what holiness felt like. The girl knelt silently in the center of a shelter, not speaking a word. Seeing no response, Lin Ye didn't approach her, not out of fear, but out of basic respect for a lady. He prepared 2 servings of breakfast with the reserve ingredients and placed one before the nun. If she didn't eat it, he could save it for dinner. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye lay down and began his daily simulation. Affected by the Crimson Nun, a religious-type anomalous event has been selected for this simulation task. Simulated D-Class Personnel, Isaac. Remaining simulations, 10. Buzz Buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes to the familiar sound of a moving vehicle. Across from him sat an elderly man with graying hair, also clad in orange prison garb. Isaac, too, was an aged man, his body as frail as a long-term bedridden patient. It took Lin Ye a moment to adjust to such a weak physique. Never in his life had he felt this feeble. What crime did this old man commit to become D-Class personnel? Religious anomalous event. Well, at least it's not completely unfamiliar. What's wrong, Isaac? Another headache? The prisoner across from him suddenly spoke. Clearly, he knew Isaac. Never stopped, Lin Ye replied calmly. Do you know where they're taking us? Gregory stared at Lin Ye in surprise. Where else? Honestly, it's been a while since I last prayed. Lin Ye remained composed. He had been good at acting since childhood. Why? Don't you believe in God anymore? Gregory peered into Lin Ye's eyes, as if trying to see through him. No, my faith has never been stronger. Lin Ye smiled gently, meeting Gregory's gaze. Gregory, however, looked away uncomfortably, turning to the window. The overseer, listening to their conversation, curled his lips and muttered under his breath, "Damn cultists." 5 minutes later, the prison transport stopped outside a modest white church, its stained glass windows particularly eye-catching. Get inside. You're the sacrifices this time. Don't forget to confess to your God afterward. The captain this time clearly disliked them, shoving them into the church without even giving them helmets. Lin Ye didn't resist. He obediently entered the church. Not that he could have fought back in this body anyway. The interior was plain, with just a few pews and a pulpit, nothing out of the ordinary. Standing in the center, Lin Ye sensed no anomalies. But Gregory, who had entered with him, was clearly different. Under some unknown influence, he slowly ascended the pulpit. Lin Ye cooperatively took a seat, ready to listen to his fellow inmate's sermon. Yet the moment Gregory reached the pulpit, he began frantically clawing at his own face like a madman, his body twisting and contorting. After tearing off his own skin, his entire body compressed into a cube roughly 30 centimeters wide, the discarded skin neatly settling atop it. Quite the performance, wouldn't you say? At some point, the pews had filled with humanoid figures of all appearances. The one speaking to Lin Ye was a gentleman in a gray suit with an indistinct face, now seated beside him. Mediocre. Just another fool who mistook desire for faith. If you can't even face yourself, becoming a box won't make what's inside any more interesting. Lin Ye replied offhandedly. You're absolutely right, but unfortunately I can't sense your faith. Otherwise, I definitely want to see what's inside your box. The gray-robed figure seemed quite interested in Lin Ye, but since it couldn't detect any faith from him, it was unable to take action against him. It might not be as interesting as you think. May I leave now? Lin Ye didn't believe the simulation could be completed so easily, but he had to at least try to get out of here. Of course, take that box with you as my gift. However, even if you leave this church, unless you choose a deity to worship, you won't be able to leave this place alive. The gray-robed man was remarkably friendly toward Lin Ye. Since Lin Ye didn't worship its god, he was considered a guest of the church, and guests were always treated this way. Thanks. Without another word, Lin Ye stepped forward, picked up his companion's box, and left the church. The moment he picked up the box, a notification flashed before Lin Ye's eyes. Obtain a gift. Complete the simulation while carrying this gift to bring it back to the shelter. Just outside the church, Lin Ye froze in his tracks. Instead of the prison transport and overseers, or even the suburban area before entering the church, he found himself standing on a wide white stone path flanked by various church-like buildings on both sides. So I knew I couldn't get out that easily. Although Lin Ye had anticipated this, the situation still gave him a headache. So I must choose a deity to worship before I can leave. But once I pledge faith to a god, I become part of the church, and then the things inside can attack me. Moreover, worshiping a deity likely involves spiritual connection. Even returning to the shelter might not free me from so-called gods. And that's not even the biggest problem. Lin Ye grabbed his hair, his expression troubled. He didn't believe he could truly worship any deity. This wasn't a matter of willingness, but capability. Even if Lin Ye wanted to worship a god, he doubted he could actually do it. Faith wasn't something you could fake with empty words. It required complete devotion. Trying to half-heartedly pay lip service to a deity would likely end worse than his teammate's box. Whatever, I'll figure it out as I go. Lin Ye walked along the stone path toward the next church. The distance between churches wasn't far, only a few hundred meters, but for some reason, their full appearance only became clear upon close approach. The second church had a milky white dome. A pale-faced priest in black vestments stood outside, somewhat resembling a barbershop tout trying to pull in customers. Hello, care to come inside? The priest seemed unable to leave the church's vicinity, dramatically stretching out his hands as if to grab Lin Ye. Get to the point. I'm busy. Lin Ye took a step back to avoid physical contact. Very well. You don't worship any deity yet, do you? Those without faith cannot leave here. Pledge yourself to our Lord, and not only will I send you safely away, but our Lord will also grant you supreme power. The priest wore an exaggerated smile, his expression eager. He looked less like someone recruiting believers and more like a starving man presented with a feast. Let's talk concrete benefits. Cut the nonsense and don't treat me like a newbie. What tier is your god? Do you distribute runes? Any evolution paths? How far can your god support my advancement? Lin Ye didn't mince words. He planned to attempt joining a church later, so he wanted to understand the market first. Gods have tiers? You get items for joining? Why didn't I? The priest was clearly thrown off by Lin Ye's professional terminology. For a moment, he even felt like the newbie Lin Ye implied he was. TCH, just another clueless rookie. What waste of time. Lin Ye walked past the priest toward the next church, leaving the priest standing outside in deep thought. The third church was constructed entirely from piled bones. Long before getting close, Lin Ye felt overwhelming unease. So he didn't approach at all, simply detouring around it. The next several churches all looked extremely sinister, as if displaying corpses outside was some mandatory fashion trend. After half an hour's walk, Lin Ye finally encountered a reasonably normal-looking church. This was a pure black, steeple-style church with conservative architecture that gave off a clean, minimalist aesthetic. This church gave Lin Ye an odd sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place why. Upon entering and seeing the massive void at the church's center, Lin Ye instantly understood his sense of recognition. This was a church connected to the abyss. Lin Ye turned to leave, only to find the void had expanded to fill everywhere behind and around him. Except for the spot beneath his feet, there was no longer any solid ground in the church. A nun dropped headfirst to hover upside down before Lin Ye, silently staring at him from her inverted position. Do all nuns here hate talking? Lin Ye deeply regretted his choices. Since being selected by the system, he'd never encountered anything good. The moment he felt that familiarity, he should have turned around. RNB, yes. You're deeply connected to the abyss. You'll fall into it eventually. Why not worship our Lord now and secure patronage in advance? Like the gray-robed man, the nun was extremely friendly. Not necessary yet. Let's talk after I actually fall in. Lin Ye dared not further entangle himself with the abyss. He'd prefer finding a weaker deity for nominal worship. What a pity. You may leave then, just jump down and exit. The nun stared at Lin Ye as if urging him to hurry up and jump. Lin Ye gazed into the dark void below, neither jumping nor responding. He simply kept watching, letting time pass. After 5 minutes, the nun finally lost patience. Maintaining this state apparently wasn't cost-free. The ground reformed, and the church doors reappeared before Lin Ye. Still, Lin Ye didn't move. He couldn't be sure the ground wouldn't vanish again, or even if what he saw was truly solid ground. Fundamentally, Lin Ye couldn't determine the true method to leave this place. Was opening the door the way out? Or was jumping down the correct exit? How should he even jump? Moreover, even if he left here for another church, without worshiping a deity, ending the simulation seemed difficult. This might be his best opportunity. So Lin Ye decided to take the risk. Locking eyes with the nun, he spread his arms and leaned backward into the abyss, falling headfirst like the nun herself. If you won't let me leave, then I'll have to come closer. The nun couldn't help but admire Lin Ye's courage and luck. The void below was indeed the exit, but one had to leave upside down. Many guests had visited this church, but few dared leap into the void, and those who left inverted could be counted on one hand. Truly one favored by the abyss. May we meet again in its depths soon. The moment Lin Ye fell into darkness, his feet landed on solid ground as the world flipped around him. He found himself standing once more on the white stone path. Thought I'd take a gamble, but luck seems to be on my side. Truthfully, Lin Ye hadn't been certain. There had been 3 obvious ways to escape, and he'd simply chosen the most probable one. Had he chosen wrong, he was fully prepared to face the consequences. Surveying his surroundings, the abyssal church had vanished. He'd been transported outside a dilapidated dark red church. Lin Ye carefully examined the patterns carved into the church's outer walls, noticing similarities to the symbols on the crimson nun's robes. If you had arrangements to make, couldn't you have just sent me here directly? Lin Ye couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Of course, he didn't actually believe the crimson nun could influence the system to such an extent. He wasn't even certain this abandoned church was connected to her. Yet Lin Ye pushed open the derelict church's doors anyway. The interior was no better than the exterior. One wall had completely collapsed, while the remaining surfaces were overgrown with red-black vegetation. Though there was no wind, the plants trembled slightly, resembling interconnected insects crawling across the walls. Several broken pews stood in the church's center. On the foremost pew sat a monstrosity. It resembled a haphazard mass of flesh, with writhing tendrils extending from its form. Lin Ye approached the creature. He couldn't discern what tier of mutation creature this was, but given his current physical capabilities, any tier would be beyond his ability to combat. Thus, he mentally prepared himself to restart. Hello. Surprisingly, the monster was polite, speaking in the pleasant voice of a young woman. Hello. After his experiences in the previous churches, Lin Ye had gained some understanding of this place. He saw no need to rush the conversation. This is a church without a deity. I cannot send you away. You may leave. The creature was remarkably direct. Then what are you doing here? Lin Ye sat beside the monster. To him, this place felt far safer than those churches with actual deities. Did you know? No deity means no restraints. In other words, I could kill you at any moment. The creature neither answered Lin Ye's question nor attacked him. It simply desired solitude. The Crimson Nun sent me here. Do you know what she wants me to do? Lin Ye decided to be straightforward, as was his nature. Are you certain? The creature suddenly became solemn. Its elongated tendrils encircled Lin Ye as the wall plants began undulating rhythmically, like breathing or a heartbeat that never ceased. Rao, I am. Lin Ye was prepared to end his life at any moment. Excellent. You are to inherit the divine seat and become this church's deity. The monster was equally direct. Are you joking? Lin Ye didn't know how to react. He couldn't possibly imagine himself as a deity. Deities are beacons in the spiritual world. Our deity was devoured by the abyss, so we require a new one. With the beacon restored, perhaps our deity may return from the abyss. I don't know why the nun chose you as the new deity, but I respect her decision. After all, she was once the one closest to our deity. The monster wasted no words on platitudes or convoluted theories, succinctly explaining their purpose in few words. What would I need to sacrifice? And what would I gain? If the price was right, Lin Ye had no objections to acquiring new employment. You're familiar with runes? Yes? Inheriting the divine seat would grant you systematic knowledge of runes, even knowledge beyond runes. As for the cost, the divine seat itself is the price. You would become the beacon, unable to worship other deities. Since our deity was consumed by the abyss, the seat is naturally tainted. But given your existing connection to the abyss, this matters little. Having spoken, the creature waited for Lin Ye's decision. How could abyssal taint on a divine seat be unimportant? Lin Ye challenged. Beyond a certain threshold of abyssal exposure, only by becoming a deity can one resist its corruption. This isn't about time, distance, or dosage. Only spiritual matters. Of course, certain powerful relics and beings can also block such corruption. The monster gave Lin Ye a meaningful look before adding, You've been fortunate, but that won't last forever. I accept. Lin Ye didn't believe the system could protect him indefinitely. The abyssal gate remained embedded in the shelter's wall. Eventually, he'd need to master it himself. Moreover, from the monster's description, a deity sounded like a profession with its own runic system. This wasn't so different from class change. Excellent. The pact is made. The monster tore open its own flesh, extracting a shining particle of light which it placed atop Lin Ye's head. The light flowed into Lin Ye's body like liquid, leaving no sensation, as if it had never existed. That's it. Lin Ye felt cheated. This deity business lacked any ceremonial gravitas or tangible effect. It reeked of fraud. You're too weak currently to even connect with the divine seat. Forced connection would make your brain explode. But rest assured, you are now this church's deity. Simply exit the church to return to your original world. The monster zipped up its chest flesh like a jacket, then retrieved a card from its side, pouch-like stomach, offering it to Lin Ye. A gift, your divinity. I shall remain here, praying for you eternally. Obtain a gift. Completing the simulation while carrying this item allows retrieval to the shelter. Accepting the card, Lin Ye wanted to ask about advancement-related matters when sudden discomfort struck him. You must leave now. The inheritor has received the seat, and the connection will soon sever. Remain, and you'll be trapped here forever. Goodbye. Lin Ye stood and walked to the church entrance. Before pushing open the doors, he turned back. My name is Lin Ye. I never got yours. You may call me the Holy Maiden. As for my name, long forgotten. Exiting the church, Lin Ye found the prison wagon and overseers still waiting. They clearly hadn't expected him to emerge alive. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations, 10. Unused simulation detected. Retrieve core items. Retrieve. Obtained core item. Obtain a divine seat, *1. Obtain Mr. Gray's gift, *1. Obtain Holy Maiden's gift, *1. Obtain title, deity. Lin Ye awoke in bed. The Crimson Nun remained kneeling nearby, her posture unchanged, the breakfast beside her equally undisturbed. Glancing at the time, it was still before noon. This simulation hadn't consumed much time. Lin Ye began to examine the loot. The divine seat did not appear in the center of the shelter. It seemed to have already merged with him. Lin Ye picked up the box teammate that Mr. Gray had given him. Gregory's Life. An exceptionally excellent material, can be used to craft spiritual energy items. Note: the proper ending. As expected of D-class personnel, always lively. Lin Ye then took the card that the Holy Maiden had given him. Identity card, Holy Maiden. Can obtain Holy Maiden identity in certain events. Note: exclusive to Survivor Lin Ye, non-transferable. Lin Ye? What the heck is this? The card depicted a girl wearing an elaborate ceremonial dress with a blurred face, appearing both noble and sacred. Lin Ye put away the card and looked at the last system notification. He didn't think he would use this card. Deity. Sitting on the divine seat. All beings understand its meaning. Note: never before has such a weak deity appeared. Really inexperienced. Lin Ye muttered. After organizing his gains, Lin Ye took out the game room invitation. There was still some time before evening. He planned to check out what the game room was all about. Although it's a safe zone, to prevent accidents, better bring my gear. Fully armed and with his backpack ready, Lin Ye used the invitation. After using it, the invitation disappeared, and so did the fully armed Lin Ye. The game room wasn't a single room, but a massive gaming arena made up of multiple game rooms. Each room had a game, and participating required paying an entrance fee, which could be red coins, spiritual energy items, or even the survivor themselves. Winning the game would return the entrance fee and grant game rewards. Yes, Lin Ye was not the only survivor here. After all, tens of thousands lived in one area, so someone would always get an invitation. From observation, Lin Ye found that survivors coming here were basically those who had traded with him, the best connected group in the chat. There were many game rooms, but at this time, few survivors had obtained and used their invitations. Lin Ye didn't purposely talk to others, so no one recognized him as Lin Ye. Survivors could leave the game room at any time, and there was no clear time limit, but if they didn't participate for a long time, they would be teleported back to the shelter. Lin Ye found a blackjack table and sat down. The entrance fee was any number of red coins. Winning would grant the same number of red coins as the fee. 1 coin. Lin Ye placed his ticket on the table. He didn't like gambling, but card games suited him well. 1 red coin could let him play all day. Of course, Lin Ye didn't plan to waste so much time here. After completing today's 2 spiritual energy cycles, he would return to the shelter to continue studying runes. The spiritual energy concentration in the game room was average. Lin Ye spent nearly 2 hours completing 2 cycles. However, during that time, he won 54 red coins. Although he didn't like gambling, Lin Ye was really good at cards. The room's owner was a masked woman dressed provocatively. During the game, she kept urging Lin Ye to raise his bet, but at the time, Lin Ye was focused on cycling and ignored her. Afterwards, her play style became noticeably aggressive, but it didn't affect the outcome much. As long as Lin Ye didn't raise the bet, he was already unbeatable. This was a win-win, completing daily cycles while earning some pocket money. Just as Lin Ye put away his ticket, preparing to leave under the owner's resentful gaze, a voice called out to him. "Sir, do you need a game room access card?" The speaker was a handsome young man dressed as a waiter. "What's the difference between the access card and the invitation?" Lin Ye asked. "The access card can be used multiple times, and some special games require the access card to participate." The man smiled. "How can I get the access card?" Lin Ye wasn't interested in special games, but he needed to come here every day to cycle spiritual energy. "This is a game room. Of course, you get it by playing games." The man's smile grew wider, seeming very satisfied with Lin Ye's answer. Lin Ye returned a similar smile, and then left the game room without hesitation. He didn't have to absorb spiritual energy in the game room. When the possible cost greatly exceeds the gain, the trade cannot be made. So Lin Ye didn't waste more time. Back at the shelter, the nun was still kneeling silently in her original spot. "Obtain game room access card, gifted by the waiter." Haha. Lin Ye glanced at the system introduction for the card. Game room access card. Using the access card grants entry to the game room. Note: only VIPs of the game room can obtain the access card, symbolizing status. Putting away the access card, Lin Ye continued studying protection runes and took out the black robe from the pile of miscellaneous items, attempting to inscribe protection runes on it. The black robe was made of a spiritual, energy-resistant material. Lin Ye had previously treated it as trash and tossed it into the pile. Now it was put to good use. Since the shelter had no spiritual energy, Lin Ye could only use the spiritual energy from the crystals to sketch the runes. Although the spiritual energy inside was chaotic and unsuitable for absorption, it was perfectly usable for rune inscription. At first, the rune inscription didn't go smoothly. Using runes and inscribing runes on items were two completely different skills. After several failures, Lin Ye finally succeeded in carving a protection rune on the black robe. Lin Ye tested it. As long as spiritual energy was injected into the rune, it could trigger spiritual energy protection. However, once triggered, the rune would dissipate. Lin Ye inscribed the rune again and then cut off the cloth with the rune using a dagger. Simple protection item. Activates spiritual energy protection when triggered. Loses effect after one use. Note: can add. Must be accurate item-related information. Can I add notes too? Lin Ye thought for a moment and added a note. Simple protection item. Activates spiritual energy protection when triggered. Loses effect after one use. Note: made by Lin Ye. Until the nighttime activity started, Lin Ye stayed focused on studying runes. He had already dismantled the black robe into scraps. Although he failed many times during the process, he still made over a dozen simple protection items. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's event, Carnival Feast. Join. 9:59. Although he already knew there were other nighttime activities, Lin Ye hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. Could it be that the remaining 4 days each have one event? Lin Ye had a strong premonition that this was very likely. Opening the group chat, it was already buzzing. Another new event? Boss Lin, any news about this event? Lin Ye, I don't know what this event is either, but I currently know of 4 activities: Maze Exploration, Carnival Feast, Station Mission, and War Front. I'm guessing there will be one each for the last 4 days. Of course, this is just my speculation. What? So no Maze Exploration then? War Front? That sounds dangerous. If it's dangerous, just don't go. Fair point. What about this event? I haven't gathered enough materials to upgrade my shelter yet. I'm just one short, so I can participate in the later station mission. I want to take the risk. Even if I gather enough materials to upgrade my shelter now, what about later? If we keep avoiding nighttime activities, we'll eventually be eliminated by the system. You're right. I'll take the risk too. I'll pass. I'll take it one day at a time. Lin Ye, I prepared some protective gear. Since they're experimental products, I'll be putting them up for free in the trading area later. Feel free to grab them, but remember to message me with your feedback after use. Lin Ye, since these are free experimental products, I won't be responsible for any issues that may arise. Please use them with caution. After saying this, Lin Ye listed over a dozen simple protective items in the trading area. What? The big shot is at it again. Damn, I missed it. I got one. This is what 30 years of being single does for your reflexes. Shit, my internet lagged. Lag my ass. This isn't campus Wi-Fi. I've never seen the system lag. Perfect timing. I didn't have any protective gear. Post the system description. Simple protective items. Check it yourself. Holy shit. The Big Shot can already make spiritual energy items. The Big Shot is insane. Lin Ye, test them out for me. If they work well, I'll gather more materials to make additional batches. Roger that. Roger that. Going to test it against some first-rank mutation creatures now. Did you all get one already? Just saying roger that like that. Lin Ye chose to join tonight's event, equipped his gear, and sat by the bed waiting for the countdown to end. Too bad there were no small animals to pet today. 001. Midnight. Carnival begins. Do whatever you desire. There are no rules here tonight. The only limits are those you impose upon yourself. Embrace the world amidst flames and revelry, or destroy yourself. Lin Ye woke up on a circus stage. The stage and audience seats were empty, with glaring lights shining on nothingness. Exiting the tent, he found himself in a deserted amusement park with towering buildings in the distance. This was a corner of some city. Lucky me. Found a rookie who hasn't even reached first rank. Are you a lowly creature chosen by the system, or just an idiot try your luck? A humanoid creature with a bird's head entered the amusement park, its avian face wearing a malicious smile as it approached Lin Ye step by step. As the distance between them shortened, Lin Ye quietly adjusted his breathing and prepared himself. The bird-headed creature had 2 mutation organs, but the degree of mutation was average, not as extreme as that robed idiot from last time. Still, to guard against potential hidden means like runes, Lin Ye used his spiritual energy to sense its every move. The bird-headed creature, however, showed no wariness toward Lin Ye, swaggering toward him with complete confidence. You're too close. An invisible blade severed spiritual energy while a visible one split flesh. Before the words finished echoing, the bird-headed creature collapsed, both of its mutation organs cleanly severed. Enemy defeated. All enemy items have entered the loot space. After the carnival feast concludes, loot will be transported to your shelter. Obtain Carnival Potion *1. The bird-headed creature's corpse vanished without leaving a trace. I see. So this really is a feast of carnage. Lin Ye sheathed a red blade at his waist and picked up the potion bottle from the ground. It was a semi-transparent orange-red potion, about 200 milliliters, glowing faintly within the bottle. Item information could only be viewed within the shelter, so Lin Ye had no idea what this potion did. Storing the potion, Lin Ye walked to the base of the Ferris wheel, whose top was the highest point in the entire amusement park. Finding the control panel, he pulled the switch, and the nearly 200-meter-tall steel wheel began rotating slowly. Lin Ye boarded the Ferris wheel. Though Ferris wheels frequently appeared in various works, this was actually his first time riding one. And he was alone. This won't do. Riding a Ferris wheel alone is just too sad. Little Ye suddenly spoke up. Somehow, Little Ye had appeared sitting on the seat opposite Lin Ye. How are you here? Is this the spiritual world? Though he didn't show it, Lin Ye was genuinely happy to see a friend in this place. Not quite yet. This is the carnival feast, where anything is possible. Little Ye sat demurely, watching the slowly rising scenery outside the window. So you appeared because I thought riding alone was lonely? Lin Ye genuinely felt pathetic now, imagining a female version of himself to keep him company on a Ferris wheel. No, I wanted to accompany you. Little Ye stood and moved beside Lin Ye, resting her head on his shoulder. Lin Ye gazed at the city outside, silently memorizing the urban layout. The peaceful atmosphere gave him an unfamiliar sense of tranquility. Academy, commercial district, hospital, underground sewers, theater, city center, library. These places are extremely dangerous, but you must choose one to occupy and hold until dawn. Little Ye closed her eyes and whispered into Lin Ye's ear. Any suggestions? Lin Ye preferred the library or theater over the hospital or sewers, but he valued his friend's advice. The library is nice, but the theater suits this carnival better. Rather than practical advice, little Yi cared more about Lin Ye's feelings. She wasn't exactly a good girl. Then the theater it is. Should we go now or wait until closer to dawn? Lin Ye rarely trusted others, but he made slight exceptions for versions of himself. Go now. The location will become your nest. The longer you hold it, the higher your chances of victory. Little Yi took out the carnival potion from Lin Ye's possession and took a small sip. Ugh, disgusting. Sticking out her tongue, she fed the remaining potion to Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't refuse. Since the system provided the potion, he had to choose whether to drink it or not. Little Yi had made the choice for him. As the potion entered his mouth, before he could even taste it, an irresistible excitement surged through every cell in Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye found himself laughing uncontrollably as the feverish sensation ignited his nerves, setting his entire being aflame. Yet strangely, this frenzy didn't impair his thinking. Instead, it made his mind even clearer. Well then, see you later. Little Yi stood up to say goodbye. You not coming with me? Lin Ye also stood as he asked. It's not my time yet. A lady needs to prepare properly. Don't worry, since our date has started, I won't leave halfway. After one full rotation, Lin Ye stepped out of the Ferris wheel cabin alone, concluding his first Ferris wheel experience. Lin Ye ran through the deserted city. The theater was not far from the amusement park, which was one of the reasons he preferred heading to the theater. His body grew increasingly hot, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Lin Ye felt more awake now than he ever had in his life. This clarity made him start thinking about the protection and severing runes. The parts he couldn't understand before now quickly became clear. Spiritual energy gathered around Lin Ye. The concentration of spiritual energy in this city was extremely high, far surpassing that of the Red Maze, and it was very easy to control. A first-rank mutation creature resembling a spider charged at Lin Ye from the street corner. Without even drawing his blade, a spiritual energy shield with a blade of spiritual energy appeared in front of him out of thin air. The spider monster immediately crashed into the spiritual energy shield and died on the spot. It seems like it's not very clear-headed. Is it because it's a mutation creature? Or, without pondering further, Lin Ye continued thinking about the runes as he rushed toward the theater. Along the way, more creatures with unclear minds attacked Lin Ye, but in the end, they all died crashing into the spiritual energy blades, no different from that spider monster. The loot space is really convenient. I don't have to immediately deal with the loot or worry about running out of backpack space. Too bad, I still have to process the loot when I return to the shelter. It would be great if there was a one-click loot processing function. Lin Ye thought to himself, unsatisfied. He kept moving non-stop until he reached the theater. The city theater was a semi-circular building full of artistic flair. Outside the theater door, Lin Ye finally encountered an enemy whose perception was not so weak. The opponent was a burly man dressed in a black robe. Lin Ye had seen similar robes before. Neither of them spoke. The battle began the moment they met. The burly man charged at Lin Ye with incredible speed. His weapon was a heavy sword. From 5 meters away, he swung the heavy sword down toward Lin Ye's head. Boom! The heavy sword, charged with spiritual energy, slammed into the spiritual energy shield. Lin Ye didn't block it head-on but tilted the shield, deflecting the heavy sword to his left side. At the same time, Lin Ye drew the red blade and slashed at the burly man's vital points. The burly man reacted quickly. The moment his black robe spiritual energy shield was cut open by the spiritual energy blade, he turned his body, trying to dodge Lin Ye's red blade. But Lin Ye had already anticipated this dodge. Because the heavy sword was deflected to the left, the opponent was likely to dodge to the right. So Lin Ye's red blade slashed the right side. The slash severed the burly man's left hand, which he used to block, and then cut open his abdomen. The raging spiritual energy tore apart the mutation organs inside. The burly man's corpse vanished. Lin Ye sheathed his blade and entered the theater. The theater had 2 floors of semi-circular spectator seats. The ceiling was very high, and the stage sparkled under the spotlight. Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, standing in its center, continuing to ponder the protection and severing runes. The effect of the carnival potion was extraordinarily good. Questions that usually took a long time to think through were now quickly understood. The scattered knowledge no longer needed organizing. It naturally arranged itself in his mind, as if it were also rejoicing. Taking out the basic rune collapse card, Lin Ye used it directly. A flood of knowledge about collapse poured into his brain. However, this knowledge did not negatively affect him. Just like when he acquired the protection rune, someone else bore the burden for him. Lin Ye began to accept this knowledge, slowly learning and understanding it. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to digest the runes quickly. If he left now and tried to learn rune knowledge elsewhere, it would require exponentially more time and effort. The theater was relatively peaceful. Occasionally, some first-rank mutation creatures with unclear minds would break into the theater, leaving only patches of blood under the stage after being killed. R.A. Nigerian IROES. After killing the first mutation creature in the theater, Lin Ye felt a certain connection with the theater beneath his feet. Each subsequent kill within the theater seemed to strengthen this connection by a bit. This was probably why little Ye urged him to come quickly. As the connection strengthened, Lin Ye's mental perception range kept expanding, soon encompassing most of the theater. If he killed a few more mutation creatures, the entire theater would be under his control. Lin Ye continued studying the rune knowledge. He was almost tempted to use the remaining 2 rune cards here, but at the thought of that unlucky guy from the Mutual Aid Society, he suppressed his adventurous spirit. Forget it. There's still plenty of rune knowledge I haven't absorbed. After absorbing all of it, I can study how to use the runes. No need to rush to use those 2 cards. Lin Ye kept researching runes while killing enemies breaking into the theater. As time passed, the invaders seemed to grow more frenzied. This frenzy manifested not only mentally, but physically as well. After dispatching a mutation creature whose head was split in 2, Lin Ye felt a faint weakness. It wasn't fatigue. His body and mind were still in an excited state, without a trace of tiredness. Rather, he sensed a slight weakness that came after intense revelry. This feeling wasn't unpleasant. On the contrary, it was somewhat comfortable. Still, it meant his body was reaching its limit. I can't keep going like this. The nest. Maybe I can carve some runes inside the theater. Lin Ye began to manipulate the spiritual energy that already covered the entire theater to carve runes onto the theater walls. By now, the theater was no longer an ordinary theater. Its walls could fully support runes and spiritual energy. Before coming, Lin Ye had already crafted spiritual energy items. But after his recent rune research, his techniques had fundamentally changed. The spiritual energy items he made before now looked like crude doodles to him. Lin Ye researched rune engraving techniques while carving various runes all over the theater. This was a precious experimental opportunity, as such high-quality spiritual energy buildings were rare. More mutation creatures kept breaking into the theater, but this time, Lin Ye didn't need to act. They were invisibly cut down by spiritual energy blades, leaving only bloodstains at the theater entrance. Too bad their corpses went straight into the loot space. Otherwise, I could have taken the chance to experiment with splice runes. Lin Ye had mainly researched severing runes and only had a superficial understanding of splice runes. If he had spliced materials, he could have deepened his knowledge. After a while, no more mutation creatures entered the theater. It seemed all nearby mutation creatures had been wiped out. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the theater's main door. "Please come in." Lin Ye would show corresponding courtesy to polite people. A fully armed humanoid creature entered the theater. It glanced inside and then left after saying one sentence. "Sorry to disturb you." Lin Ye did not pursue it. He actually didn't like killing. It was just that often, only violence could solve problems. Afterward, more rational creatures entered the theater, but upon seeing the situation inside, they chose not to act and turned to leave instead. Just as Lin Ye thought the night would continue like this until the event ended, the theater doors were knocked on again, though this time the sound was strange, as if the knocking object was made of different material. Come in. Lin Ye spoke. An enormous, bloated, dark brown insect squeezed into the theater. If not for the wide entrance, it might not have fit. Only the insect's head entered the theater, the rest of its body remaining outside. Its body was covered in nearly healed wounds, as if it had just survived a fierce battle. The giant insect surveyed its surroundings with satisfaction before speaking. This place is good. Leave now, and I'll spare your life. Lin Ye studied the insect curiously. Though he clearly heard its strange sounds, his mind somehow understood its meaning. The system's translation ability was truly absurd. Is living not good enough for you? Must you come here to die? Though his words were blunt, Lin Ye had already focused his mind, ready to strike at full power. This insect far surpassed him in both spiritual energy and physical strength. Without the theater's enhancements, Lin Ye would have fled long ago. Of course, he didn't believe for a second that it would spare him. If he tried to leave, he'd likely be killed halfway by that impatient insect at the door. Weakling, I'm not killing you outright not because I can't, but because I don't want to get hurt. Last chance, leave this place. It's your only way out. The giant insect pressed forward, dozens of bright yellow eyes on its head fixated on Lin Ye, adopting an offensive stance. I'm not killing you only because you haven't come deep enough inside yet. Come in, then die here. Lin Ye's focus peaked. He didn't expect the insect to retreat. If judging purely by their base strength, Lin Ye might not even survive one of its basic attacks. You've angered me. The giant insect charged violently into the theater, sending rows of seats flying across the room. Within seconds, it reached the base of the stage. Boom! It crashed against a spiritual energy shield composed of numerous protection runes. Countless spiritual energy blades stabbed into its head, the chaotic energy shredding its brain. But this injury wasn't fatal. Its weak point was its lower abdomen, currently pressed against the ground. Lin Ye drew red blade and slashed downward. Spiritual energy surged from the blade, an invisible edge carrying chaotic energy to cleave through the insect's defenses and body. Boom! A bullet followed the wound, piercing its vital spot and completely obliterating its mutation organ. Watching the insect's corpse vanish, Lin Ye holstered his CL-0 pistol. All corpses were transported to the loot space, preventing him from using the magazine to absorb flesh. Have to wait until returning to the shelter. Before Lin Ye could catch his breath, hordes of mutation creatures flooded into the theater. As if coordinated, they rushed the stage together. Lin Ye watched them impassively as numerous severing runes activated, dozens of spiritual energy blades sweeping toward the entrance. These blades had been ineffective against the giant insect, serving only to chip away at it, so Lin Ye hadn't activated them earlier. After all, each rune activation required cooldown before reuse. These mutation creatures had gathered nearby, believing Lin Ye weak and unwilling to leave. Seeing him defeat the giant insect, they assumed he was exhausted and charged in desperately. RN, if they killed Lin Ye, all his previous gains would be theirs. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong opponent. Every creature that entered was shredded by invisible spiritual blades, their flesh transported to the loot space while the entrance became soaked with fluids. Lin Ye frowned at the vanishing flesh, imagining the system dumping the corpses into a shelter like trash, making it hard to breathe. The system wouldn't do something that horrifying, right? After some thought, Lin Ye decided to stop worrying and focus on the present, leaving tomorrow's problems for tomorrow's self. You're quite strong. Excellent. I'm pleased. A voice spoke behind Lin Ye. Sensing backward, he realized someone had appeared abruptly behind him. Lin Ye turned to see a man in formal wear. Around 20 years old, resembling blue star humans, male, with orange-yellow hair and eyes, dressed in bright orange formal attire. Who are you? Lin Ye leaped off the stage, wrapping himself in spiritual energy shields. If this person could appear soundlessly behind him, they could kill him before he reacted. You don't know? No wonder such delicious offerings appeared. I thought you were believers willingly sacrificing themselves, but you're just ignorant intruders fighting for seats. Impressive you've remained sane. The man smiled. He stood casually center stage, ignoring Lin Ye's defenses. Carnival feast? Lin Ye suddenly understood why it was called a feast. I'm a banquet guest, and you all are the main course. The man's smile widened. I enjoy taking your forms. It adds flavor when devouring you. Lin Ye stared. Though he couldn't gauge the man's depth, he refused to surrender. Since this was a system event, there must be a way to overcome him. Enough talk. The carnival feast should begin. Before the man finished speaking, a pale white arm pierced his chest, clutching an orange-yellow crystal. Hey, Chow, what are you? The man shattered like an illusion, leaving only Little Ye holding the crystal. Beautiful. Though if it were me, I'd have waited until he attacked. Lin Ye stepped back onto the stage, canceling his theater-powered mutual destruction strike. Normally I would wait, but not now. Every word he spoke tested my patience. Little Ye licked her lips, gazing at Lin Ye with heated intensity. Are you okay? What's wrong? Lin Ye sensed her abnormal state. Nothing, just affected by the carnival atmosphere. Her cheeks were flushed, but her tone remained calm. The carnival potion's mental effects? You took them from me. Lin Ye quickly guessed correctly. It's nothing serious, just heightened emotions at most. Little Ye crushed the crystal. A surge of mental energy fused with the theater, expanding Lin Ye's spiritual power while altering the theater itself. If the theater was a seat, they now occupied the city's highest position, far above others. The feast finale demands something on stage. Shall we dance? Little Ye suddenly suggested. I can't dance. Lin Ye replied awkwardly. Neither can I, but it's fine. Frantic spirits and fervent bodies are what dance is for. Little Ye declared. This was Lin Ye's first time dancing. As Little Ye had said, in the carnival atmosphere, whether one could dance or not wasn't particularly important. The world gradually collapsed amidst the revelry. Surviving creatures left the city through system teleportation, and other seats disintegrated after their owners departed. Finally, only the theater remained in the entire world. Large amounts of free-floating spiritual energy merged into the theater, and Lin Ye could feel his own spiritual energy continuously growing. So this is the spiritual world? Lin Ye curiously perceived the changes around him, deepening his understanding of collapse runes. This is the boundary between fantasy and reality. Of course, spirit and matter aren't actually so clearly divided. Little Ye spun with Lin Ye on stage as the theater began collapsing, until only the illuminated stage remained in the darkness. As the theater crumbled, vast amounts of spiritual energy concentrated on the stage, finally forming a colorless transparent crystal that landed in Little Ye's hand. Little Ye studied Lin Ye carefully for a moment, then broke off a small piece from the crystal and handed it to him. When Lin Ye tried to take it, the crystal melted into his hand. Simultaneously, a speck of light flashed within Lin Ye's consciousness. As spiritual energy merged with the light particle, Lin Ye felt his mind clear significantly, and using spiritual energy became smoother. What is this? Lin Ye asked. A seed of spirit, the foundation of individual consciousness. It can grow on its own to enhance your spiritual strength and purify your spiritual energy. You're currently too weak to handle more than this small piece. It's only because of the system event that we could obtain this so easily. The original form of what we robbed is quite terrifying. Be careful when you visit the spiritual world in the future. Little Ye said with a mischievous smile. Will you appear when I visit the spiritual world later? Lin Ye wasn't particularly concerned. Since the other party wanted to eat him anyway, robbing them was justified better than surrendering to death. Hard to say. This time was special because of the carnival feast's nature. Anyone meeting the conditions could join. There's a certain spiritual connection between us, which is why I could enter here. Little Ye stored the transparent crystal as she spoke. The lights went out, and the stage began collapsing. Lin Ye took one last look at Little Ye and said, Goodbye then. See you. Little Ye waved farewell. The carnival feast has ended. Loot space will disappear in one day. Please empty its contents promptly. Obtained. Carnival Day Invitation *1. Please draw your daily card. Lin Ye climbed out of bed in the shelter. The Crimson Nun had already left, and now there was a new door on the shelter wall leading to the loot space. My turn. Draw. Temporarily setting aside thoughts about the corpses in the loot space, Lin Ye decided to do his daily card draw first. This time, the card showed a blood-red owl. As the card dissipated, a crimson-feathered owl materialized at the shelter's center. It rotated its head, its yellow ring, black-centered eyes staring directly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye could see his own reflection in those eyes. Not edible, but kinda cute. Lin Ye tentatively stroked its head. Instead of resisting, the owl leaned into the touch. Hoot. Huh? You say you can help me process the loot. Hoot. That's great. I'll leave the loot space to you then. Hoot. You need my help? You can't handle things that are too heavy? Of course I'll help. After some communication, Lin Ye realized the owl seemed constrained. It could only discuss matters related to assisting him. An owl began processing the loot. Under the owl's guidance, Lin Ye's shelter became much more organized, with items properly categorized. They extracted mutation organs from corpses and the impure crystals within them. Lin Ye casually submitted 2 blueprint quests regarding first-tier mutation organs. 1 quest for the first-tier spiritual energy crystal maker blueprint, completed immediately. The system embedded the first-tier spiritual energy crystal maker into the shelter wall, a square metal box. It required no materials and could automatically produce 2 first-tier spiritual energy crystals daily. Besides mutation organs, Lin Ye obtained many low-quality spiritual energy items like black robes and spiritual greatswords. These couldn't replace his current equipment, serving only as materials. Following the owl's instructions, Lin Ye also harvested many usable material components from the corpses for crafting spiritual items. The remaining corpses weren't wasted either. After replenishing ammunition for his CL-0 pistol, Lin Ye chopped most corpses into chunks and listed them in the trading area at 10 red coins per chunk. First-tier mutation creature chunks. Rich in nutrients, edible. Note: best not consumed raw. The leftover corpses would serve as practice material for splice runes. After clearing the loot space, Lin Ye checked system notifications. Carnival Day Invitation. Used to participate in the next Carnival Day. Note: only issued to survivors who lasted longest in the Carnival Feast. Storing the invitation, Lin Ye had no immediate plans to participate. Without Little Yi this time, he might not have survived. The Carnival Day would certainly be more dangerous. He wasn't ready yet. Do you eat? Hoot. Never mind then. Lin Ye prepared breakfast for himself, then poured some hot water over the abyssal egg and the alien egg. Hoot. Why water? Water is the source of life. I'm trying to hatch them, and hot water simulates a warm environment. Can you incubate eggs? Hoot. You say they need mutation creature flesh? Fine, I've got plenty from this haul. Does it need heating? Hoot. All right, I'll try. Lin Ye took some flesh from the loot space and placed it on the eggs, then added more hot water for good measure. This should work, right? Hope they hatch something cute, not an actual alien. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ye opened the group chat while eating. 708-775/10000000. So terrifying, so many died. Glad I didn't go. Actually, if you didn't drink that carnival potion, you'd be fine just hiding somewhere remote. Nobody would specifically hunt you. With their minds gone mad, of course they wouldn't search systematically. Didn't the system warn you? Who dare drink that stuff? Huh? You got system warnings about the carnival potion? I didn't. Confirmed. The guy above is a pro. A pro who drank the potion and survived? Impressive. Nah, I never dared touch that mystery bottle. Awesome. No wonder he's a big shot. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to drink either. Did you guys check the trading area? Brother Lin posted a batch of first-grade biological corpse chunks, only 10 red coins each. Looks like the big shot made a good haul this time. Speaking of which, didn't the big shot give out some spiritual energy items before? How did they work? I can sum it up in 2 words. Freaking amazing. If it weren't for those spiritual energy items from the big shot, I wouldn't have made it back this time. Tell us the details. I was ambushed by some dog bastard, probably a Blue Star native. He threw a grenade at my hiding spot, and I was startled. Instinctively, I used the big shot's protective item, and I was completely unharmed. The attacker thought I was dead and didn't come to check. After a very complicated game of cat and mouse, I ended up killing him 6 times over. So, what was the old schemer? Damn, you can even block grenades? Bro, that's spiritual energy shielding. Regular gunpowder weapons can't even pierce it. The stuff the Big Shot gave us is top tier. Missed out last time. Big Shot, can you send out another batch? Forget sending. I'd even pay to buy some. I snagged a first-grade corpse chunk. That stuff's useless, right? It's not a mutation organ. You're not seriously going to eat it. It can be used as pet food and fertilizer. Plus, some equipment requires mutation flesh with ample spiritual energy. At just 10 red coins, grabbing it is a steal. I thought it was useless and didn't bother to grab any just now. Idiot, you think something from Brother Lin would be worthless? You're bound to profit. I got one and sold it for 20 red coins. Damn, they're all gone already. After breakfast, Lin Ye handed the shelter over to the owl to manage and lay back on his bed to start the daily simulation. D-class personnel simulated. Z. Remaining simulation attempts. 10. Lin Ye woke up from the soft bed, noticing a black formal suit placed beside it. Oh, could it be that my treatment has improved? He recalled the first title he earned and thought optimistically. However, before he could rejoice too long, a fully armed overseer barged in without any courtesy and said, "Put on your clothes. It's time to hit the road." Lin Ye did not resist. Although he could now easily handle ordinary overseers, considering his mission was to resolve abnormal events, coupled with a powerful captain and an unknown organization, he could forgive their rudeness. Nigerian IRS. Dressed, Lin Ye followed the overseer downstairs. Zed was thin but surprisingly strong. Though not comparable to Lin Ye's current physique, he was much stronger than the old guy from last time. They gathered in the hotel lobby. It was the familiar 4-person overseer squad. The captain was a scruffy middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman and a child. Following the captain out of the hotel, Lin Ye saw the port right outside. A gigantic cruise ship was entering, towering dozens of meters high. From the side, the hull was covered with countless windows. The cruise ship will leave the port in 1 hour. You must retrieve a black briefcase from room 1904 and place another identical black briefcase there before disembarking in time. Of course, you may also choose to leave with the cruise ship. I'm quite eager to see if you'll make that choice. The captain gave a malicious grin. Anything we should pay attention to? Why 3 people? Does the child have to go? Lin Ye asked directly. The captain glanced at Lin Ye and replied, "You don't have boat tickets, so you must disguise yourselves as a family of 3 to board the ship and get off before the crew inspects tickets. That brat who looks like a kid must come aboard. As for precautions, maybe you can tell me after you come back, assuming you survive." Though the captain didn't favor them much, he answered all mission-related questions. Lin Ye took the black briefcase handed to him by the overseer and walked toward the cruise ship with his 2 companions. The 2 companions showed no intention to speak, so Lin Ye naturally remained silent. This was probably how D-class personnel interacted. Only when he saw the woman trembling did Lin Ye realize they were too scared to talk. He couldn't understand what was supporting them to keep moving forward. They boarded via the gangway without security checks or staff. The 3 walked on an empty deck. The entire cruise ship was eerily silent. Lin Ye led silently at the front, deliberately lowering his footsteps to avoid any noise that might cause trouble. This simulation was not difficult for him. Just find room 1904, swap the briefcases, and bring the case back to finish. Compared to previous simulation missions, at least this one had a clear goal. The 3 entered the ship's cabin. The hallway was narrow, lit by dim yellow lights, with orderly rooms on both sides. Suddenly, Lin Ye sharply turned his head, only to find the 2 companions behind him had vanished. That's it? Luckily, the briefcase is still in my hands. He didn't try to find them because, in some ways, it was he who had disappeared. Each door was engraved with a room number. Lin Ye checked one by one, but noticed the rooms were not arranged in numerical order. 967, 1670, 876, 1453, 1964, 797, 470. This is troublesome. I can't check every single room. At the end of the corridor, there was no passage to other areas, only room 1346. No way. Lin Ye turned and ran back toward the entrance. The hallway he came through was gone, replaced by another room, room 407. What kind of puzzle game is this? He recalled the previous room numbers, trying to find a pattern, but quickly gave up. His math was decent, but only at a high school level, and these numbers might not even be related to math. I can only try opening doors. Even if I open the wrong one and face danger, I still have 10 simulation attempts. But what if opening the wrong door means death? 10 attempts only mean opening 10 doors. Can I really just try randomly? Maybe I should wait an hour and see if the cruise ship changes while sailing. After thinking for a while, Lin Ye decided to try opening a door first. If it was too dangerous, he would wait until the ship left port before acting. So which door to pick? There were 32 doors in this corridor. In the end, Lin Ye chose room 1346 at the corridor's end. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door, but there was no response inside. Lin Ye twisted the doorknob. The door was not locked. He pushed the door open. The room inside resembled a standard hotel room, but it was enclosed with no windows. Lin Ye searched the room thoroughly, but only found some clutter, nothing else of note. He stepped out into the corridor. Nothing had changed. Both sides were still blocked off by doors. Just as Lin Ye was about to open another door, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Inspiration triggered. Go. Maybe you should try closing the door inside the room. Oh. Lin Ye reopened room 1346 and stepped inside. The room was exactly the same as before, but this time, he closed the door behind him. Doesn't feel like anything changed. He opened the door again and found himself facing a blood-red corridor. The lights had turned into a glaring red. Moreover, room 1346 was no longer at the end of the corridor, but in the middle, with room 1179 directly opposite. Lin Ye immediately shut the door and waited a moment before opening it again. Room 1179 was still opposite. His sharp spiritual energy sense gave him a vague sense of danger, but he didn't know where the threat lay. Lin Ye stepped into the corridor, closed the door behind him, waited a few seconds, then re-entered room 1346 and shut the door. Opening the door again, the blood-red corridor and room 1179 remained outside. After several attempts, Lin Ye gave up on the plan of leaving the corridor through room 1346 and decided to open the next door. He walked a full circle down the corridor. This blood-red corridor matched the previous corridor's layout, with 32 rooms total and one room at each end. After confirming there was no room 1904, Lin Ye tried to memorize the room numbers as best as he could and finally chose to open room 966 at the corridor's end. He still couldn't figure out the room arrangement rules. Opening the room in the same position might provide clues. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door. Again, there was no movement inside. Lin Ye twisted the doorknob. It still wasn't locked. Swish! A red shadow flashed past. Lin Ye relied on his perception and instinctively stepped left to avoid it. But it was too late. His right shoulder and right hand vanished instantly, and blood sprayed onto the wall. Swish! Before Lin Ye could steady himself, another red shadow flashed by, pulling his body into the room. In his last moment of consciousness, Lin Ye only saw the door automatically closing and the reddish-brown walls. Remaining simulation attempts. 9. Lin Ye woke up on the bed, staring at a familiar ceiling. The torn pain and the powerless sensation of death lingered faintly in his mind. What the hell was that thing? Lin Ye got dressed and sat at the edge of the bed, waiting for the overseers to open the door. What to do? 2 deaths per 2 doors. If I can't find the pattern with this death rate, even if I had 1,000 simulation attempts, I might never find room 1904, let alone figure out how to leave with the suitcase. With grave. Do I just wait an hour and check if the yacht changes? But the captain mentioned ticket checks by the crew. Other dangers might appear. The overseers opened the door and saw Lin Ye already dressed. "Time to go," Lin Ye preemptively asked. "Yes, please proceed." Though he looked down on these D-class personnel, facing one who was about to die, the overseer instinctively softened his voice. Lin Ye followed the overseers downstairs. The process was the same as last time. They boarded the yacht again. But this time, before boarding, Lin Ye grabbed the child's right hand, reasoning that it would look more like a family. The child did not resist, and seeing this, the woman also held the child's left hand. The three of them approached the corridor they had entered before. This time, Lin Ye suggested exploring other areas first, and the two companions agreed. They circled the deck and discovered 6 entrances leading into the yacht's interior. Besides these, there were some more dangerous paths accessible by jumping or climbing to balconies of certain rooms. But all those rooms were sealed, and the windows were opaque, preventing observation inside. Lin Ye led the two back to the previous entrance. This time, he planned to test if the rune changes were random, what type of randomness it was, and spend an hour hiding in a safe room to gather information. Of course, if he and the two companions could enter the same corridor, he might explore more rooms since having partners was the best aid in investigation. However, the moment they stepped into the corridor, Lin Ye's hands went empty, and the two companions vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Lin Ye couldn't tell how they disappeared, nor did he notice how the corridor behind him had changed to room 407. "Looks like I have no choice but to wait." The room numbers in the corridor remained unchanged. Lin Ye reopened room 1346 at the end. He closed the door and reopened it. Outside was still the red glowing corridor. The room numbers in the corridor, including room 966 at the end, were the same. This time, Lin Ye did not continue exploring other rooms, but returned to room 1346 to wait an hour and see if anything changed. He had no intention of wasting that hour. He planned to practice using spiritual energy shield with Zed's body. The simulation world's air contained spiritual energy, with varying concentrations depending on the area. The yacht's spiritual energy concentration was very high. But having spiritual energy and spiritual power alone wasn't enough to activate the spiritual energy shield. Spirit, spiritual energy, and the physical body were inseparable for a spiritual energy being. All three had to cooperate to successfully use runes. Zed was just an ordinary person, so Lin Ye couldn't use spiritual energy shield with his body, at least not at his current level. Therefore, Lin Ye decided to absorb spiritual energy for this hour, strengthening Zed's body at any cost, then try to gather more information. The hour passed quickly. Lin Ye completed 2 basic spiritual energy cycles. Although his physical improvement was limited, with preparation, he could barely use a thin spiritual energy shield layer. Inside the room, Lin Ye did not sense the yacht moving, nor could he sense the corridor's status. There was no peephole on the door. Without opening it, he had no way to obtain information. Without much hesitation, Lin Ye prepared the spiritual energy shield and carefully opened a crack in the door. A brown eye pressed against the crack, locking eyes with Lin Ye through the gap. A smiling attendant wearing a uniform stood outside the door. "Hello, please show your boat ticket. Can I get a replacement ticket? I have a boat ticket, but I didn't bring it with me." Lin Ye did indeed possess a boat ticket, but he wasn't sure if that ticket was related to this cruise ship. The attendant's smile faded, but he took no other action, simply staring at Lin Ye expressionlessly as if assessing the situation. "You do possess a ticket, but you didn't bring it aboard. This situation is quite unusual, so I'm a loss." The attendant remained outside the door without forcing his way in, giving Lin Ye a glimmer of hope. "Could you tell me about the cruise ship? I nearly got lost when boarding earlier." Lin Ye probed cautiously. "Had you brought your ticket when boarding, someone would have welcomed you. Fortunately, you didn't venture deeper into the corridors. No one could have saved you then." The attendant seemed to receive some message, his face twisting into that eerie smile again. "Apologies. While we generally don't harm our guests, you did fail to present your ticket. The captain requests you disembark immediately. Will you return me to shore? Or just drop me at the next stop?" Lin Ye asked without much hope. "Apologies," the captain said immediately. The attendant didn't enter the room, merely making a polite gesture. Lin Ye found himself walking out voluntarily, moving down the corridor. Lin Ye tried to resist, but discovered he'd completely lost control of his body, forced to watch himself walk away. Though the hallway remained red, the rooms at both ends had vanished. From his peripheral vision, Lin Ye noticed the room numbers along this stretch hadn't changed. After traversing the long crimson hallway and passing through an interior door, the corridor returned to its original ordinary appearance, the lighting now dim and yellowish. Lin Ye saw room 1904, an utterly ordinary door in an ordinary hallway, completely unremarkable. He wanted to act, but could only memorize surrounding room numbers as he was helplessly drawn away from his target, proceeding toward the deck. Emerging from the cabin, the external scene captured Lin Ye's attention. The cruise ship sailed across a pure white sea, the snow-white water perfectly flat without a single ripple. Not even the ship's passage could disturb its surface. In the distance stood towering white pillars reaching into the sky, their tops invisible even when craning one's neck. Only then did Lin Ye realize he'd regained control of his movements. "You should disembark now." The attendant stood nearby, speaking respectfully. Lin Ye stood at the deck's edge. A single step over the railing would plunge him into that white sea. He considered resisting, but found himself more willing to jump than fight. "So beautiful, does it have a name?" Lin Ye asked dreamily. "The pure sea." The attendant also gazed at the water, eyes filled with reverence. "I see. A fitting name." Lin Ye leaned forward, falling into the sea without creating a single ripple, merging seamlessly with the pure sea. Remaining simulations, 8. Lin Ye woke disoriented in bed, only remembering following the attendant out of the cabin. He couldn't recall anything afterward, as if that memory had been erased. Beta. Damn it, what happened? This feeling of not remembering is unbearable. He roughly grabbed his hair in frustration. At least memories before leaving the cabin remain intact. Got some clues at least. But are they really intact? Lin Ye meticulously reviewed the entire previous simulation, only stopping after confirming no other anomalies. Can't wait until after departure next time. This memory loss might affect the whole simulation, and that attendant's no solution either. Dressed, Lin Ye descended with the overseers, continuously planning his next approach. Soon, the trio boarded again. This time Lin Ye chose a different entrance. The previous corridor offered little information, just one room leading to the red hallway, eliminating only one of 32 possibilities. Switching corridors changed little. 6 entrances, 6 hallways. Lin Ye debated whether to simulate each or focus on one. Before entering, he tied their clothes together. Probably useless, but worth trying. Like before, Lin Ye entered a dim, enclosed corridor alone. After circling, still 32 rooms, still number 1904. This time he tried room 987 near the entrance. Another standard room. No dangers, no oddities. Closing then, reopening the door revealed the same ordinary hallway, now with room 1441 opposite. Circling showed number 1904, and no familiar rooms except 987. Next he tried room 1603 near the entrance. Standard room, no threats. Upon closing and immediately reopening the door, a crimson hallway pulsed with red light. Damn it, no pattern at all? Or some hidden logic I'm missing? Tugging his hair, Lin Ye explored the red hallway but found no familiar numbers. Random door selection then. Trapped in this corridor, Lin Ye knew only new doors offered escape. Time dwindled. Once departure came, that attendant would find and escort him to another amnesiac deck experience. What now? No matter how he analyzed, Lin Ye found no numerical patterns. He lacked a mathematician's formula-crunching mind or numerical intuition. Without enhanced mental faculties, he couldn't even recall all those numbers. Maybe insufficient data. Maybe truly random. Abandoning analysis, Lin Ye stopped wrestling with the chaotic numbers and randomly opened a door. Since boarding, Lin Ye had been absorbing spiritual energy. With last simulation's experience and reckless absorption, he'd quickly completed one cycle. But his prepared spiritual energy shield proved unnecessary. Another standard room greeted him. "Lux with me." Entering, closing then reopening the door revealed another ordinary hallway. A quick survey showed no familiar numbers. Lin Ye randomly selected another door, repeated the close-open routine. A red hallway awaited. "Are you messing with me? You got some nerve." Lin Ye entered the red corridor and began checking room numbers. The red light shone on each door, seemingly reminding him that every door opened was a gamble with his life. "Good thing I've 10 lives. Even a 9-live cat can't outlast me." Preparing his spiritual energy shield, Lin Ye randomly pushed open a door. This time nothing attacked him, but the room's condition was far from ideal. Dark red walls and floor were covered in crimson fuzz, with a fuzzy red corpse standing at the center. Go in or try another door? After some thought, Lin Ye quickly entered. This room didn't seem aggressive. Entering and exiting might not trigger danger. As expected, neither the fuzz nor corpse attacked him. But when reopening the door, his planned quick exit failed. Because outside lay complete darkness. No, more accurately, absolute blackness where he couldn't see anything. Not just vision. Even his spiritual perception couldn't penetrate it. He couldn't even confirm if a corridor existed there. Lin Ye knew he had to enter that darkness to reach the opposite door, whose number he couldn't see. But facing the abyss, hesitation gripped him for the first time in ages. Fear of darkness is human instinct. Only when the corpse pressed against his back did Lin Ye step into the void. Reaching for the opposite door, he touched nothing. Given standard corridor width, he should have contacted it already. Lin Ye scrambled backward, only to find his original room gone. Is this the deeper corridor the attendant mentioned? Crouching in darkness, Lin Ye groped forward. No smells, no sounds when tapping the floor. With sight and perception nullified, touch became his sole connection to reality. After crawling 5 minutes without encountering anything, Lin Ye realized this approach wouldn't work. Actually, when a room disappeared, I should have changed tactics. Many forces could create this, likely spatial or mental manipulation. Spatial issues would be hard to solve, but mental ones. Focusing his mind, Lin Ye conjured a glowing particle that illuminated the black corridor. Behind him stood the open doorway with the corpse, while the target door appeared right before him. An empty set beta. As the light faded, Lin Ye lunged for the handle, pushing through door 99 just before darkness reclaimed him. Tumbling inside, Lin Ye had no time to observe his surroundings before slamming the door shut with his back. As he prepared to exit, thick red fibers erupted from his pores, being sucked into the air. When the last fiber departed, Lin Ye collapsed like an emptied specimen jar. Now he finally had time to examine the room. Not that urgency mattered anymore. Room 99 was a black cube containing a dark rotating sphere of unknown material. The red fibers swirled around it before dissipating. Lin Ye wasn't sure whether to feel lucky. Without the parasitic fibers, he'd be the one being absorbed. Though honestly, momentary survival hardly counted as luck. Waiting seems wasteful. Despite being emptied, Lin Ye didn't die immediately, likely thanks to the red fibers. Attempting to crawl out, he discovered a gentle gravitational pull perfectly calibrated to prevent his escape. With the sphere still absorbing fibers, Lin Ye decided to crawl toward it rather than wait. His thoughts were sparse. Even lifting a hand required tremendous effort now. Without the sphere's pull, he couldn't have crawled at all. Reaching directly beneath the sphere, Lin Ye rolled onto his back and began carving a collapse rune while watching the rotating mass above. He wasn't sure this would work, but it beat waiting to die. For a constantly rotating system, minimal external force might trigger collapse. This was Lin Ye's first combat use of collapse runes. Zed's body wasn't ideal, but after Carnival Feast, Lin Ye had gained new insights about collapse, allowing rudimentary usage. Then Lin Ye's body collapsed. Amidst dissolution, watching the spinning sphere imparted new understandings. Remaining simulations, 7. Lin Ye rose from bed and dressed, this time heading for Corridor 3. With 7 simulations left across 4 unexplored corridors, he planned 1 attempt per corridor. If no patterns emerged, he might confront the organization. What he couldn't solve might be trivial for them. But this was dangerously risky. To the organization, he was an untrustworthy anomaly. Control or elimination would be their preferred solutions over negotiation. And negotiations require parity. No one bargains with the weak, and to the organization, Lin Ye was weak. So this path likely ended poorly. But he had no choice. Thousands of randomly arranged rooms where every door could mean death. Without discovering the pattern, finding room 1904 within 1 hour was impossible. Prepared, Lin Ye followed the overseers aboard. As before, their trio boarded the cruise. Any mathematicians here? Or anyone with math-related conditions? Though unlikely, Lin Ye asked before entering Corridor 3. I never went to school. The woman eyed Lin Ye strangely. He'd been acting odd since boarding. I finished elementary school and could do basic arithmetic. The boy, sensing Lin Ye had information, hurriedly offered his credentials to avoid abandonment. Oh, impressive. Stay close. Wait, don't enter. I'll go exchange the boxes. Wait outside. Lin Ye grabbed his hair in sudden realization. Only now did he understand. The variables weren't just room numbers or sequences. They themselves were the primary variables. 3 people entering meant 3 different corridor assignments. If each person represented a variable, room arrangements would become impossibly chaotic. No mathematical skill could untangle that. Damn, how could I not have thought of something so simple before? Lin Ye wanted to slap himself for overlooking such an obvious solution that had cost him so many unnecessary deaths. Is this what they call being unable to see the forest for the trees? After explaining the dangers of entering the ship's corridors to his 2 companions and ensuring they wouldn't interfere, Lin Ye entered Corridor 3 alone. The moment he stepped into the hallway, before he could even check all the room numbers, a system notification appeared. Inspiration triggered. Cuckoo, this room feels right. Lin Ye remained silent, but had a million thoughts running through his mind. Damn, so without those 2 variables, I didn't even need math or puzzle solving. Just follow the system prompt to clear the level. Does that mean there were no hints before, because all rooms were dead ends? No wonder every door either led to red corridors or black corridors. So the cruise requiring a family of 3 was just to increase difficulty. What a sneaky bastard. Lin Ye pushed open the door to find a familiar standard cabin. Exiting the room, he found himself back in the dimly lit ordinary hallway. Another system prompt appeared. Inspiration triggered. Cuckoo, this room feels right. Though my brilliant intellect could deduce the pattern, cheating definitely feels more satisfying. Minor cheats don't count as real cheating. Following the system prompts, Lin Ye continued entering and exiting rooms. Though he occasionally encountered red corridors, none of the rooms he opened contained dangers, until he opened a door to reveal a water blue corridor. Immaculately clean without a speck of dust, the corridor looked pristine. Inspiration triggered. Cuckoo, please mind your manners. The layout matched other corridors, 32 rooms in total. Lin Ye walked its length, gently knocking on the door at one end. Receiving no response, he moved to the opposite end and knocked. This time, the door opened immediately, revealing a luxurious suite far more spacious than standard cabins. The room's occupant was a pale, almost translucent humanoid resembling a young woman, but covered in water blue tendrils with matching eyes and hair. Hello, I'm a lost passenger. May I borrow your door? Lin Ye's politeness wasn't just due to the system prompt. He was fundamentally a civilized person. Come in first. It's rare to meet someone here. The ship won't depart for a while. Have some tea. The maiden used her tendrils to pull out the opposite chair. Lin Ye remained cautiously relaxed as he sat down. She poured him a cup of water blue liquid. The sweet-tasting tea provided an immediate energizing effect. Do you need anything from me? Lin Ye got straight to the point, unwilling to waste another simulation attempt. Not now, but perhaps later. Your spirit and body don't match. yet you control it so fluidly. I can guess your origins. We're somewhat connected. If you survive, we may meet again. A with Tilda. She plucked a tendril and handed it to Lin Ye. Take this as a gift. The tendril wrapped around his arm like a living creature, soft to the touch. Thank you. Goodbye. Without further words, Lin Ye left with his new accessory. Returning to ordinary corridors, he continued following prompts until finally locating room 1904 just before time expired. Finally, the standard cabin contained only a black briefcase on the bed. First step complete. Lin Ye carefully exchanged the briefcase. Having never opened it in previous simulations, he avoided excessive contact with organization-related items. Information exchange was dangerous. The moment you learned something, the exchange began. Less contact meant more safety. Exiting with the briefcase, he didn't find another door, but a dim corridor leading to the deck. Room 1904 was the exit all along. Lin Ye disembarked with two surprise companions in tow. The captain stared in shock as he carefully accepted the briefcase. That cruise ship appears periodically. The organization always wanted to recover this case. Several captains boarded before, none returned. Afterwards, we only sent D-class personnel to try their luck. You can't be that scumbag. He only forced others to scout, lacking courage to enter alone. So solo entry was key. Lin Ye simply nodded in response. As organization members, we shouldn't develop feelings about anomalies, but thank you for what you've done for humanity, even if you may not care about us. The captain saluted, which Lin Ye returned. He was always polite. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations. 7. Obtained random items from event times 7. Obtained unwhite gift times 1. Title acquired. Purified. Lin Ye awoke in bed, finding the red owl sharing his pillow. It woke shortly after him. Thanks for your help this time. Though possessing extraordinary intellect, Lin Ye genuinely appreciated the system prompts that helped him find the correct path before exhausting all simulations. Cuckoo. The owl hopped down to continue processing materials. Lin Ye examined the loot displayed in the shelter's center. 5 familiar items, a loaded pistol, simple rations, first aid kit, full combat suit, and dagger. Essentially an organization starter kit. The 2 new items were pure crystal. Crystalline formation from pure sea. Purifies any substance. Note, extremely rare. Use immediately after opening. Sealed in a pencil case-sized black metal container. The crystal couldn't be seen before opening. When did I encounter this? Unless. Lin Ye checked the next item. Sewer worm parasite. Replenishes flesh. Can harvest fresh worms anytime. Warning. Do not transport untreated worms outside shelter to avoid infection. Looking at the pulsating piece of flesh covered in red fuzz, Lin Ye felt thoroughly disgusted. Although the shelter was absolutely safe, the mere thought of his simulation self being infested with those fuzzy worms and having most organs devoured without noticing made him physically uncomfortable. Collect fresh sewer worms. What use do I have for these things? Cuckoo. Cuckoo hopped next to the flesh chunk and pecked up a sewer worm with its beak before swallowing it. You're saying these can be processed into high-quality spiritual energy materials? And also serve as emergency rations that taste delicious. Lin Ye wasn't particularly prejudiced. Blue Star had plenty of ingredients that looked disgusting, but tasted great. How should I process them? Cuckoo. That sounds troublesome, but I can give it a try. After learning how to handle sewer worms from Cuckoo, Lin Ye checked the remaining system notifications. Wei Bai's gift. Used to add contact Wei Bai. Note. This is a nutritious, deliciously fresh, active tentacle. Perhaps you should eat it. Use. The tentacle disappeared, and Wei Bai's name appeared in Lin Ye's private chat, though like other survivors from different zones, messages couldn't be sent. I wonder when we'll be able to communicate across zones. Purified. Consciousness entered the pure sea, was purified, then left the pure sea. Note, purity has increased. So that missing period in my memory was when I got pushed into the pure sea. Lin Ye tried hard to recall again, but still remembered nothing. After organizing his gains, Lin Ye checked the time. With some hours left before the nighttime activity, he decided to play cards in the game room. Talent simulations, nighttime activities, spiritual energy circulation, studying runes, crafting spiritual energy items. His daily tasks were overwhelming, but strengthening his physique through spiritual energy circulation was foundational and took priority. I'm going to play some cards. You watch the shelter. Cuckoo. The game room remained sparsely populated. Lin Ye randomly picked a table and began his daily spiritual energy circulation. At his skill level, he could still earn pocket money even while distracted by energy circulation. Not that losing mattered much. At 1 red coin per game, he could afford to lose all day. Wouldn't you prefer something more special? Just as Lin Ye was happily freeloading spiritual energy, the attendant who previously gave in the room key appeared silently behind him. You're too eager. First a room key, now this approach. Even an idiot would suspect something. Lin Ye played his royal flush, leaving only a 3 of spades in hand. There's no harm trying. Excess spiritual energy, items to enhance mental power, rune manuals, all easily obtained by participating in special games. RN. The attendant remained unruffled, maintaining an enchanting smile. Not interested. I suggest you stop wasting time on me. Out of billions of survivors, you pick someone who dislikes gambling. Lin Ye didn't dislike the attendant. After all, he'd received a room key allowing spiritual energy freeloading. Hence, he didn't want to waste the attendant's time. You're too modest. I've seen many billions, but few merit my personal room keys. Should you ever need assistance, do consider the game room. The attendant didn't press further, having said his piece. Lin Ye understood the implication, but barring necessity, he wouldn't join others' gambling setups. After 90 minutes completing 2 spiritual energy cycles, each cycle shortening as his mental power grew and familiarity increased, Lin Ye returned to the shelter, flipping his 64 newly won red coins. Back at the shelter, Lin Ye studied runes and attempted new spiritual energy items. Though currently useless to him, mastering this valuable skill would prove beneficial eventually. Under Cuckoo's guidance, Lin Ye learned spiritual material processing methods that greatly aided item crafting. At least he no longer needed to painstakingly cut cloaks into fragments. Evening arrived quickly. Lin Ye prepared a sumptuous dinner shared with Cuckoo. With time remaining before the nighttime activity, he browsed group chats while eating. According to experts' predictions, tonight's activity will likely be either station mission or warfront. Probably station mission, saving unseen activities for last. Agreed. Station mission's manageable. Just hide for rewards. With competent teammates, you can scavenge extra supplies. True. Last time I lucked into a box containing shelter upgrade blueprints. Same. Ditto. Me too. Damn you all. Someone salty, not naming names though. Lin Ye posted sewer worm parasite images and system descriptions in chat. WTF. Disgusting. Exports at again. Not while I'm eating. Sewer worms? I think I've seen these before. Remember the intel? Sewer worms infest drainage systems. If shelter security fails, they'll crawl up and devour survivors. Seriously? Thank God I upgraded. Oh shit. I still need mutation organs. I'm doomed. No blueprints yet. So non-upgraded shelters are death traps? Terrifying. Lin Ye, this is my new acquisition. These sewer worms are extremely dangerous with no current countermeasures. Prioritize shelter upgrades. Also, if tonight's station mission, could someone disseminate spiritual energy circulation diagrams? Charging is fine, but don't gouge. Saving lives matters. Roger. Got it. Expert's generosity. My thoughts exactly. Expert, any new products for sale? I'll pay. Lin Ye. Actually, yes. These aren't prototypes. 10 red coins each. He shared 2 new spiritual items system info. Simple protective item. Spiritual energy activated. Generates spiritual shield. 3 uses. Note. Crafted by Lin Ye. Simple bone blade. Spiritual energy infused. Produces cutting energy blade. 3 uses. Note. Crafted by Lin Ye. Lin Ye. 10 of each available in trading area later. Users please provide feedback and suggestions. Got it, boss. Holy shit. Such a powerful spiritual energy item for just 10 red coins. I'm heading to the trading area to grab one now. Wait, save one for me. I'm a student. Even if you were livestock, it wouldn't matter. I got one. I am livestock. You damn animal. It was gone before I could blink. You all deserve to die. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's activity, station mission. Will you join? Join. 9:59. I probably won't be back tonight. Lin Ye reluctantly stroked Cuckoo's feathers. Compared to previous card creatures, Cuckoo was practically a workaholic. Cuckoo. All right. See you next time. 001. Midnight. When Lin Ye regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in a private compartment of an old-fashioned train, the kind he'd only seen in movies. Outside the window, only the enclosed tunnel was visible, with no indication of their location. The compartment held 4 people, matching the avatars from the chat room. The other 3 were Zhou, a cute-looking high school student, Su Changyin, a 40-year-old man with stubble, and Hu Tingting, a provocatively dressed woman in her 30s. NES. Lin Ye. Zhou, are you male or female? Lin Ye frowned at the high schooler across from him. He could use spiritual energy to sense the answer, but that would be too rude. Zhou, which do you prefer? Lin Ye. If you're asking about sexual orientation, then definitely female. Zhou, oh, then I'm female. Hu Tingting, he's male, though he's quite cute. Zhou, how would you know? Hu Tingting, how many men do you think I've slept with? Zhou, sis is quite the experience. Hu Tingting, at least I don't pretend to be male to seduce women. Su Changyin, enough arguing. We need to choose a station soon. I suggest selecting a captain first. Zhou, I vote for Brother Lin. Lin Ye, you know me? Zhou, no, but my senses are sharp. Actually, you could have just used spiritual energy to check my gender. I wouldn't mind. Lin Ye, I mind. Lin Ye shared the spiritual energy circulation diagram in the chat. Su Changyin, is this an energy absorption diagram? Lin Ye, I collected all the mutation cards. This is a simplified version of the customized diagram the system made for me. I've already shared it in our regional group. I hope you can spread it to yours. Zhou, understood, Captain. Su Changyin, fine. As long as you don't give stupid orders, I agree with you as captain. Hu Tingting, I agree too. Can I charge some coins before sharing in groups? Lin Ye, your choice. But you'll bear the consequences. Hu Tingting, never mind then. Please choose any station to disembark. Survive at the station until tomorrow's train arrives and board to leave. Note, after 10 stations, the train will enter the shallow sea area. Lin Ye, let's choose a station first. We can discuss other matters afterward. Zhou, when the captain's right. Hu Tingting, you make big money in my line of work. Zhou, I can tell sis is doing well. Not me though, strict family, decent grades. No chance to enter that industry. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the train stopped at the first station. Unlike last time, they couldn't see outside, only the station's interior walls covered in movie poster-like descriptions. An exploration team enters the endless wasteland searching for lost relics. Can they survive the monster-infested death zone? Beneath the text was a black wasteland illustration with 4 stick figures surrounded by monstrous creatures. Lin Ye, next one. Zhou, this looks dangerous. Next one must be easier. Hu Tingting, I don't want wilderness adventures either. Su Changyin, average. Let's see more. 10 minutes later, the train reached the second station. Station description. Deep-sea mines attacked by abyssal creatures. A team is trapped underwater. Can they return to the surface? The illustration showed an underwater mine with 4 stick figures surrounded by shadowy shapes. Lin Ye, skip. Zhou agreed. Hu Tingting, agreed. Su Changyin, agreed. No one wanted deep-sea dangers. The train moved again. 10 minutes later, it stopped at the third station. Station description. An extremely dangerous relic has surfaced in Mingting City. As law enforcement, can this team prevent the coming disaster? The illustration depicted a crowded city with 4 blurry stick figures lost in the masses. Lin Ye, too complicated. Better skip. Zhou, my thoughts exactly. Hu Tingting, but options are limited. We just need to find that relic, right? As law enforcement, we get official support. Su Changyan, this station seems good. If we find the relic early, it should be safe. Lin Ye, do you understand what relics are? Extremely dangerous ones don't just appear in cities. There's always unseen causality. Mingting City must be crowded. Night missions last one night. We need to distinguish allies from enemies in chaos while finding an unknown dangerous relic. I'll agree if you're ready to fight for your lives. With bad luck, the whole city could turn against us. Hu Tingting, I admit I spoke too soon. Su Changyan, that's worst case, but valid. The train moved again. 10 minutes later, the fourth station. Station description. A remote town shrouded in eerie fog. A team investigates. Can they escape alive? The illustration showed a fog-covered town with 4 stick figures lost in mist. Lin Ye, this one. No extreme environments or troublesome relics. Zhou and I have good spiritual perception, less likely to get lost. Zhou agreed. Hu Tingting, if you're confident about navigation, I agree. Su Changyan agreed, though rewards might be lower. Lin Ye, surviving is reward enough. They left the compartment. The hallway was empty. Others must still be inside. At the station, there were entry and exit points. The exit was a pale green light gate. One by one, they stepped through, arriving at Foggy Town. Station selection complete. Additional optional tasks obtained. 1. Eliminate mutation creatures. Rewards based on quantity and strength. 2. Explore Misty Town. Investigate the source of the fog. 3. Resolve abnormal incidents in Misty Town. 3 additional tasks popped up in the chat room. But Lin Ye was more concerned about where his 3 teammates had gone. Lin Ye found himself transported into a small supermarket, with thick white fog outside and no one around. Zhou, I'm in a residential house's room. There seems to be something moving outside the door. I'm afraid to alert it, so I dare not use psychic perception. Hu Tingting, I seem to be in a school cafeteria. Something's not right here. The walls appear to have moving things on them. Su Changyan, I'm in a hospital ward. There are strange sounds in the hallway. Lin Ye, I'm at the supermarket. I'll clear it first. Gather here and message me if you need help. Zhou, Roger. Hu Tingting, Roger. Su Changyan, Roger. None of the 3 asked Lin Ye for help. The system assigned stations based on strength. Those paired with Lin Ye were no weaklings. Lin Ye began inspecting the supermarket. It was single-story but covered a large area with over a dozen large shelves, plus other areas like restrooms, an office, and a storage room. While checking the shelves, Lin Ye found a small refrigerator that could be taken to the shelter. I can take this when we leave. The shelter had always needed a refrigerator to store mutation organs and body parts, but space was limited. It couldn't accommodate large ones. After checking between shelves, Lin Ye moved to other rooms. The storage and office areas were clear, leaving only the restroom. As Lin Ye approached the restroom, he sensed something hiding inside, a grotesque mass of flesh with numerous mutation organs actively functioning within it. Drawing Red Blade, Lin Ye used a mirror to peek around the corner. Though his perception was strong, humans were ultimately visual creatures. Seeing was easier to understand. Beta. The restroom was packed with flesh that had lost its biological form, becoming an expansive mass occupying space. Lin Ye sheathed Red Blade, sensing no danger from this flesh pile. It had lost most biological traits and posed no threat. But how did it mutate like this? Lin Ye found it strange. Biological mutation was heavily influenced by environment and individual will. He couldn't imagine what mutation process could create this. Artificial intervention? But for what purpose? Experiments? Mass-producing mutation organs. Yet producing mutation organs doesn't require this much trouble. Dealing with mutation creatures is easier than influencing mutation directions. Not dwelling on it, Lin Ye cut open the aberrant flesh and retrieved the abnormally active mutation organs inside. After clearing the restroom and confirming no other anomalies in the supermarket, Lin Ye left to search nearby for supplies. He mainly wanted to find a gun store for weapons. While ordinary firearms couldn't handle strong, first-rank mutation creatures, they were more than enough for weaker ones, especially those not even first-rank. The town seemed to lack gun stores, but Lin Ye found police equipment at a nearby station. Though inferior in firepower and quantity to their previous haul, it would suffice. When Lin Ye returned to the supermarket with a shopping cart, his 3 teammates were already waiting. Lin Ye, important matters through chat. This place isn't right. The mutation creatures show signs of human intervention. I suspect someone's causing trouble here. I brought back firearms. Take what you want. Who knows what happened here? People turned into those monstrosities. Lin Ye feigned confusion. Zhouwen, something's off here too. The monsters look terrifying but aren't strong. Almost like performance art. Sigh. Hope we finish investigating soon. My girlfriend's waiting to marry me. Zhouwen sighed. Hu Tingting. Everyone at school disappeared. I found student notes with clues. Before the fog came, there was a strange illness spreading. Early symptoms resembled severe flu. Some patients had 43 degrees Celsius fevers, yet remained functional. Hospitals couldn't determine the cause. That's all the useful info. Want me to introduce you to some boyfriends? Many friends like cute kids like you. Hu Tingting said, smiling. No thanks. I don't want strange diseases. Zhouwen replied pointedly. Su Changyan. The hospital has detailed records and specimens. I took photos with lots of technical terms and data I don't understand. Take a look. Su Changyan posted over a dozen photos in chat, then said coldly, Do you have female friends? I've never dated. His expression looked more like demanding loan repayment than seeking romance. Well, my friends don't date, but they can solve your needs. I can introduce several if you want. Hu Tingting didn't check the photos, having left school early. Such dense material was better for the high schooler. While Lin Ye and Zhouwen appeared to chat casually, both were carefully studying the photos. Su Changyan checked equipment while earnestly conversing with Hu Tingting. A few might not be enough. Can you introduce more, Sister Ting? Hu Tingting glanced surprised at Su Changyan's lower half. What? Not enough? My friends are all seasoned experts, but no worries. I can call dozens to guarantee satisfaction. Su Changyan loaded a shotgun, pleased. Great. Last time at a matchmaker, the woman only introduced 3 before passing me to her colleague, who introduced just 1 then ghosted me. Hu Tingting looked speechlessly at Su Changyan, almost pitying those matchmakers. Lin Ye, I think I understand what's happening now. Zhouwen, I still don't quite understand. Brother Lin, are you a college student? Lin Ye, no, I graduated some time ago. College was quite enjoyable, though. Probably the freest period of my life. Zhouwen, what a shame. I was about to take my college entrance exams when all this happened. Lin Ye, my condolences. Zhouwen, it's not that serious. Hu Tingting, could you two focus on the actual matter at hand? Stop chit-chatting. Lin Ye, the townspeople aren't sick. They're undergoing rapid group mutations due to some cause. Su Changyan, is it because of increased spiritual energy concentration in the town? Lin Ye, this situation is indeed related to spiritual energy concentration, but the town's levels aren't nearly high enough to turn people into flesh piles. Zhouwen, then what's the reason? Lin Ye, I believe it's connected to mutation runes. Someone has been inscribing mutation runes around town. Initially, there weren't many, which only caused those who came into close contact with the runes to fall ill, actually symptoms of rapid mutation. The test data matches rapid mutation symptoms perfectly. Those deformed organs in the hospital are clear evidence. Hu Tingting. So, someone's conducting mutation experiments here? Lin Ye. I can't say for certain what their goal is, but this is definitely happening here. Su Changyan, what should we do then? Hole up in the supermarket overnight, or take the initiative to eliminate them? Lin Ye. Obviously we eliminate them. These remaining mutation creatures have already undergone intense mutation reactions. We couldn't withstand mutations at that level. Our opponent is probably already preparing to eliminate us tonight. Hu Tingting, I agree we should take them out. The current mission is too simple. Why would the system give us such an easy task? Staying in the supermarket would be no different than waiting to die. Zhouwen, actually, there's another approach. If they're attacking us using mutation runes, Wouldn't we be safe if we just remove all the runes in town? Lin Ye, no. While I don't understand the exact mechanism, I think they're triggering mutations using this mist. The mist has covered the entire town. They couldn't possibly have inscribed runes everywhere. Inscribing runes isn't simple work. Forget the effort required. Just wandering around town would look highly suspicious. AOBs. Su Changyan. So we have to eliminate them. Hu Tingting, and we need to act fast. Zhou 1. The system wouldn't assign us an unbeatable enemy. Controlling mist across this entire area to trigger mutations must require some auxiliary devices. Wherever these devices are placed would cause abnormal phenomena. If we get close, I should be able to sense it. Lin Ye, good. You and Hu Tingting scout the town to locate their position. Su Changyan, stay by my side. I have a mutation rune card, perfect for learning their methods before combat. Zhou and what? That kind of rune card? The only one that can kill people in shelters? Hu Tingting, are you insane? That's the rune card that can even override a shelter's absolute safety. Su Changyan. In our group, every survivor who used a rune card died. These were the top-tier survivors, including some with spiritual talent abilities. Even one with a resurrection ability died. Lin Ye, I'll try it. Just keep the mutation creatures away from me. Lin Ye knew this was risky, but he'd have to try using rune cards eventually. This was the perfect opportunity. With his seed of spirit and ranking among the strongest survivors in spiritual energy, he might withstand the mental impact. Moreover, he had one reality simulation opportunity. If he died this time, he could simply avoid using rune cards next time. This was why he dared have Su Changyan guard him. Reality simulation gave Lin Ye one advantage, the chance to experiment. Avoiding risks meant wasting this advantage, slowing his growth, until eventually dying 10 times straight in some simulation. Lin Ye took out the basic rune, mutation, and used the rune card without hesitation. A flood of mutation-related knowledge surged into Lin Ye's brain. He instantly lost control of his body, but the seed of spirit shone within his consciousness, helping him quickly regain control. Opening his eyes, Lin Ye saw Su Changyan backed against the supermarket entrance, watching him warily. Lin Ye, what happened? Struggling through the chaotic information in his mind, Lin Ye forced out the question despite his headache. Su Changyan, you were inscribing mutation runes around us just now. You almost mutated me. Lin Ye, I see. Now I understand how those people died. Zhou, how do they die? Hu Tingting, focus on finding their base. How do they die? Lin Ye, their brains became overloaded with rune knowledge, losing body control. Their knowledge influenced brains issued commands to inscribe runes, but shelters have no spiritual energy. Zhou, so they walked out of the shelters themselves. Hu Tingting, that's why the shelter's absolute safety couldn't save them. They weren't inside anymore. Su Changyan, I see. So can we use rune cards here then? Lin Ye, hard to say. Without shelter protection, you might not withstand the rune knowledge, could turn into vegetables. Zhou, what if we tied ourselves up inside the shelter? Lin Ye, could you guarantee you wouldn't break free? Hu Tingting, no way. Who knew such traps existed? Too dangerous. Su Changyan, the system already warned you. Those with insufficient spiritual energy should use caution. Zhou, every system note has such heartwarming reasons behind it. Hu Tingting warms me to death. Zhou found it. The town church, north side. Lin Ye, good. Return here first. Give me 30 minutes to rest. Lin Ye took out a spirit potion from his backpack and drank it in one gulp. His spiritual energy instantly surged, soon exceeding his previous maximum. Lin Ye rapidly consumed spiritual energy to digest and organize the rune card's knowledge and techniques. By the time the potion's effects faded, he had mostly processed everything. Lin Ye, everyone ready? If so, time to go say hello. Zhou, ready. Should we share our talent abilities? Hu Tingting, mine is combat-related. Su Changyan, same. Zhou, mine is spiritual. Should be able to interfere with their rune usage. Lin Ye, mine leans support, but most first-tier mutation creatures can't survive one strike from me. Zhou Lao, Lin Ye, If there are no issues, let's move out. Best solve this before they realize what's coming. The four of them drove straight toward the church in a vehicle Hu Tingting had procured from the roadside, a local brand resembling an off-road car. Su Changyan was behind the wheel, with Zhou Wen navigating. Su floored the accelerator, making the fog-shrouded streets feel like a highway. Hu Tingting asked, "Should we test the waters first or charge and recklessly?" Lin Ye replied, "A calculated charge. Best to finish them in one strike." Concentrating, he took out his CL-0 pistol and pressed it against his forehead with closed eyes. Though the CL-0's internal mechanisms were complex, Lin Ye quickly located the fully mutated flesh projectile in the flesh extractor. He began carving temporary collapse runes onto the bullet, his first attempt at engraving in such a complicated environment. He had to etch the runes without disrupting the pistol's existing functions, which was why he didn't remove the bullet first. Zhou Wen warned, "Brother Lin, there's a complex spiritual energy shield around the church. Ram through it," Lin Ye commanded. "Crash through the main doors. Prepare for combat." Hu Tingting gasped, "What?" "Understood," Su Changyan responded, completing the final stroke of the collapse rune. Just as the mutated bullet reached critical instability, Lin Ye fired at the church entrance. Boom! The bullet struck an immensely powerful spiritual barrier. The collapse rune activated, causing the shield to disintegrate outward from the impact point. The SUV plowed unimpeded into the church, its momentum crushing debris into powder that scattered like confetti. They abandoned the vehicle just before an invisible force pulverized it completely. At the church's center stood a priest in black and white vestments, who had only destroyed the incoming car without further action. Lin Ye likewise held back, instead quietly carving runes into the church walls, inferior spiritual material compared to the theater, but serviceable. "What a pity," the priest said mournfully. "I planned to let you die painlessly tonight. Yet here you are. Such is the tragedy of humanity, no?" "Humanity isn't tragic. Only brain-dead morons are," Lin Ye retorted while continuing his rune work and scanning their surroundings. "That pistol should be useless now, yes?" the priest probed. "I meant to trap you outside until nightfall for material conversion. Maybe it's spent. Maybe it recharges. Who knows?" Lin Ye rested his hand on Red Blade's hilt, poised to strike. Thick mist poured into the church, bringing with it two grotesque mutants. "My masterpieces, the essence of this town's life. I awaited their arrival. What are you waiting for?" The priest directed the creatures to attack while beginning mutation runes on the church floor. This sanctuary was the town's only safe zone. Had they not forced entry, he could have easily worn them down. The monstrosities were patchworks of highly mutated organs and tissues, every inch bearing traces of their human origins. Lin Ye ordered, "Zhou Wen, stop his runes. You two handle the mutants. I'll control the battlefield." "Understood," Zhou Wen acknowledged. "No problem," said Hu Tingting. "Copy that," Su Changyan confirmed. Zhou Wen retreated behind Lin Ye and activated his innate talent, the ability to disrupt others' spiritual energy with effectiveness depending on the target's power. The priest's mutation rune carving halted midway. When the priest looked toward Zhou Wen, he found only Lin Ye poised to strike. Though the two mutants were formidable and hard to kill, they were ultimately mindless brutes. With Lin Ye's runic support, Hu Tingting and Su Changyan held them off easily. Seeing how tanky the mutants were, Lin Ye abandoned plans for a quick priest kill, instead focusing on saturating the church with runes to exhaust his opponent. "Nu, I'm waiting for your next move," Lin Ye said calmly. "If these are your only cards, I suggest suicide. Saves us effort and spares you torture." The mutants could last perhaps 10 more minutes, only because Lin Ye's focus remained primarily on the priest. "Never imagined first-tier investigators could push me this far," the priest admitted. "I concede your current superiority. Yet even so, I must save you. This is the Redemption Church's purpose." Shedding his vestments, his symmetrical form twisted into a 3-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide cylinder of flesh covered in writhing tendrils. "Apologies, I was never skilled at combat." hence this form. You may attack. As I said, fighting isn't my forte. Lin Ye's spiritual energy blade struck the priest's surface, only to be blocked by an odd barrier that left no scratch. Simultaneously, intricate mutation runes appeared across the priest's body, their presence accelerating bodily corruption for anyone using spiritual energy within church. Brother Lin, I can't affect the runes on him, Zhou reported. Hu Tingting added, the mutants are mutating further. At this rate, we'll transform before killing them. Su Changyin said, I can take one down, but then I'm spent. Unnecessary, Lin Ye decided. Prepare to focus fire on the priest with me. He blocked the mutant's attacks with a spiritual shield while rapidly carving mutation runes into the walls. The difference between mutation and evolution lay in stability. Mutants existed in perpetual instability, the priest's creations especially being amalgamations of mutated parts. This instability was intentional. The priest needed vessels capable of unleashing power that stable systems couldn't contain. As a mutation specialist, he controlled these volatile forces. But what if Lin Ye interfered? Though no expert, Lin Ye could still employ mutation runes. By saturating the church with them, he'd disrupt the delicate equilibrium. The mutants would erupt with final explosive power while the priest's defenses faltered from imbalance. The priest, being an expert, noticed Lin Ye's scheme too late. He desperately tried deactivating his surface runes, but the process had already passed the point of no return. Lin Ye and the priest locked eyes, neither showing any fluctuation in their gaze, as both firmly believed they were in the right and would emerge victorious. Ready? Lin Ye asked the priest. Bring it on. The priest answered loudly. The two mutated monsters behind Lin Ye erupted with their final explosive power like bombs. Lin Ye initially planned to withstand it with his spiritual energy shield, but the moment his shield made contact with the energy, he suddenly remembered the pitch-black sphere he'd seen in the cruise ship's dark corridor. That sphere had merely rotated normally, yet reflected Lin Ye's collapsed rune back onto himself. Thinking of the black sphere, Lin Ye instinctively rotated his spiritual energy shield to deflect the explosive energy. Rather than hitting the shield, the energy surge bizarrely bypassed Lin Ye and his group, striking the unprepared priest instead. This was just retribution. Without hesitation, all four unleashed their strongest attacks on the priest. A spiritual energy blade wreathed in violent energy sliced through the priest's body, while spirit-infused shotgun blasts shredded his upper torso. Zhou continuously used their talent ability to disrupt the priest's mental energy, while Hu Tingting swiftly moved to his side and shoved a spiritual energy bomb into what remained of his lower body. Boom! The priest's body exploded. Even then, he didn't die. A thin spiritual energy shield protected the remaining quarter of his upper body as he retreated on tentacles to the church altar. This shield proved exceptionally resilient. Lin Ye triggered severing runes and slashed multiple times without penetrating it. Give up. This is my multiply enhanced protection rune. You're strong, but still lacking in rune mastery, said the priest, showing no fear even facing death, instead lecturing Lin Ye on rune usage. This shield is indeed strong, but you can't sustain it much longer, can you? Without spiritual energy, even the strongest shield is useless. Lin Ye continued attacking as an ominous aura emanated from the priest. You're right, but this is enough. Didn't you want to see my trump card? I'll show you now. The priest bowed his head in prayer. An invisible force swept through the church, expelling all impurities beyond its walls until only the priest and Lin Ye remained. Why weren't you expelled from this holy ground? The priest looked at Lin Ye in surprise. Why didn't you use this earlier to kick us out? Lin Ye, equally surprised, having assumed the priest intentionally kept him here. This isn't some casual ritual. As a priest of the salvation cult, I can only perform this once in my lifetime, and it's irreversible. The priest had no energy left to ponder Lin Ye's resistance to expulsion, focused instead on his crucial task. So what does this ritual do? At least let me die knowing why, said Lin Ye, now oddly calm. At worst, he could restart. It's a divine communion ritual. I'll borrow power from the nearest deity. Why the nearest? Aren't you from the salvation cult? Shouldn't you borrow from your salvation god? Lin Ye grew concerned. If this ritual had power requirements limiting it to true deities, he was doomed. A with grave Nui. Simple rituals can't specify deities. Higher rituals exceed my capabilities, explained the priest, continuing his uninterrupted prayers while humoring Lin Ye's questions. He'd grown wary of this unnatural creature's tricks. What if the deity refuses? Lin Ye sat calmly opposite the priest, as if resigned. Deities aren't capricious humans. They're guidance, beacons, the only truth in endless chaos. This ritual doesn't reach true deities, just borrows faint afterglows from distant space-time. As the ritual neared completion, the priest finally relaxed. Then would you like to meet a real deity? Sensing the imminent mental connection, Lin Ye smoothed back his bloodied hair and straightened his clothes before asking solemnly. When the connection established, the priest gaped dumbfounded at Lin Ye sitting regally before him. After a long silence, the priest asked bitterly, "Humans can become deities? Then who should I save? Who can save me? I don't know. I only know I'll send you to meet your god. Maybe you can ask it." Lin Ye stood and drew Redblade. The moment the priest connected to him, his fate was sealed. "Divine One, let me complete the ritual. If I cannot save humanity, let my soul pay the price." The priest's final prayer dissipated his body into mist, leaving only a translucent crystal resembling the seed of spirit, likely some psychic residue. Storing the crystal and collecting the priest's vestments, Lin Ye exited after confirming nothing remained. "Brother Lin, you're finally out. We couldn't enter, and you didn't respond in chat. We thought." Zhou exclaimed excitedly. "That priest, is he dealt with?" Hu Tingting pressed urgently. "Finished. The town should be safe now. Gather loot to bring back. Message anything else in chat." Lin Ye headed to retrieve the supermarket refrigerator. "Great. I'm stocking up on daily essentials. No shampoo is unbearable." Hu Tingting cheerfully dragged Su Changyan off to liberate supplies while Zhou went scavenged necessities. Lin Ye alone returned to the supermarket, loading useful items onto carts. 1 hour later, the mist cleared. The four regrouped at the deserted town entrance with their supply carts when a pale green light door materialized before them. They stepped through sequentially, returning to the train station. "Let's exchange contacts," Zhou suggested as a train approached in the distance. After adding each other, "Lin Ye, until next time." "Zhou, until next time." "Hu Tingting, see you next time then." "Su Changyan, until next time." They boarded the arriving train in turn. Station mission complete. Reward: Special Metal Treasure Chest *1 for mission difficulty. Bonus Objective 1 complete. Reward: Bonus Treasure Chest *1. Bonus Objective 2 complete. Reward: Bonus Treasure Chest *1. Bonus Objective 3 complete. Reward: Bonus Treasure Chest *1. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw card. Lin Ye got up from his bed and performed a mental card draw. This time, the card revealed a doll wearing a jester's mask. As the card dissipated, a half-meter-tall jester doll appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Ye circled the jester twice, but couldn't figure out its purpose. "Hello." Like a real doll, the jester didn't respond. When Lin Ye touched it, the texture felt somewhat like real skin. All right then. Giving up on studying the jester doll, Lin Ye began organizing his loot. First were the 2 items obtained from the priest. Mind Crystal, a crystal formed from combined knowledge and spiritual energy. Using it grants access to the sealed knowledge within. Note: a high-purity mind crystal that can be used directly without refinement. Black Ritual Robe, ceremonial attire for clergy, increases ritual success rate when worn. Note: well, maybe it's just placebo effect. After setting aside the black robe with the previously acquired ritual dagger, Lin Ye directly used the mind crystal. Since the system said it was safe, there was nothing to fear. A flood of fragmented knowledge poured into Lin Ye's mind. Unlike with rune cards, He could control the flow by consuming the crystal's spiritual energy, slowing the information transfer, and organizing the chaotic data. It took an hour before Lin Ye properly sorted through the knowledge, most related to mutations and protection runes, with some ritual studies, and the rest concerning the Redemption Church. The Redemption Church was a massive organization spanning multiple dimensions, with the doctrine of redeeming all humanity. Their version of redemption resembled what the priest had done in town, though that priest was clearly a low-ranking peripheral member. Why are there so many lunatics? Rubbing his temples, Lin Ye knew this knowledge would take time to fully digest. Next were the miscellaneous items from town. The refrigerator worked normally, so Lin Ye stored mutation organs and body parts inside, quickly filling it. After organizing the remaining items, he examined the 4 boxes from the station mission. First was the red special metal treasure chest. Inside lay a black formal suit with bright red patterns. Nightfall formal wear. Low-tier spiritual energy item. Provides some protection against various attacks and can slowly self-repair by absorbing nearby materials when damaged. Note: looks pretty impressive. Changing into the suit, Lin Ye found it comfortable and well-fitted, though made from unknown materials with a slightly flashy design that drew attention. Still, he replaced his organization's combat suit with it. A spiritual energy item's advantages outweighed its flamboyance. Next were 3 yellow mission chests. As Lin Ye reached to open them, he suddenly noticed the jester doll had disappeared from the shelter's center. Turning instinctively, he found the jester's face pressed against the back of his head, having stacked objects to reach that height. It with circumflex nuo beta. Oh, hello. Lin Ye admitted being startled. The thing moved completely silently, even when rearranging objects. What exactly do you do? Just scare people? The jester remained silent, simply staring. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Lin Ye proceeded to open chests, pretending today's card drawn never happened. The first extra mission chest contained only 5 bottles of red, liquid darker than nutrient solution. Low-grade nutrient solution. Edible. Replenishes special energies and nutrients. Note: forbidden for rankless creatures. Since I didn't kill many mutation creatures this time, just getting some nutrient solution is acceptable, but forbidden for consumption. Should I try pouring some on the xenomorph eggs? The second extra mission chest held only a blueprint. Spiritual Energy Workshop Blueprint. Require materials: low-grade space crystals, 0/5. Low-grade spiritual energy crystals, 0/5. Note: requires Tier 1 shelter to use. Perfect. I've been needing a workshop for spiritual energy items. I have spiritual energy crystals, but never seen space crystals. I'll ask in the group chat later. After using the blueprint, Lin Ye opened the 3rd extra mission chest to find a teddy bear. Glancing back, he spotted the jester doll peeking out from under the bed, only half its head visible. Teddy bear doll, when carried, transfers 1 fatal injury to the bear, 1/1. Note: a doll's love. The palm-sized bear easily fit in a pocket. Great life-saving item. Storing it away, Lin Ye prepared breakfast. While watering the xenomorph eggs, he noticed cracks had formed on several, with tiny red and white sprouts emerging like plants. The sprouts felt like biological tissue, with vein-like structures visible inside. Mutation flesh plant. Special offspring intentionally created by a unique organism, capable of growing specialized mutation structures. Note: not edible. Finally sprouting. Was about to experiment on you otherwise. Lin Ye placed minced meat near the sprouts and added some nutrient solution. After breakfast, Lin Ye opened the group chat while eating. 695649/1000000. Looking to buy mutation cards. Preparing to go all out tonight. Wait, only going all out now. Buddy, if you've been hiding in your shelter all this time, might as well wait to die. At least that way you won't need to struggle. Willing to fight is good. I'll gift you one, but best pair it with nutrient solution. Holy shit, big bro's gifting me. I want to fight too. Once I can go out, I'll warm your bed. I can too. Photos DM'd, 100% real. Damn, Porn pic guy still posting those eye-bleaching images? System's great except for not auto-censoring pics. Ugh, victim here too. The legs look nice, but after, I'm still traumatized. Enough about him. Any nighttime activity intel? Didn't the experts say war front? Details would need to come from them. Lin bro around? Need spiritual energy items. Name your price. Anyone tried them? Are the experts' spiritual energy items good? Total garbage, don't buy. I can hear your abacus clicking from my shelter. Lin Ye, they're indeed not great. Prototypes after all. Anyone got space crystals? Need some for blueprint. Price is negotiable. Holy shit, bowing to the big boss. I was just joking earlier. Lin Ye, it's fine. Big boss, have you eaten today? Any news about tonight's event? Lin Ye, food picture? No, but I suggest you prepare well. If it's too difficult, don't participate. Though I've never experienced war, it's obviously extremely dangerous. But I have no choice. I haven't collected enough mutation organs yet. What? Still not enough? What have you been doing? Can't get them yourself? Trade with supplies then. Selling mutation organs. Posted in trading zone. PM me. Lin Ye. By the way, don't use rune cards in the shelter. Without sufficient spiritual energy, it's extremely dangerous. Lin Ye shared his theory about survivors dying from using rune cards in the group chat. Damn, so that's why. I wondered how even survivors with mental talent abilities could die in shelters. They must have gone outside. What are rune cards? None of your business, kid. Go to sleep. Then if I tie myself up, can I use rune cards safely? You'd have to make sure you can't untie yourself. But if you really can't, what will you do after using the card? Stay tied forever. Can we create an artificial spiritual energy environment in the shelter? That depends on how long you need to absorb the card. What if it takes days? Screw that. If it's so dangerous, why not sell it to the big boss? At least boost combat power instead of waiting to die with the card. Haha, as if any of you have rune cards. Ouch, that hurts, bro. Lin Ye, buying rune cards at high prices. Big boss, how long does it take you to recover after using rune cards? Lin Ye, quickly. But most first-tier mutation creatures have less spiritual energy than me. Better not use me as reference. Damn, as expected of the boss. Boss, how do we actually awaken spiritual energy? Lin Ye, perception is related to spirit. Heard that after using mutation cards, you can sense spiritual energy flow. That's the simplest start. Alternatively, find spiritual energy items related to perception and spirit. Repeated use might help you find the feeling. MB, thanks boss. Gonna use mutation cards now. Buying perception/spirit-related spiritual energy items at high prices. What? I just sold one yesterday. So unlucky. Lin Ye opened the trading zone and private chats, starting to purchase space crystals and rune cards. Space crystals seemed extremely rare. Only 3 survivors in the entire region traded with Lin Ye. In the end, Lin Ye exchanged some self-made spiritual energy items and basic supplies for 3 space crystals. Another survivor approached Lin Ye to trade a rune card. They hadn't upgraded their shelter yet and obtained this card purely by luck. Lin Ye traded a full set of basic supplies and self-made spiritual energy items for this unknown card. Basic Rune Strength, a card for learning basic strength runes. Note, caution for those with insufficient spiritual energy. Storing the rune card and space crystals. Lin Ye picked up the jester doll hiding under the table and lay on the bed to begin daily simulation. Simulated D-Class Personnel, Carl. Acquired special skill, Deadly Joke. Deadly Joke. You can randomly appear in a position unnoticed by the target, but cannot attack before being noticed. Note, don't stay alone, or it may appear anywhere unexpected. Remaining simulations, 10. Lin Ye opened his eyes. This time it wasn't starting in a prison truck, but lying on a single-cell bed. Carl was an 18 to 19-year-old young white male. No idea how he got here. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, die. Monster, help. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Close that fucking door quickly. Bang, bang. Screams and gunshots sounded outside the cell, but soon silence returned. This counts as a mission? More like a riot. Lin Ye approached the cell door, listening carefully. D-class living conditions weren't bad. The cell resembled a small hotel room with a metal door featuring a peephole for outside observation. Need to check outside, but how? Cutting or breaking? Only then did Lin Ye realize there was no spiritual energy in the cell. Not just spiritual energy, even mental energy was suppressed. Lin Ye couldn't even sense what was behind him. Troublesome. Only option is picking the lock. Hope the organization's locks are simple. Lin Ye examined the lock, only to find the cell door wasn't locked at all. Strange? Why open? Someone deliberately unlocked it? Or some anomalous effect? Lin Ye cracked the door slightly, seeing a gray forest filled with human-like growths. The tree-bound humans turned simultaneously to look at Lin Ye, who instantly sensed overwhelming danger, but too late. His head exploded, flesh and brain matter splattering across the cell as the headless corpse collapsed. Remaining simulations. 9. Lin Ye grabbed his hair as he sat up on the bed, staring thoughtfully at the door. Unlocked door, connection anomaly. When I opened the door, my mental energy returned to normal strength, and that forest had extremely dense spiritual energy. So the door connects to that area, but I could hear outside noises earlier, meaning the connection isn't constant. Is opening the door itself the key to connecting that space? Does the connected area depend on when you open the door? Summary. The organization's base experienced some anomalous event. Under its influence, opening doors might connect to other spaces, possibly allowing things inside to come out. My talent ability randomly simulates a D-class personnel during missions, meaning this event has been classified as an anomalous mission, and I've become mission personnel. Why doesn't the organization send teams to solve this? Why was I transmitted into him? Because I'm inside this base. The organization can't or won't send external personnel to resolve it. Would opening base doors spread this anomaly outside? Not confirmed yet. Lin Ye stopped pondering, having roughly deduced this simulation's objective. First, close as many doors inside the base as possible, while finding ways to deal with the anomaly's source. Checking the time, Lin Ye carefully pushed open the cell door. Outside was a bright corridor lined with numerous cells, bloodstains, and bullet marks on the floor, with an overseer's corpse lying not far away. Lin Ye tightly closed the door behind him and quickly approached the corpse, finding a pistol, a dagger, and 2 spare magazines on the body. The corpse's left chest had a large hole where the heart should have been. The corridor, like the prison cells, lacked spiritual energy, and mental power was similarly suppressed. Probably the entire unopened areas of the facility were in this state. Though Lin Ye hadn't possessed spiritual energy for long, he already felt extremely uncomfortable without it, especially being unable to sense his surroundings. After reloading the pistol with a fresh magazine, Lin Ye cautiously moved down the corridor, closing any open doors he passed. The open cells were all empty, differing only in whether they contained D-class personnel corpses. These D-class personnel basically had only 5 possible outcomes. Opening the door the wrong time, getting killed by monsters and leaving a corpse. Opening the door at the wrong time, getting killed by monsters without leaving a corpse. Opening the door at the right time, only to die elsewhere later. Not opening the door, obediently hiding in the cell. Not opening the door, obediently hiding in the cell, then getting killed by monsters breaking in. Perhaps because the facility lacked spiritual energy, the more intelligent monsters avoided this area. After 5 minutes of walking, Lin Ye hadn't encountered a single creature. Along the way, Lin Ye collected more weapons and equipment. With spiritual energy and runes unavailable, firearms regained their dominance. This wasn't necessarily bad. For him, lacking spiritual energy was normal, while for the monsters, this was the abnormal world. Lin Ye suddenly stopped when the corridor floor about 10 meters ahead transformed into a slowly expanding red puddle. The puddle originated from an open cell door. To close it, he needed to approach the unknown open space and cross the depthless puddle, something Lin Ye absolutely didn't want to do. Even simulated lives mattered. No need to seek death. Just as Lin Ye considered finding an alternate route, a long-limbed humanoid creature covered in mouths on half its head came staggering toward him. The monster stopped abruptly before the puddle, eyeing it warily. Lin Ye's eyes lit up as he immediately used his special skill, Deadly Joke. He felt nothing during activation, finding himself inexplicably behind the monster before realizing what happened. "Hey!" Lin Ye called out while kicking the creature into the puddle. The monster couldn't react before plunging into what should have been corridor floor. It struggled briefly before going still, its body completely submerged as if consumed by the puddle. Lin Ye hurriedly shut the cell door, having zero interest in investigating inside. Though the puddle stopped expanding after the door closed, it didn't disappear beyond Lin Ye's ability to handle. Continuing down the corridor, Lin Ye soon encountered a second mouth-covered monster feasting on a prisoner's corpse. It felt like returning to his first blood corpse encounter in the Red Maze, when he needed to probe for weaknesses. The many-mouthed creature suddenly turned its head, numerous slender tongues extending from its mouths toward Lin Ye. Drawing his pistol, Lin Ye aimed at its head but held fire. The distance was too great for guaranteed accuracy. Alpha Beta. The monster charged without hesitation, considering humans' defenseless delicacies after eating several already. Bang! 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 3 bullets struck the monster's head, chest, and groin. It shrieked terribly, but kept coming despite the wounds. Bang! 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 Lin Ye emptied his magazine, each bullet hitting previous wounds. As the monster reached him, Lin Ye used Deadly Joke to relocate to its blind spot. Though the creature quickly located him again, Lin Ye had already reloaded by the time it turned around. Bang! Bang! 2 shots brought the monster down. Attempting Deadly Joke again failed. Either it had a cooldown or could only be used once per target. Lin Ye began dissecting the monster with his dagger, the only way now to locate its mutation organ. The autopsy revealed its weakness, a heart buried deep in the chest cavity near the spine, protected by layers of flesh and residual spiritual energy, making it bullet-resistant. Holding the energy crystal extracted from the monster's heart, Lin Ye pondered its use until running footsteps approached, more monsters drawn by the gunfire. Gripping the crystal while watching 2 charging creatures, inspiration struck. Absorbing the crystal's spiritual energy into his hand, Lin Ye used his skill to appear behind the first monster, thrusting his empowered right hand into its body before it could react. Spiritual energies collided and canceled out as Lin Ye crushed its heart. When the second monster approached, his skill worked perfectly again, perhaps individual cooldowns. Regardless, his physique couldn't afford to wait for cooldowns anyway. Extracting another slippery crystal, Lin Ye continued exploring while closing doors, periodically encountering more monsters whose crystals he harvested. These creatures weren't weak. Their spiritual-enhanced bodies could withstand pistol fire, but Deadly Joke's insidiousness gave them no chance to react initially. Of course, Lin Ye wasn't risk-free. Compared to their enhanced physiques, his body remained fragile. While not instantly fatal, any solid hit would seriously injure him, and serious injury here equaled death, just slower. Under death's threat, Lin Ye's movements grew increasingly fluid, developing a peculiar rhythmic quality between actions. Previously, though capable of close combat, Lin Ye had preferred ranged attacks, especially after learning rune magic for safer engagements. But now he realized he might have chosen wrong. It was a matter of intensity and control precision. At distance, his spiritual energy control and output weakened progressively. But in close quarters, even channeling energy through his body, both control and output improved dramatically. Ranged attacks were safer, but Lin Ye would eventually encounter opponents that couldn't be dealt with through ranged combat alone. He couldn't wait until then to start considering solutions. Close combat is dangerous, but I have the advantage of simulation. I can practice melee fighting in simulated missions. Besides, each of these D-class old guys has their own special skills. Every simulation is a learning opportunity. The body and mind influenced each other. With each simulation, Lin Ye would bring back something akin to muscle memory to his original body, so close combat wasn't exactly a weakness for him. As for runes, perhaps I could create some melee techniques that incorporate them, like this movement method. While I can't achieve this level yet, quickly closing the distance to an enemy doesn't seem too difficult. Lin Ye pondered while eliminating the many-mouthed monsters. Unfortunately, there is no spiritual energy here. Otherwise, he could have used these creatures to experiment with new skills. Even without spiritual energy, Lin Ye tried to kill the many-mouthed monsters faster and more efficiently. Close combat often relied more on instinct than intellect. As he explored further, Lin Ye realized this facility was essentially a prison for D-class personnel. Most of the facilities were designed for them, though it was unclear what had triggered the anomalous event. The entire base was perfectly circular, divided into 3 zones: the containment zone, functional zone, and administrative zone. The containment zone occupied half the circle, while the other 2 zones each took up a quarter. Lin Ye currently stood between the containment and functional zones, facing a metal door. Due to the anomaly, all security systems had failed, so his main concern now was timing the door opening. No one knew what might be waiting on the other side. The previous corridor only required closing doors. This would be the second major door Lin Ye needed to open during this simulation. Hopefully nothing as dangerous as instant death awaits. At least give me some reaction time. Checking the time, Lin Ye opened the door. Behind it lay an all-too-familiar shelter. Without hesitation, Lin Ye slammed the door shut. What kind of cheap trick is this? Can't even properly replicate the abyssal gate, and still tries to fool people. Lin Ye reopened the door to reveal a normal base corridor littered with corpses. At the far end stood a mounted heavy machine gun. Don't move. I'll shoot if you move. An overseer aimed his weapon at Lin Ye. We're on the same side. Don't shoot. Lin Ye raised his hands. Their interests aligned now. Having an overseer's assistance would make things easier. Your D-class? How did you get out? Jim eyed Lin Ye suspiciously, especially his blood-soaked right hand. By killing my way out. I eliminated those monsters. Listen, we're all in the same danger now. I don't want to die, so I came to help. I'll assist in sealing the doors to resolve this anomaly faster. Lin Ye stepped aside to let Jim see the many-mouthed monster corpses in the hallway. How do I know you're not one of those monsters? Sweat poured down Jim's face. He wanted to trust the man, but something felt off. If I could kill you, but chose not to, doesn't that prove? I mean no harm. Lin Ye whispered the last part directly into Jim's ear. Ah, Jim startled, but didn't overreact. Fine, I'll trust you for now. What should we do? Do you know what caused the anomaly? Lin Ye asked. Solving the root cause would be better than just closing doors. No idea. I'm just a guard. But the captain took others to seal doors. Orders from above to secure every entrance. Can you contact your captain? Jim shook his head. Couldn't. 10 minutes ago, our group chat was still active, but no responses for the past 10 minutes, even to my messages. His tone darkened. He'd already drawn grim conclusions. Oh, that explained his quick cooperation with Lin Ye. He simply had no other options left. Let's go. Lin Ye glanced at the machine gun, motioning for Jim to bring along. Where to? Jim asked reflexively. To resolve the anomaly, of course. Relax, as D-class. Handling anomalies is my specialty. Lin Ye headed toward the functional zone, letting Jim push the heavy weapon behind him. All doors in the functional zone were properly sealed. The captain had been thorough. Only the administrative zone and the other side of containment remained. They entered the administrative zone without incident. Though they passed several doors along the way, these passage doors were deliberately left open as escape routes. Lin Ye sealed them after passing through. They wouldn't need to return this way. Surprisingly, most doors in the administrative zone were already secured too, leaving only a few passageways unsealed. Only the containment zone remained. The door between administrative and containment zones was shut. Lin Ye knew without thinking that trouble waited beyond. Yet he opened it anyway. For a moment upon opening, Lin Ye thought he'd accessed another zone. But amidst the piles of corpses, he recognized the distinctive many-mouthed monsters. The corridor beyond was filled with grotesquely varied alien corpses. Prison cells along the walls had been flattened, the floor replaced by dark green earth. Faint spiritual energy permeated the air. The mental suppression had weakened. Captain, Jim lifted a bisected corpse leaning against the doorframe. Likely the captain who'd sealed this door in his final moments. Shadows pulsed in the corridor's depths. Bright lights flickered rhythmically, like some creature's breathing. Lin Ye rapidly absorbed the ambient spiritual energy. Though captains varied in strength, he didn't think his current self surpassed them by much. He had no intention of ending up like this bisected captain. Jim nervously aimed the machine gun down the corridor, finger tense on the trigger, ready to unleash firepower at the first sign of movement. Lin Ye focused, attempting to etch runes within his body. This form had low mutation. Success was uncertain. As they stood ready, a shadow flashed. Lin Ye sidestepped instinctively, but the shadow's target wasn't him. Jim's headless corpse collapsed. He'd never even pulled the trigger. No time to mourn. Lin Ye dove behind the machine gun, pinning the trigger down toward where the shadow had retreated. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes illuminated the corridor depths. Multiple shadows darted past, shredding both the machine gun and Lin Ye behind it. Remaining simulations, 8. Lin Ye sat up from the bed, checked the time, and began contemplating his next move. The shadow creature had been extremely fast. He hadn't even felt pain before being completely torn apart. Jim mentioned they were still receiving messages in the group chat 10 minutes ago, meaning that's when the captain encountered the shadow monster. Should I wait until then to assist, or go investigate immediately? Lin Ye pushed open his cell door at the precise moment. No, the shadow monster is too powerful. Even with my help, we might not win. I should scout the situation first. If I can close the door the shadow monster uses to invade beforehand, I can eliminate this threat. Lin Ye first retrieved the pistol and magazines from the corpse. He needed to kill the first monster with the gun. Otherwise, even attacking from behind, he couldn't penetrate its defenses. Armed with the pistol, Lin Ye headed straight for the shadow monster's location this time. Along the way, Lin Ye eliminated every many-mouthed monster he encountered, absorbing all the spiritual energy crystals they dropped. Using the chaotic spiritual energy from the crystals, Lin Ye carved a severing rune on his right hand and a protection rune on his chest. Pity I haven't used the speed and power rune cards yet, otherwise I could try carving more runes on my body. Lin Ye had actually considered carving a mutation rune to accelerate bodily changes, but abandoned the idea due to insufficient spiritual energy here. Knowledge truly is power. That saying doesn't lie. The closer he got to the detention area exit, the more many-mouthed monsters appeared, and Lin Ye grew increasingly proficient at killing them. With little resistance, Lin Ye soon reached the detention area exit. A many-mouthed monster with mouths covering its entire head stood in the center of the pathway. Behind it was an open door, with more monsters continuously emerging. Lin Ye didn't use his skills immediately. If this all-mouth monster was the one that killed him before, using skills wouldn't instantly defeat it either. Timing was crucial. The all-mouth monster had noticed Lin Ye long ago, but seemed more concerned with the door behind it than food. Bang! 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 Lin Ye fired 3 shots at the monster's heart area. A shadow flashed, deflecting the bullets, and appeared before Lin Ye in an instant. Having seen this move before, Lin Ye was prepared. He'd readied his dodge before shooting, but still reacted too slowly. The shadow grazed his left shoulder. His fragile spiritual energy shield proved useless as flesh scattered, revealing bone. With the Q10, the shadow was the monster's tongue. Seeing the mouths covering its entire head, Lin Ye shuddered. Lin Ye immediately used Deadly Joke on the all-mouth monster. The timing wasn't ideal, but he had no choice. Deadly Joke transported him beneath and behind the monster. The instant he appeared, the all-mouth monster detected him. Lin Ye thrust his right hand toward its heart. His hand shattered completely. When spiritual energies collided, the weaker one would be utterly crushed by the violent force. The pain didn't break Lin Ye's will. It sharpened his focus instead. He knew he couldn't kill this monster, but he hadn't failed yet. Nothing could stop him before death claimed him. Using deadly joke again, Lin Ye appeared behind a many-mouthed monster that had just exited the door. Ignoring what lay beyond, he swung his mangled right arm to force the door shut. The all-mouthed monster emitted layered, piercing shrieks as countless shadowy tongues erupted from its mouths like porcupine quills, stabbing indiscriminately in all directions. Lin Ye used deadly joke 4 times consecutively to narrowly evade, while the many-mouthed monsters he targeted were all impaled and torn apart. Ignoring the enraged all-mouth monster, Lin Ye continued using deadly joke to escape quickly. With the door closed now, the monster was far weaker than last time. If the captain could handle it, this simulation should end soon. Lin Ye burst through the door connecting to the office area. Luckily, no anomalies triggered this time. Soon, Lin Ye found the captain leading overseers to seal another door. He was a young man with resolute features. "Halt!" The captain spoke sternly to Lin Ye. "All right, but I have intel to share." Weakly, Lin Ye sat down. Massive blood loss had drained his strength. Even without the order, he couldn't have gone much further. "What intel?" Seeing Lin Ye's condition, the captain's tone softened slightly. Lin Ye shared all information about the all-mouth monster. Though still suspicious, the captain had the overseers treat Lin Ye's wounds. "Thanks." Lin Ye's gratitude was genuine. He didn't want to start another simulation now. At minimum, he needed to assess the captain's combat ability to plan his next moves. Soon, the captain led them into the detention area. The all-mouth monster was repeatedly opening and closing a cell door, trying to reopen its previous passage. Without unnecessary commands, all overseers opened fire upon seeing the monster. The organization's rank and file still used ballistic weapons. These couldn't pierce the all-mouth monster's hide, but left shallow wounds. Shadowy tongues flashed, each impaling an overseer. Screams echoed continuously, yet no one retreated. The captain drew his long sword to intercept the tongues. Only he could barely match their speed. But he was merely strong by non-spiritual energy standards. While adequate against regular many-mouthed monsters, the all-mouth monster overwhelmed him. Lin Ye could do nothing either. Now lacking even one functional hand, he could only observe. Soon, all overseers fell, leaving only the captain in melee combat. Clearly a close-quarters expert, the captain held his own through anticipation, covered in wounds but avoiding fatal injuries. Yet, as time passed, the all-mouth monster gained the upper hand. The captain was clearly faltering. Just as Lin Ye pondered how to assist, the situation shifted abruptly. Somehow, the captain suddenly cleaved the all-mouth monster's body open. The monster retaliated with another full-area tongue barrage, piercing the captain multiple times. Lin Ye urgently used his skill to appear behind the captain. The captain's body was torn apart, his long sword falling. Lin Ye maneuvered through the bloody remains, caught the falling sword with his left elbow, and with a desperate twist, drove it into the monster's heart. The all-mouth monster, now at death's door, tried to take Lin Ye with it. But Lin Ye spotted another many-mouthed monster approaching from behind. He teleported behind it, then turned to flee. He lacked the means to fight now. After just 2 steps, Lin Ye stopped abruptly. Now he understood why the many-mouthed monsters had been running. The corridor before him had vanished, replaced by an endless, expanding red pool with no visible boundaries. Remaining simulation count, 7. Lin Ye actively jumped into the water pit. He wanted to test whether he could pass over the water pit from above. The results were terrible. As he passed over the pit, numerous red blood threads entangled his body and dragged him down into the water. The pit was extremely deep, with no visible bottom. Shortly after sinking in, he completely lost consciousness. Before blacking out, he faintly sensed something wriggling inside his body. "I need to first close the door near the water pit before dealing with the all-mouth monster. But to pass the door, I'll need help from the many-mouthed monster on the other side. But what about the return trip? Meaning I'll need to lure another many-mouthed monster to this side, as a stepping stone. Lin Ye exited the cell at precisely the right moment. He continuously recalled each monster's appearance, timing, and key moments, eventually planning out every step of the simulation. First step remained obtaining the pistol. Then he needed to lure a severely injured mini-mouthed monster near the water pit. This process had to be fast enough to coordinate with the monster on the pit's opposite side. Additionally, attracting the monster required extreme caution, keeping it chasing but not catching him, while also not killing it. Having planned each step, Lin Ye encountered his first mini-mouthed monster. "Come on, buddy, I need your help." Lin Ye shot and directly crippled the buddy's right leg, then successfully led it to the water pit. This time he arrived slightly later than during the second simulation, but fortunately the other mini-mouthed monster still lingered by the pit's edge. It stood there staring blankly into the water. Lin Ye immediately used his skill to teleport behind it. Hey, just as Lin Ye tried to kick it into the pit like last time, something unexpected happened. He couldn't attack the monster. Having already closed the nearby door, Lin Ye abandoned attacking this monster and instead teleported behind Buddy, emptying his magazine to eliminate it. Only then did he have time to observe the mini-mouthed monster across the pit, whose condition looked abnormal. Perhaps disturbed by Lin Ye's presence, numerous red blood threads grew from its body, writhing like living creatures. Lin Ye immediately turned and fled. This thing was better left for the organization to handle. After dealing with all monsters along the way, Lin Ye encountered the all-mouth monster again. This time he didn't attempt to fight it, instead teleporting beside a mini-mouthed monster that had just exited a door and closing it. Then he quickly teleported away from the all-mouth monster's furious, piercing attacks. Soon after, Lin Ye encountered the overseer team securing the office area doors. After explaining the situation to the captain, he agreed to help deal with the all-mouth monster. "RNO, Captain, I can ambush that monster. Do you have anything that can penetrate its defenses?" Lin Ye asked while leading the way. "Yes, but only one, and it requires close proximity," the captain replied, locking eyes with Lin Ye. "Let me use it then, otherwise many people might die." Lin Ye stopped walking and met the captain's gaze calmly. He had no other way to earn trust except sincere request. "Fine, I'll distract it, you kill it." The captain took out a spherical device from his coat and handed it to Lin Ye. "But remember, I'll be watching you. Any suspicious moves, and I'll personally execute you." The captain gripped Lin Ye's right hand tightly. "I'll remember," Lin Ye responded solemnly. The sphere was a device that could project high-energy blades, simple and convenient. Just point and press the button. Having witnessed its power before, Lin Ye wasn't worried about penetration. Now he needed to decide when to use it. Immediately for fewer casualties? Or wait until the captain and overseers exhausted the monster's spiritual energy for higher success chance? Risk others' lives or his own? The answer required no deliberation. This was simply a D-class personnel's job. The moment the all-mouth monster appeared in sight, Lin Ye teleported beneath it and pressed the button aimed at its heart. He didn't even need to react. The monster's movements did all the work. The high-energy blade easily pierced the all-mouth monster's vital spot. Ambush and frontal assault produced drastically different results. Without even checking the outcome, Lin Ye continuously teleported to dodge the monster's final attacks, black tongues piercing every surrounding space. Without deadly jokes, treacherously unfair advantage, he'd have been skewered. Seems I wasn't needed after all. The captain helped Lin Ye up, having prepared to die here only for it to end so abruptly. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly either. The organization's equipment works great. Lin Ye suddenly realized item-based tactics weren't so bad. No, that thing only works point blank. Getting close to anomalies usually equals suicide. Worse, it might not even work after all that. The captain glanced disdainfully at the sphere near the corpse. That is a problem. Maybe making it throwable would help. Lin Ye picked up the sphere, examining its mechanisms with interest. "You're that anomaly possessing a D-class personnel, aren't you?" the captain suddenly said. "Am I that famous in the organization already?" Lin Ye frowned. "The organization distributed your profile to all mission captains with orders to report any sightings immediately. You should be careful not to get caught, the captain warned seriously. Aren't you a captain too? Why warn me? Lin Ye asked curiously. I don't believe all anomalies require elimination. You've been helping handle incidents, indirectly saving many lives. Until you become a threat, I won't act against you, the captain stated solemnly. Thanks. If caught, what would the organization do to me? Lin Ye continued. Unsure, but I suspect they'd extract your consciousness to create an anomaly-based containment tool. The captain revealed the organization's standard approach without hesitation. Control what you can, destroy what you can't control, and only negotiate or isolate as last resorts. How hospitable. Time to wrap up this incident. Lin Ye didn't elaborate further. This outcome was expected. He'd never deluded himself about coexisting peacefully with the organization. Simulation complete. Remaining simulations. 7. Obtained random items from event times 7. Title acquired, Backstab Master. Lin Ye climbed out of bed. The Jester doll was already gone. He had to admit, he'd underestimated this card entity before. Lin Ye found a Jester doll wedged between the bed and the wall. Holding it, he began examining his loot. Aside from the familiar medical kit, K1 pistol loaded with bullets, and simple rations pack, there were 4 new items this time. K1 shotgun, a low-end firearm mass-produced by the organization, now only used by grassroots members. Note: recoil proportional to firepower. High-energy piercing blade, an experimental spiritual energy weapon developed by the organization, single use only. Note: must be activated at close range. Arbitrary door access card. Using this will make the nearest door randomly connect to an unknown space. The passage lasts up to 10 minutes. Closing the door ends at early January 1st. Note: no one knows what horrors lie beyond the door. Mutated seed of spirit. A special seed that only grows properly in areas rich with spiritual energy. Note: not edible. The shotgun shared the same design as the pistol, with a 10-round magazine, though the bullets were noticeably larger. The high-energy piercing blade was the spherical weapon the captain had given Lin Ye. Just press the button to activate it. The arbitrary door access card was a rigid card with a door illustration on the front and pale yellow backing, made of unknown material. The mutated seed of spirit was a gray spherical seed the size of a marble, feeling like a stone to the touch. Lin Ye sorted these items carefully. The high-energy piercing blade interested him most. If he could understand its technology, he might replicate similar items or even craft better ones. Array with diuresis. At its core, it utilized spiritual energy. If his body could withstand it, he might even perform high-energy piercing attacks barehanded. As for the other items, the shotgun seemed underwhelming. The door card would only be used in emergencies, and the spirit seed would wait until he found an energy-rich area. Lin Ye glanced at his new title again. Backstab Master. In one mission, you eliminated nearly every enemy with backstabs. Note: never turn your back on me. After organizing his loot, Lin Ye took the speed rune card to the game room. After drinking a spirit potion, he activated the rune card. With help from his seed of spirit and the potion, he regained control of his body within seconds. A flood of knowledge about the speed rune crammed into his mind, giving him a splitting headache, but the potion soon eased it. The chaotic information neatly arranged itself in his consciousness, no longer burdening his mind. The attendant watched speechlessly as Lin Ye sat down, playing cards while sorting the information and absorbing ambient spiritual energy to strengthen himself. 80 minutes later, Lin Ye completed 2 spiritual energy cycles. Distracted by organizing knowledge, he only won 41 red coins this time. I'll be back, Lin Ye said cheerfully to the attendant before leaving. Back at the shelter, Lin Ye began crafting spiritual energy items. He planned to inscribe runes on his nightfall formal wear later. This was just practice. After a busy afternoon, Lin Ye finished his preparations. He didn't know what awaited him tonight, but this was his first war. He had to be ready. With time left before the nighttime activity, He prepared a lavish dinner and pulled the jester doll out from under the blankets to join him. Bro, I'll need your help tonight. Nothing too much. Just lend me that skill from this morning again, Lin Ye said amiably. The doll stared blankly into space, ignoring him. Then I'll take that as a yes. Good. Lin Ye lowered his voice and gently patted the doll's head. Great, I knew you'd agree. Cheerfully, he opened the group chat and began eating. The jester stood behind him, its hollow eyes fixed on his neck. 695, 644/1, 000,000. Are you joining the nighttime activity? Nope. I've already upgraded my shelter. Warfront sounds way too dangerous. I'm sitting this one out. You guys go ahead. I'll wait here for your return. Food pick. Ugh, I'm still short on mutation organs. No other resources in my shelter, no trades, just forced to risk my life out there. Forget trading. The exchange zone's mutation organs are almost gone, and the remaining prices are insane. Food pick. Yeah, some idiots listing them for 100 red coins. Who buy that? Food pick. Lin's the real MVP, selling for just 10 coins. Food pick. Where's the big shot? I'm ready to raid the exchange zone for gear. Food pick. Stop. I'm starving here. No more food picks. Huh? People still starve? Just do a station mission. Bring back anything tradable. I hauled a ton of canned food last time. Enough for half a year. Food pick. Quit bragging. Some people are too scared to go out. By the way, want to trade my instant rice for your beef cans? Looks tasty. Food pick. Damn it. My last 2 station missions had awful sights. Ended up in the wild both times with bare minimum loot. Now I gotta trade for food. R.I.P. buddy. Thoughts and prayers. Food pick. Nighttime activity starting. Tonight's event, Warfront. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Why wasn't there an option to join? No way. Damn it. The system's trying to kill us. Whatever. I was joining anyway. We're dead. I don't want to die. WTF? I've never even left my shelter. Congrats. Straight to the battlefield. Should have gone out sooner. Selling mutation cards plus nutrient solution set. Trading for blueprints or function cards. Bold ask. I'd rather trade with the expert. Looking for defensive, spiritual energy items. Name your price. Need a ranged weapon. Anyone got spiritual energy protection gear from the expert? Paying premium. Lin Ye had no time for the group chat. His DMs exploded. Countless survivors begged to trade for his spiritual energy items. Many offering item descriptions, including rune cards. Most wanted protective gear, though some sought weapons or other tools. Lin Ye accepted all offers, prioritizing valuable items until his stock ran out. Only then did he reluctantly stop. Lin Ye, you all don't need to worry too much. The difficulty of this mandatory participation event definitely won't be too high. Otherwise, many people would die. Big shot, you finally came. I beg you for spiritual energy items. Moron, guess why the big shot only arrived now? I traded for 1 item. I'm set for this event. Huh, you all want to trade with the big shot already. Duh. At a time like this, you still expect the big shot to post in the trading area? Of course you DM him with your offer. Exactly. We're about to go to the front line, and you're still waiting for someone to hand you a gun. Damn it, I was still waiting to test my hand speed. Selling 1 spiritual energy protective item crafted by Brother Lin. Used by female owner, 100% new condition. DM with offers, highest bidder wins. Same here. Same here. Damn, you secondhand dealers are utterly shameless, really? I'm so jealous. I exchanged for 1 item. No amount of resources is more important than survival. It's over. No one's selling anymore. Can't even spend money if you want to. I still have a few mutation cards and nutrient solution left. Selling at premium price. Closing the group chat, Lin Ye put on his full set of equipment and sat by the bed waiting for the countdown to end. The jester doll had disappeared again. 1 second. Midnight. Assigned to battlefield corresponding to combat strength, teleporting. After killing 10 enemies, survivors may choose to return to shelter at any time. More enemies killed equals richer rewards after event concludes. Acquired special skill, trump card. When a situation becomes desperate, you shall become the trump card. Note, the world lies beneath your feet. The stars are destined to shine. What kind of weird skill is this? I don't get it. Where's my god-tier movement skill? Lin Ye had been ready to dominate the battlefield, but now his most crucial movement skill was gone. I don't want desperate situations. I just want to happily farm mobs on the battlefield. I just want to jump around the battlefield, dodging left and right. With Tilda knew. Lin Ye sadly looked at the system notification. He tried activating the skill, but the system informed him conditions weren't met. Before Lin Ye could recover from his disappointment, the teleportation began. Spiritual energy surged as dark clouds pressed low in the sky. Lin Ye was transported to a crimson wasteland. The wasteland stretched endlessly, meeting the horizon where black faded into white. The ground was littered with body fragments, human, alien, but mostly various insect corpses. A motley army was reinforcing defensive structures, and Lin Ye found himself among them. Their mismatched outfits and equipment weren't the only signs of disarray. Most soldiers belonged to different races. However, some human soldiers wore neat uniforms and carried standard-issue gear. Kids, stop spacing out. Get over here and help. A middle-aged soldier in uniform barked at Lin Ye. Seriously, no idea why command sent these alien irregulars here. Should have sent support staff instead. At least they could do odd jobs. A younger uniformed soldier sneered nearby. They're obviously cannon fodder. We need them to hold the line against those low-tier bugs. The middle-aged soldier replied matter-of-factly. The battlefield's spiritual energy was remarkably dense. Lin Ye took a deep breath of it as he moved to help reinforce defenses. Shouldn't have done those cycles in the game room. With this much spiritual energy here, the cycling speed would have been much faster. Lin Ye quietly listened to nearby conversations, gathering intel about the war. Soon he gained basic understanding of this conflict. This was the Abyss frontline. The Abyss periodically attracted dimensional planes to fall into it. Abyssal invasions were the first step. When enough abyssal creatures invaded a plane, its fall became inevitable. Therefore, whether resisting invasion or buying time to find another habitable plane, native species must fight the abyssal creatures at the border between their world and the Abyss. Such border zones were called Abyss frontlines. Lin Ye's unit consisted of Empire soldiers and alien irregulars, the most ragtag forces among misfits, the weakest among weaklings. Naturally, they only faced the Abyss's lowest-tier cannon fodder, the abyssal insectoids, defending the frontline's edge. Their orders were simply to buy time. Command expected nothing more. Even if they were wiped out, it wouldn't affect the larger battle. Even if they won, it would only prolong the inevitable. This was a war for racial and planar survival. They were expendable pawns. Of course, none of this concerned Lin Ye. He only needed to consider how to rack up more kills. Incoming, the middle-aged soldier suddenly roared. Lin Ye looked into the distance where a black tide line surged toward them from where Earth met sky. Defenses activated spiritual energy barriers as soldiers drew weapons. Only when the tide drew, near could Lin Ye see the abyssal insectoids clearly. There were many varieties: spike-shelled chitinous bugs, acid-spitting flyers, subterranean maud worms, and rarer-winged brain bugs specializing in psychic attacks. The first wave consisted entirely of pre-tier, one cannon fodder, shredded by ranged attacks before getting close. Lin Ye watched enviously as alien comrades mowed down bugs with machine gun-like weapons. Lacking ranged options, he could only observe. This didn't last. The endless swarm soon trampled over their own dead to reach defenses. Acid mixed with spiritual energy splashed against barriers, draining their energy. Lin Ye slashed spiritual energy blades through barrier gaps, each strike bisecting one or two bugs. With the front line's abundant spiritual energy, Lin Ye barely felt any drain. Hordes of spike-shelled bugs crashed against barriers, their brown-green fluids splattering as defenses failed. Lin Ye psychically monitored all directions. Once barriers fell, brutal melee combat would begin. In such chaos, one might die instantly to random ranged attacks. Breathing in spiritual energy, Lin Ye maximized kills while barriers lasted, memorizing each bug's weak points and attack patterns. If time permitted, he'd have dissected some to study their anatomy. After one final slash, the barrier before Lin Ye flickered and vanished completely. The moment the spiritual energy shield disappeared, the true war officially began. Countless spike-shelled bugs surged through the defensive line like a tidal wave. Lin Ye dodged a barbed forelimb and sliced apart an approaching bug with red blade, only for another to immediately charge at him. In the distance, swarms of acid-spitting flyers sprayed corrosive liquid across the battlefield, showing no concern for their own kind. The ground trembled as subterranean maud worms emerged, their gaping mouths several meters wide and lined with rows of jagged teeth, devouring people whole. Lin Ye activated his nightfall formal wear as a mutated spiritual energy shield enveloped his body, blocking all unavoidable attacks. Initially, he used mental energy to track attacks from every direction, attempting evasive maneuvers. But he soon abandoned this inefficient method in favor of sensing nearby energy intensities. As long as the spiritual energy intensity didn't exceed a certain threshold, he ignored the attacks. They couldn't penetrate his enhanced shield anyway. Even if some bizarre low-energy, high-intensity attack appeared, he still had the teddy bear contingency. In extreme cases, reality simulation could instantly return him to the shelter. So Lin Ye entrusted defense entirely to nightfall formal wear, while using speed runes on his pants to dart across the battlefield. If he moved fast enough, attacks couldn't touch him. Red Blade glowed crimson at maximum output, its luminous trail elongating and contracting with Lin Ye's movements. Wherever the red light passed, insect corpses piled up. Nearby allies gaped in astonishment, unaware when such a fierce fighter had appeared among them. Is he really a foreigner? He doesn't seem to have reached first rank yet. Even foreigners have their elites. Might be a civilian genius assigned here, because nobody recognized his talent. Such a waste. If he'd entered the Imperial Academy, the Empire could have gained another high-rank powerhouse. Pointless talk now. Orders are to hold this position as long as possible. Desertion means execution anyway. True, but still feels like a shame. As the subject of discussion, Lin Ye had no time for others' opinions. He was busy harvesting kills. With abundant spiritual energy, Lin Ye fought without worrying about depletion. As long as his stamina and mental energy held, he could dominate the battlefield indefinitely. Expending spiritual energy even alleviated physical fatigue, and he still had 3 mental energy potions in reserve. His only concern was prolonged absorption and usage risking bodily mutation. But Lin Ye followed his own evolution path, performing just 2 daily energy cycles, far below his actual capacity. Merely absorbing energy for combat without intentional mutation meant he could fight all day. This demonstrated the advantage of a personalized evolution path. Systematically strengthening every body part with spiritual energy had greatly enhanced his mutation resistance. While Lin Ye danced across the battlefield, a gray-winged, corpulent-brained bug stealthily approached behind spike-shelled bug cover. Several equally sneaky insects accompanied it. Lin Ye was gradually adapting to the instantaneous acceleration from speed runes. Initially, he could only accelerate linearly like a thrown stone, unable to change direction. Now accustomed to acceleration, his thinking speed matched the pace with mental energy's assistance. He began attempting mid-acceleration direction changes, even altering trajectories multiple times within a single burst. Crimson Blade arcs zigzagged across the battlefield, leaving chaotic trails flanked by insect remains shredded by violent energy, creating multicolored stains along the paths. A first-rank subterranean maud worm suddenly erupted beneath him, gaping jaws snapping at Lin Ye. Multiple first-rank acid spitters sprayed concentrated spiritual acid to block escape routes. A first-rank brain bug waved neural filaments, attempting mental interference from afar. Dozens of first-rank spike-shelled bugs closed in from all sides, preparing to overwhelm Lin Ye through sheer numbers. The mental attack proved ineffective. Facing the worm's imminent bite, Lin Ye accelerated instead of stopping, slipping between jagged teeth to enter its body before the jaws clamped shut. Digestive fluids capable of dissolving stone splashed against his shield, steadily draining its energy. Sever. Activating the severing rune, Lin Ye slashed at the worm's incredibly tough digestive chamber wall. With an energy surge, Red Blade barely tore an opening. Normally, first-rank creatures trapped inside a worm's digestive organ, its mutation organ, couldn't escape gradual dissolution. Bursting free, Lin Ye found himself surrounded by first-rank spike shell bugs. Allies had been scattered, leaving him without support. Despite being completely encircled, Lin Ye remained calm. He casually pushed aside a stabbing limb and retrieved an energy drink from his pack, taking a refreshing sip. Compared to the tasteless energy bars, the organization's beverages were delightfully sweet and sour with a cool aftertaste. Dodging another acid spray, Lin Ye completed the final stroke of his large-scale severing rune when enough insects entered range. Since that supermarket slash, he'd contemplated area attacks. Early in the battle, attempts to manipulate energy against the horde failed. If the supermarket was a calm puddle, this battlefield was a raging ocean. His strength could only create ripples, not waves. So he began inscribing a massive severing rune across the battlefield, adding strokes with each movement. Dead insects became spiritual ink, providing ample energy. This rune had taken considerable time. Now, with the final stroke completed and blade swung, the massive severing rune activated. Using the spiritual energy blade as conduit, the rune gathered all nearby energy into the blade to execute its severing function. Vast energies attached to the blade, incorporating more free-floating energy to form a conceptual wave of severing force that scoured all life before Lin Ye. From above, one could see entire swaths of insects erased from the plains. A red and green wave propagated into the distance until finally dissipating. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to pause in silence. Even the brainless insects instinctively retreated from Lin Ye's position. What the hell is that thing? I don't know either. Does anyone recognize him? No. Why would such a monster be assigned to this army? Probably pissed off some big shot. Lin Ye swallowed the last drop of his spirit potion. Activating the large severing rune had drained more spiritual energy than he anticipated. The large severing rune worked remarkably well, but this move could only clear out small fry. Without concentrated spiritual energy, it couldn't kill stronger first-level creatures. Lin Ye retreated behind the defensive line, already preparing to withdraw. The earlier ambush proved these insects weren't mindless beasts. They'd definitely try to kill him next, and at his current pre-first level state, they had countless ways to do it. The mission was mostly complete anyway. No point wasting the Jesterdal here. But there was still one special skill he hadn't used yet. Lin Ye had mild OCD. When playing games, he preferred clearing the entire map before moving on. Leaving without using this special skill would bother him all day and haunt his curiosity for ages. Just a little longer. If nothing changes, I'll bail. From then on, Lin Ye stopped approaching the front lines, instead staying behind the battle lines and picking off enemies with spiritual energy blades. His allies assumed he was recuperating from energy depletion. Given his earlier performance, no one questioned it. But soon, Lin Ye couldn't hide anymore. Because everyone in front was dead, he could retreat further back. These soldiers wouldn't complain. Even if these strangers said something, Lin Ye wouldn't care. But he refused to retreat any further. Watching people die from the safety of the rear wasn't pleasant. Lin Ye returned to the front line to fight the first-level insects in close combat, though this time he didn't charge into their midst. Instead, he methodically struck their weak points. With so many first-level insects flooding the battlefield, reckless charges would get him killed in the swarm. The battle line kept retreating. The insects seemed endless. No matter how many they killed, more kept coming. Contrary to Lin Ye's expectations, the insects didn't specifically target him. They kept tightening their encirclement while sending swarms to both flanks, attempting to surround them. After a while, Lin Ye realized their goal. They wanted to exhaust him for capture. Though he couldn't imagine why they'd want him alive, they'd never succeed. Allies grew fewer around him. Second-level insects gradually appeared on the battlefield, tearing gaps in their defenses and consuming nearby soldiers. Yet these second-level creatures avoided attacking Lin Ye, confirming his earlier suspicion. A with diuresis nu epsilon s. They want to take you to the abyss's shallow layers, to use your body for incubating high-level eggs. A shrill voice spoke behind Lin Ye. Turning around, he found nothing there. I'll always be behind you, watching. Lin Ye reached backward, but touched only air. Careful now. You haven't used my ability yet. Dodging acid sprayed by a first-level acid-spitting flyer, Lin Ye retreated again. Are you female? My apologies, then. I shouldn't have forced you to sleep with me. We have a custom of sleeping with dolls back home. It wasn't intentional. My body does contain female flesh, but I'm just a jester doll, genderless. Then I take back my apology. Why the hell can't I use your trash skill yet? Do I have to wait until everyone's dead? My presence here means it's usable. But first you must choose. What choice? Become a puppet for me to control your body, or become the trump card yourself? What's the difference? I'm powerful. Even controlling your weak body could solve this situation. Plus, you'd remain conscious during control, meaning you could learn my techniques. If you're smart enough, you might grasp one or two lesser skills. But if you choose to become the trump card yourself, I suggest drinking that consolidation potion first. At least you'll look better running away. You'd probably be history's first fleeing trump card. What do you mean? Isn't trump card your skill? Mutation cards, door cards, boat tickets, room cards, card box. The card or the system? What did you say? I can only share related information or unimportant details like those insects wanting to incubate eggs in you. Now choose. The jester doll's tone turned serious, as if warning Lin Ye not to choose wrong. Lin Ye said nothing, simply taking out the consolidation potion and downing it in one gulp. How could a trump card be someone else's puppet? Scorching heat flooded his body as massive spiritual energy surged through him, circulating repeatedly to strengthen his bones, nerves, and flesh. The agonizing process forced Lin Ye to grit his teeth. Soon, the pain faded, along with all other sensations. His surroundings dulled, darkened, then plunged into complete blackness. Lin Ye wandered through this endless abyss, a lightless void without landmarks, only infinite nothingness. Time lost meaning. After an immeasurable period, Lin Ye finally spotted a speck of light in the darkness. Under his gaze, the speck expanded, illuminating the void like a star twinkling in the heavens. When Lin Ye reopened his eyes, the brutal battlefield remained, corpses everywhere, but he'd completed his first advancement. The feeling was incredible. Lin Ye even believed he could kill those second-level insects now. Yet he held back, sensing something terrifying watching from afar. Lin Ye activated his special skill, Trump Card. As the jester doll dissipated, it left final words. What a pity. I wanted to dance with your body. Don't worry. I'll dance with you all night when we get back. Swish! A half-human, half-insect monster covered in red markings materialized before Lin Ye, stabbing at his heart with limb blades so fast they left afterimages. Lin Ye couldn't dodge. Its speed surpassed his reaction time. This strike would land. But a thin layer of mutated protection manifested before him, barely blocking the attack. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the dangerous third-level abyssal insectoid. Instead, he stared blankly into space, seemingly pondering some incomprehensible question. The insectoid retreated hastily into its swarm, staring at its broken limb in shock. It couldn't comprehend how this weak human had injured it. A trump card is an abnormal mental state, a state of mind that enables rapid thinking. It doesn't grant omniscience, but rather achieves an extraordinary level of self-control. So extraordinary that Lin Ye could create 3 overlapping layers of mutated spiritual energy shield fused with severing runes and rotational techniques. In the instant, a third-tier bug monster attacked. He didn't suddenly learn any new knowledge, yet effortlessly shattered the limbs of a third-tier creature. Lin Ye wanted to use this state to ponder unsolved questions, but found it impossible. He could only employ this mental state to find solutions, not actively contemplate problems. Moreover, this skill lasted only 1 minute. He now had 57 seconds remaining. 1 minute passes in the blink of an eye during war. But for current Lin Ye, it felt agonizingly long. Lin Ye abruptly appeared beside a second-tier spike-shelled bug, his blade piercing through its mutation organ in one strike. This movement and attack utilized hybrid runes, combining acceleration and severing, making him too fast for second-tier creatures to react. First, second, and third-tier creatures are all considered low-tier beings. Fundamentally, their differences lie only in physical strength and number of mutation organs. Lin Ye began rapidly teleporting across the battlefield, eliminating one second-tier bug with each stop. The bug monster quickly grew impatient. While the swarm had countless tierless and first-tier bugs, second-tier were fewer, and third-tier only had itself. Stronger abyss creatures had all gone to the front line. Only mediocre ones like itself got assigned to battlefield edges. Previously, it wanted to capture Lin Ye alive as live material. Now it just wanted him dead quickly. The bug monster charged again. Lin Ye ignored it, using his mutated spiritual energy shield to block attacks while borrowing momentum to kill second-tier bugs. As Lin Ye systematically eliminated all second-tier bugs in sight, the monster finally shattered his shield. Lin Ye replenished it while drawing CL0 and firing skyward. Bang! The bullet didn't fly upward but traced an angular arc, beginning an extended zigzag trajectory. Instead of decelerating, it accelerated at each turn, which coincidentally aligned with every second-tier bug corpse Lin Ye had left. Finally reaching incomprehensible speed, it struck the bug monster, whose body instantly disintegrated into fragments. With their leader gone, the swarm showed signs of chaos. Lin Ye kept slaughtering first-tier bugs until they retreated, dragging the tierless ones with them. Lin Ye had repelled them. The entire process took just 53 seconds. With 4 seconds left, Lin Ye connected to his divine seat. He'd sensed the connection earlier, but prioritized the battle first. Closing his eyes, Lin Ye returned to that darkness. Light particles illuminated the void, but Lin Ye didn't linger. Following the divine connection, he walked into the darkness. Time became meaningless until he entered a blood-red world where a crimson moon illuminated a ruined divine throne. "Big brother, who are you?" A childish voice spoke behind him. Turning, Lin Ye saw a pink-haired little girl tilting her head at him. "I'm Lin Ye." He instantly knew who this was, and admittedly panicked slightly. Only those connected to a divine seat could stand before it unimpeded. What do you do when you come to inherit a godhood and meet the actual God? Asking for a friend, it's urgent. Those two unreliable nun and holy maiden. Your God is clearly fine. Why send me here? To chat with deities? I'm only first tier, damn it. Even my trump card can't handle this. Lin Ye, do you know who I am? The girl walked past him, yawned, and drowsily slumped onto the throne's armrest. You are naturally this place's deity, Lin Ye answered respectfully. She literally sat on the god's throne. Was this a trick question? Deity, what's that? The girl looked confused. A beacon in the spiritual world. Lin Ye answered like clergy, meeting her crimson eyes. Don't understand. Lin Ye, want to sit beside me? Her eyes fluttered shut as sleep took her. If you don't mind. Lin Ye had no clue what deities thought about. Probably not dinner plans like him. Of course. You should sit here. I don't know why, but feel you should. As the girl murmured sleepily, Lin Ye approached the throne and sat beside her. The blood moon above suddenly brightened like a lighthouse, its red glow startling powerful beings across countless realms. Opening his eyes, Lin Ye found this divine connection didn't grant new runes, but a skill called sacrificial offering. Its activation conditions were stringent, but with under 4 seconds of trump card remaining, perfect for testing. Sacrificial offering. As Lin Ye spoke, all corpses in sight converged beneath him, forming a flesh platform lifting him skyward. A flesh-woven box appeared before him, opening to reveal a pulsating, mutated heart. Taking it amid allies' horrified stares, Lin Ye chose to return to the shelter. War front activity concluded. Received special war gift box *1 based on enemy kills. Back at the shelter, Lin Ye didn't immediately sort loot, but reviewed rune techniques developed during trump card state. Without that enhanced state, he couldn't currently execute those complex rune skills, but having used them once, with time he could relearn them. Severing, speed movement. Severing, speed attack. Mutation, rotation shield. Bullet, node, acceleration, mutation, redirect. Acceleration, collapse rune bullet. In just 1 minute, trump card Lin Ye had created numerous skills to slaughter bugs. Now he deeply regretted not using power cards earlier. Though honestly, he'd been too overwhelmed managing existing rune cards to handle more. New ES. After organizing his rune skills, Lin Ye cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles. He retrieved the jester doll from under the blankets and opened the group chat while eating. 537, 684/1, 000, 1, 547, 654/10, 000. 3 monsters per person, not bad. Some people haven't come out yet. The numbers will drop more. Really great. Thanks to Boss Lin Ye, our zone wouldn't have so many survivors left, nor so many strong players who've nearly emptied the monster pool. Thinking about it scares me. During the last station mission, I met a strong survivor who said their zone only had 100,000 people left. If I'd been assigned there, I'd be dead for sure. Just got out still confused. What do those population brackets mean? Isn't it obvious? 1 million people, 10 monsters each. The remaining monsters will definitely be our responsibility soon. Group battle time? I want to touch Brother Lin's leg for some luck. Hard to say. Might be distributed equally. Aren't you afraid the boss might casually eliminate you? You dare touch him. I'm a girl. Surely the boss wouldn't be that ruthless? Then it's fine. Lend me your hand after you're done. Dude, you're really playing some weird game. Imagine if a zone only had 1 person left. Wouldn't they break down when checking the system interface after completing the mission? 1 person fighting 10 million monsters. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Even a boss would get mobbed to death, right? Hard to say. What if the boss used their talent ability to exchange for some spiritual energy nukes? What the hell is a spiritual energy nuke? Sounds powerful. Who knows? Did you guys use the spiritual energy items boss made? So useful. Lucky I grabbed one earlier, or I'd really be dead this time. Definitely great. The spiritual energy shields they generate are much tougher than before, and can be used multiple times. If only they could be used forever. Keep dreaming. Damn, I never managed to get one. Hey bosses, does anyone still have shelter upgrade blueprints? Time's almost up, and I still don't have one. Huh, you survived this long without one? Impressive. I thought those without blueprints were all dead. Must have a strong talent ability. Then why hide in the shelter before? The drop rate is too low, and shelter upgrade blueprints are even rarer. Any that dropped were sold long ago. Why are you only looking now? This is my first time leaving the shelter. I've been surviving on handouts from group members. Damn. What? You survived like that? Your talent must be strong. Can you give us an idea? It's a stealth talent. I hid until the war ended before returning, but I secretly took some loot. I can trade all of it for a blueprint. Clever. With such a strong talent, you didn't leave the shelter? You could have done well exploring red rooms while avoiding monsters. I was too scared. Maybe you can ask the monsters invading your shelter for a blueprint. They might have one. Honestly, if you go out to kill monsters now, there's a real chance of blueprint drops. Better to try than wait to die. If he dared go out, would he have waited this long? After finishing his noodles, Lin Ye began organizing his loot. The special war gift box was a pure black rectangular case. Opening it revealed only a black and red card. War summons. When initiating a war, you may invite any willing allies to your location, January 1st. Note, I am the army. This card is powerful, but useless right now. Lin Ye stored the war summons and examined his other loot. Third stage mutated heart. A perfectly preserved mutated heart, transplantable. Note, transplantation grants abilities appropriate to this heart. Sacrificial offering was an ability to create mutated organs, requiring extremely high mental energy. More materials used in the skill meant better final products, but also higher mental energy demands. Without his trump card state, Lin Ye couldn't have used this skill on such a large scale. Holding the mutated heart, Lin Ye wasn't sure what to do with it. Undoubtedly powerful, but Lin Ye had no desire to mutate his body. Moreover, as a third-stage heart, his current physique couldn't handle it even if he wanted to. It would circumflex OB. After some thought, Lin Ye tossed the heart aside and pulled the hiding jester doll into a dance around the shelter. He always kept his promises. As he spun, Lin Ye set aside trivial matters and began enjoying his first weekend since arriving here. Truthfully, before coming here, he hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about life. The type who didn't want to die, but didn't particularly enjoy living either. Paradoxically, being here made him want to live more. Perhaps only when truly facing death can humans understand how terrifying it is. All survivors in this zone have completed the war front activity. Additional activity begins. Surviving participants must eliminate remaining mutation creatures. 0:59, 0:58. Watching the countdown, Lin Ye didn't stop dancing. Instead, he closed his eyes and spun faster through the shelter. He still had plenty of time before the countdown ended. 0:01, midnight. When the countdown finished, Lin Ye was transported to a 30-square-meter white room, where a first-stage mutation creature stood at the center. Lin Ye casually extracted the creature's mutation organ without even using Red Blade. Soon a second first-stage creature appeared, meeting the same fate. Lin Ye continued eliminating mutation creatures this way. After killing the fifth one, he was returned to his shelter. The jester doll had disappeared. The first week of apocalyptic survival had officially ended. Please draw today's card. My turn, draw. This time the card showed a red chicken. As the card dissipated, a fully red feathered chicken appeared in the shelter's center. You should have come earlier. I already ate my noodles. What do you give me? Chicken legs? Braised chicken? Or poached chicken? Lin Ye picked up Brother Chicken and asked curiously. After the duck and goose appeared, he'd known this day would come. Cluck cluck. What? You can help me hatch that abyssal egg? Really? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Cluck cluck. Brother Chicken puffed his chest and patted Lin Ye's shoulder with a wing. Truly worthy of Brother Chicken. Then I'll leave it to you. Day 8 of Apocalypse Survival, 6:34 a.m. Lin Ye prepared a lavish breakfast and brought Brother Chicken some fresh, delicious sewer worms as requested for its egg incubation. Opening the group chat, he began eating. 535799/1000000. You phone, big shots, save me. Nothing we can do unless you find another shelter yourself, and the survivors inside agree to let you in. Damn, you're persistent. Other survivors without upgraded shelters all died instantly. Couldn't even last 10 minutes. Yet you've held out all night. Keep posting photos. Since you're dying anyway, might as well leave us some intel. Keep it up. One useful photo earns one food ration. You don't want to starve to death, right? Buddy, you're in residential areas while I'm in office buildings. Even if I let you in, you couldn't reach me. Reviewing earlier messages, Lin Ye recognized this as the survivor from last night whose talent ability involved concealment. All other survivors without shelter upgrades had died last night. Only he remained, stubbornly alive, while sharing external intel in chat. They'd been in this city for a week, yet knew virtually nothing beyond their shelters. Every survivor who ventured out died without exception. This situation was unsustainable. If each shelter upgrade phase required 10 lower-grade mutation organs, most survivors would gradually get eliminated. They needed to find ways to survive in this city without relying solely on shelters. Many had considered this issue, hence why numerous people were urging Yufeng to explore outside, some even offering decent rewards. Yufeng, honored experts, I genuinely dare not go out. The moment I stop using my talent ability, monsters immediately breach in. Outside must be swarming with them. Also, there's constant movement in the bathroom. I don't even dare approach the stall now. Definitely dangerous. Brother Lin mentioned sewer worms in the pipes. Ugh, just imagining makes my scalp crawl. So, you can't even use water now? What's the point hiding in shelter then? You phone. Still have some supplies left. Water and canteens should last temporarily. Any experts in my building willing to take me in? Not nearby. Same here. Wishful thinking. Shelters are survival fundamentals. Who'd let strangers in? If such people exist, be extra cautious. Exactly. Don't want to get murdered in my sleep. You phone. I'd never do such things. Says you. Sigh. Talking about trust here is downright naive. Lin Ye didn't comment. He wouldn't demand the other explore the city, nor offer unearned assistance. Finishing breakfast and petting Brother Chicken, he lay down to begin daily simulation. BZZT. The familiar prisoner transport opening. Lin Ye was growing accustomed to D-class routines. Simulated D-class personnel, Mason. Remaining simulations, 10. Mason was a yellow-skinned youth with decent physique and balanced build. This transport held only Lin Ye as D-class, guarded by the familiar four-person squad. The truck traveled a desolate path through wilderness. Why only one D-class? This seemed odd. For handling unknown anomalies, the organization typically deployed multiple D-class scouts without hesitation, meaning either this anomaly only requires one sacrifice, or Mason uniquely qualifies. Bad news for Lin Ye, likely indicating either an unsolvable anomaly or one so troublesome the organization preferred periodic D-class sacrifices over resolution. But what constitutes simulation completion? Dying as expendable fodder, or actually resolving the anomaly? Before further contemplation, the truck halted before an abandoned mine entrance. Guards escorted Lin Ye via minecart deep underground, stopping before a pitch-black shaft descending into darkness. With no protective gear, lighting, or equipment beyond prison garb, Lin Ye was shoved into the abyss. After minutes of freefall, he assumed death was certain. Even landing in an underground lake wouldn't save him. Yet he struck solid ground and didn't die. One leg shattered, organs pulped and destroyed, half his skull collapsed, multiple compound fractures, yet alive. What fresh hell is this? Excruciating pain made Lin Ye wish for instant death, but attempting suicide risked permanent immobility if failed. Trying to move proved futile. Not even a finger twitched. Fortunately, faint spiritual energy permeated the shaft, allowing him to mutate this broken vessel. Then faint sounds emerged. Extending his perception, Lin Ye discovered several similarly mangled flesh piles nearby, all alive, with no telling how long they'd suffered in darkness. Determined not to join these predecessors in eternal torment, Lin Ye accelerated mutation rune inscription. The priest's foundational mutation research surpassed normal comprehension. Without absorbing his mind crystal, Lin Ye couldn't possibly inscribe mutation runes on this ruined body. In 10 minutes, partial body mutation succeeded, growing 2 mobility limbs. Testing movement proved successful. The priest's practical knowledge worked flawlessly. But Lin Ye didn't immediately explore. First, he needed offensive mutations. While unkillable, having body parts harvested would spell doom. Uncertain about enemies, better safe than sorry. Reviewing the priest's mutation knowledge revealed scarce combat-oriented data. He truly wasn't a fighter. Left with no choice, Lin Ye grew 2 simple spiked appendages and inscribed basic protection runes across his body. This was his current limit. Even mutation masters couldn't work miracles without proper materials. Lin Ye bypassed the shattered D-class personnel, dragging his agonized body as he crawled inch by inch toward the depths of the mine shaft. He wasn't desperate enough to treat his living kindred as materials. The mutations wouldn't kill them, only prolong their suffering. Eek! Yeah! Whoa! Piles of flesh emitted wretched cries. The mine had no light, They couldn't see Lin Ye, but sensed something moving past. They directed their wails toward this presence, as if pleading to some deity for absolution of their sins and the right to finally die. Though technically half deity himself, Lin Ye's current state was scarcely better than theirs. No savior dwelled here, just one desperate human fighting for survival. Amidst the screams, Lin Ye crawled while adapting to his new bodily structures. Soon he left the cries behind, entering the mind's deeper recesses. Without light, Lin Ye relied on spiritual energy to perceive his surroundings. His first enemy appeared quickly, a forearm-length rat. Lin Ye thanked his preparations, otherwise he'd have been gnawed upon first. The rat circled Lin Ye several times before succumbing to bloodlust and pouncing at his mangled form. It died instantly upon impaling itself on Lin Ye's spike-tipped appendages. As a first-level spiritual energy user, predicting rodent movements was trivial. Strangely, he could kill the rat, yet remained alive despite his grievous wounds. Lin Ye experimented with mutating the rat's corpse into his body like a weapon attachment. Soon he'd grown another spiked limb. The mine's depths formed a chaotic labyrinth of branching tunnels leading who knew where. Lin Ye navigated them blindly, unaware why the others couldn't die, uncertain if answers lay within these tunnels. But staying put awaiting divine mercy wasn't an option. He continued eliminating cave rats encountered along the way, incorporating their corpses into his growing arsenal. But the tunnels housed more than rodents, centipede-like worms of varying sizes. Smaller ones fell easily. Larger specimens required avoidance. Giant cave spiders posed greater threats, their webs spanning certain junctions as they awaited prey. Lin Ye desperately wanted spider legs for mobility, but approaching those webs his current state would make him the delivered meal. Need an offensive mutation organ, preferably ranged. Should have studied that heart structure more. And the first-level eyeball. Can't use my true form's power in simulations, but knowledge is power. If I could develop potent mutations in D-class bodies. Wait, I'm divine too. Could I pray to myself? Ask myself to deliver the mutated heart. The priest's mind crystal contained ritual knowledge, but deity-related rituals are notoriously difficult. My true form's asleep in the shelter. No one to answer. Brother Chicken, probably not. Would she answer? Given her skills, she's likely mutation specialized. Sharing the divine seat makes us colleagues, right? Worth trying? She wouldn't get mad. Lin Ye tore off his entire arm plus half a shoulder, adding rat appendages and worm segments as sacrificial offerings for his first ritual. The ritual itself wasn't complex, functionally similar to long-distance communication with 3 components. The sender, sacrificer, the receiver, deity, or any sufficiently powerful entity, if the sacrificer didn't mind. Most crucially, the communication channel. This third element made rituals dangerous. Mistakes invited catastrophe. But Lin Ye bypassed this concern entirely. His direct connection to the divine seat ensured success if the recipient agreed. Through this link, power could theoretically be projected. Closing his eyes, Lin Ye connected to the divine seat and offered his first sincere prayer. Immediately, he encountered a fatal flaw. He didn't know how to address her, nor if she'd recognize him. Epsilon. After contemplation, Lin Ye whispered, "O great deity, Lord Lin Ye, please fashion these scraps into a ranged weapon. Tonight, I shall prepare you a sumptuous feast in gratitude." Repeating this several times, Lin Ye opened his eyes to find the refuse pile replaced by a flesh-crafted gun barrel. "My deepest thanks for your assistance," Lin Ye intoned solemnly. The barrel automatically integrated when attached, growing into his body until it seemed more natural than his original parts. Dissection would suggest this was his true form, with other parts being add-ons. Spiritual energy probing revealed nothing about its mechanisms, yet operating it felt as natural as moving a limb. Lin Ye began crafting ammunition from mutated flesh. The barrel came preloaded with 1 superior round, too precious to waste on spiders. Armed, he sought webbed tunnels, soon finding a cave spider. a first-level mutation creature with a meter-long body and mutation organ between its abdomen and thorax. Thwip! His transformed right arm shot struck the spider's mutation organ perfectly. The creature, unfamiliar with firearms, died without resistance. Processing the corpse, Lin Ye focused on attaching 8 spider legs for proper mobility. The priest's mind crystal provided knowledge of xeno-organ integration, while the patchwork humanoid splice runes simplified the process. 20 minutes later, though still limping, Lin Ye could finally walk properly with his new spider leg attachments. After attaching the spider legs, Lin Ye wobbled from side to side as he practiced walking with 8 legs in alternating motion. At first, he was quite clumsy, but soon he gradually adapted to the sensation of multi-legged movement, even starting to hop around the mine tunnels. With 8 legs, he could distribute his weight and even traverse along walls, which proved remarkably convenient. Lin Ye began clearing out the mutation creatures in the mine, splicing parts of their corpses onto his own body while converting the rest into ammunition for his right hand. After exterminating a nest of large sewer worms, Lin Ye discovered a peculiar multicolored aura amidst their nest. The garish, flashing, or looked utterly unnatural, resembling some kind of festive light display. Digging briefly into the mine walls, Lin Ye soon found another similar or fragment. This, or is likely connected to the anomaly here. Perhaps I can trace the anomaly's origin by following the ore density. Lin Ye attempted to sense the ore deposits within the mine walls, steadily moving toward areas with higher concentrations. After an hour navigating the labyrinthine tunnels, he finally reached the most ore-rich zone. It was a massive, excavated underground space the size of a football field. The walls were studded with exposed ore veins whose glow illuminated the entire chamber. There were signs that someone had conducted activities here previously, though only traces remained now. At the far end of the chamber lay a bloated humanoid monster covered in growths and pustules. Were it not for some lingering human features in certain organs, Lin Ye wouldn't have recognized it was likely once human. Though admittedly, Lin Ye's current appearance wasn't much better. Embedded in the wall behind the monster was an ore-constructed door, which the creature guarded like a watchdog. Lin Ye didn't attempt communication. Instead, he bounded forward to close the distance before greeting the ore monster with his right hand. Boom! The bullet obliterated the mutation organ inside the ore monster, yet the creature seemed completely unfazed, roaring as it lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye hastily leaped backward, continuously firing at various parts of the monster. No matter where he struck, the wounds healed almost instantly. Even severed joints would grotesquely reconnect. However, the ore monster never left the ore chamber. Whenever Lin Ye retreated into the tunnels, it would stop pursuit and return to guard the door. A bit troublesome. Maybe it's time to try that special bullet. After several more probes to confirm conventional attacks were useless, Lin Ye decided to test the special bullet's effectiveness. Now the question is, after firing it, should I finish off the monster or go for the door? Killing it carries huge risk. If the bullet doesn't cripple it sufficiently, I'll be the one getting killed. Even if I don't die, I might get trapped here. The door also has risks. It might not open, and who knows what's behind it. After consideration, Lin Ye decided to investigate the door. If blocked, he could leap back, whereas approaching the monster might leave no escape route. Decision made. Lin Ye loaded the special bullet and re-entered the ore chamber. The monster immediately charged. While not intelligent, it proved an effective sentry. Lin Ye bounded toward it as well, firing point-blank at its upper body from less than a meter away. Kaboom! The monster's upper torso vaporized instantly, its lower half collapsing limply. Without hesitation, Lin Ye scrambled up the wall with all 8 legs, reaching the ore door in several leaps. As he pushed the door open, Lin Ye sensed the monster's remaining half rising again and charging toward him. Lin Ye hastily slipped inside and shut the door. Thud! The monster crashed into the wall beside the door, seemingly afraid to touch the door itself, let alone pursue further. Inside, Lin Ye found a small chamber entirely constructed from the colorful, ore. Though only 50 square meters in area, its ceiling soared over 10 meters high. At the room's center stood a headless human statue, its chest embedded with a colorful crystal resembling the ore but appearing more refined. Lin Ye cautiously scanned the chamber. Expecting danger but detecting none, he focused on the statue. Strange. Is the statue itself the threat? Approaching the statue, Lin Ye detected no hazards. He attempted to pry the crystal from its chest. The moment the crystal touched his hand, Lin Ye convulsed and collapsed dead. Simulation terminated. Remaining simulations, 10. No simulations consumed. Acquire core item. Acquire. Obtain core item. Salvation Divine Stone *1. Title unlocked. Aberration. Back in the shelter, Lin Ye realized he'd actually resolved the anomaly event. His undying state had lifted, and with his severe injuries, missing internal organs, he died instantly when the effect ended. I thought the crystal was the problem. Didn't expect it to resolve so simply. Picking up the glowing crystal from the shelter floor, Lin Ye examined its system description. Salvation Divine Stone. Sacred relic of the Salvation cult. Possesses redemptive power. Most who touch it become devotees of the Salvation God. Note, death is the true salvation. So, it's Salvation cult property. No wonder it's so sketchy. Entering that mine probably turns people into cultists. That's why the organization didn't send anyone to handle the anomaly. Then what's with throwing people inside? Some kind of ritual. As a demigod, I can't worship other deities. That's why I was unaffected. Lin Ye stored the stone in a small box, unwilling to let his shelter become a disco at night. After dealing with the stone, Lin Ye checked his new title. Aberration. You've mutated your body and mastered using your new organs. Note, the beginning of the mutation path. Not my actual body, though. Lin Ye couldn't help muttering. The people thrown into the mine were likely dead now. Hopefully the organization would stop feeding more victims. Brother Chicken was still incubating eggs. After preparing some delicious sewer worms for it and feeding the mutation flesh plant with nutrients and warm water, Lin Ye headed to the game room for cards, completing his daily spiritual energy cycle along the way. Under the attendant's reluctant gaze, Lin Ye returned to the shelter. With time remaining before the nighttime activity, he began assimilating runes and attempting new spiritual energy item creations. Before the nighttime activity began, Lin Ye specially prepared himself an exceptionally lavish dinner. He always kept his promises. I don't like vegetables. The little girl naturally appeared on the opposite side of the dining table, picked up Lin Ye's bowl and chopsticks, and started eating. Lin Ye had no choice but to serve himself another bowl of rice and sat across from the girl to eat together. However, the usually delicious dinner suddenly didn't taste as good. How did you get here? After hesitating for a while, Lin Ye finally asked, Didn't you invite me? Lin Ye. Her condition was clearly much better than last time. At least she wasn't falling asleep while talking. I invited Lin Ye. Lin Ye said, How do you know I'm not called Lin Ye? Names are sometimes important and sometimes meaningless. If you want someone's help, the ritual naturally points to that person. Once the deal is made, I can naturally come to your shelter. You agreed to this. The girl stared seriously at Lin Ye and took the dish he was about to pick up for herself. Even if the girl hadn't been so serious, Lin Ye would have realized the gravity of the situation. His understanding of ritualistic power was too shallow, and he lacked reverence for unknown forces. This was the consequence of casually wielding power he didn't fully comprehend. What price do I need to pay for this ritual? Price? Isn't this the price? The girl said matter-of-factly. There's no more severe price? Lin Ye didn't think so. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that your transaction partner isn't me. I'm just a middleman. That one isn't as easygoing as I am. The girl said with ill intent. Are you two separate entities? Lin Ye asked curiously. That one is an abyssal evil god, while I'm just a remnant of the past. But you can freely make deals with that one. As long as that one doesn't mind, it's fine. Epsilon. The girl handed her empty bowl to Lin Ye, signaling him to refill it. How is that fine? Lin Ye refilled the bowl and handed it back to her. In the end, We're already connected by the divine seat. Either we get dragged into the abyss by that one, or we pull that one out of the abyss. There's no third option. I'm just a middleman. I can't do anything else. It's all up to you now. The girl took the bowl and continued eating. What should I do? Lin Ye didn't complain. This was his own choice, and he would bear the consequences. Ensure your shelter remains under the system's protection. As long as you're within the system's protective range, the abyss can't touch you. Improve your strength quickly, but don't rely on others' power. Study mutation knowledge, but don't use that one's mutation organs on your main body. Otherwise, things will get very troublesome later. The girl put down her bowl. The meat dishes on the table had already been completely eaten. Understood. By the way, how should I address you? Lin Ye ate the remaining vegetables and asked. My past memories have all been erased, so I don't have a name either. You can call me Little Red. The girl touched her pink hair and answered. With that, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and disappeared. Lin Ye finished the leftovers just as the system notification appeared. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Will you join? 9:59. Join. With a little time left, Lin Ye opened the group chat to check on his fellow survivors. 5:35, 799/1, 000,000. Great. Finally time to scavenge in the red maze. Yeah, I still have a few red keys left unused. Boring. The station mission is way better. You can bring back a batch of supplies. Surprisingly, no one died today. Those who survived this long aren't easy to kill. But that Yufeng is still alive. Old Feng, are you going this time? Yufeng, of course. My shelter might not even be as safe as the red maze, and I can't hold it in anymore. Haha, try going to the toilet. What if the sewer worms don't notice you? Yufeng, you're telling me to go die. What about Boss Lin? Any cheap spiritual energy items today? Lin Ye, yes, just posted, already sold out. Damn it, you guys weren't even chatting in the group, just lurking in the trading section to snatch items. Hee, I guess the boss would post stuff at night, so I kept refreshing the trading interface. Sadly, I only got one thing. Hee, same here. Same. You all deserve to die. 001. Midnight. Nighttime activity begins. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Lin Ye woke up in the center of the hall, lying on a red trapdoor leading underground. Aside from the trapdoor, the rest of the hall looked the same as before. Will you enter the maze's deeper levels? No. Lin Ye got up from the ground. The system had teleported him here, clearly hoping he'd enter the deeper levels. Even if the system hadn't, he would have looked for a way down or simply returned to his shelter. He had little reason to stay in the first layer of the red maze. Wasting time here was worse than going back to study runes. But before descending, he decided to loot the nearby item room. Since he was already here, he might as well take everything. Using a special key to open the door, he found a pair of black leather gloves on the platform. After storing them in his backpack, Lin Ye approached the trapdoor and chose to enter the maze's deeper levels. His vision went black, and when he regained consciousness, he was lying on deep red flooring. At first glance, the deeper levels only seemed slightly darker in color than the upper layers, still the same style of corridors and red doors. Lin Ye approached an unlocked red door and tried sensing the room's interior with his spiritual energy, only to find the materials here blocked such detection. Using the old method, he knocked on the door. Soon, rustling sounds came from inside. Prepared, Lin Ye opened the door, only for a swarm of blood-red tentacles covered in crimson spikes to lunge out. They looked extremely dangerous. Lin Ye immediately retreated from the doorway. The tentacles had limited reach, swaying in the corridor for a while before retracting into the room. He quickly closed the door and began searching for a locked room instead. He could handle those tentacles, but there was no need. The room only contained junk. Dealing with the tentacles wouldn't yield any benefits. It wasn't like he could take them back and turn them into grilled squid tentacles to sell to his group members, right? After traversing just a few corridors, Lin Ye found a locked room. He knocked, and the sound of something slamming against the door came from inside. Ready, he used a red key to open the door. A burly, beast-like Tier 1 creature charged out, only to be instantly cleaved in half by Lin Ye's blade. In this world, mutation creatures came in two types, those with brains and those without. Against brainless creatures with obvious mutation organs and limited regenerative abilities, Lin Ye never needed a second strike. Entering the Red Room, Lin Ye found only a single red metal treasure chest inside. The chest disappeared upon opening, revealing two items, a shelter upgrade blueprint and a low-tier spatial crystal. Use second-tier shelter upgrade blueprint. Use. Collect 10 mutation organs from first-tier mutation creatures as shelter upgrade materials. 0/10. Already obtained one? Do deeper maze levels have higher blueprint drop rates? Or is it time-related? Lin Ye was surprised. Blueprint drop rates during system events had always been low, yet he'd gotten one from the first chest this time. There are still organ reserves in the shelter's freezer. I can upgrade immediately after returning. Storing the spatial crystal, Lin Ye continued exploring the maze. Like on the first floor, he quickly navigated through corridors searching for locked rooms. Soon he found a second locked room, but didn't approach the door. Most of that corridor was submerged in some kind of red liquid, with the locked door sitting within it. Better take another path. Lin Ye didn't hesitate long before abandoning this room. Recent experiences had taught him never to touch unknown liquids. Taking a different corridor, Lin Ye soon found another locked room. Using his key to open it, a first-tier blood corpse charged out. Drawing his blade, Lin Ye dealt with the creature. Just as he was about to enter the room, faint tapping sounds came from the corridor's end. Click, 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 click. A blood corpse with 6 sharp limbs rounded the corner, entering Lin Ye's field of vision. The abomination resembled a hairless spider mutated from a human. Its torso remained humanoid, but where legs should have been had melted into a dark red tail. This monstrosity served as another reminder of mutation's dangers. Without proper control, this would be the fate of all spiritual energy absorbers. The human spider charged at Lin Ye, its 6 limbs tapping rhythmically against the floor. Lin Ye scanned it with his mental energy. Second-tier mutation creature. 3 mutation organs. An energy-controlling organ in its abdomen, its foremost limbs, and the tail. Without speed runes, the creature moved much faster than Lin Ye, so he stood still, intently sensing its movements. The human spider rammed into Lin Ye while thrusting its front limbs at his head and torso. Activating the mutated spiritual energy shield from his Nightfall formal wear, Lin Ye blocked the attacks while driving Red Blade into the creature's abdomen, shredding its internal organ. Nigerian Nirio. Thud. The tail smashed against the energy shield, shattering it and sending Lin Ye flying back slightly. Lin Ye used the momentum to retreat further. With its organs destroyed, even a mutation creature couldn't ignore such damage. Buying time would make it easier to handle. The human spider kept charging as if unharmed, but Lin Ye sensed its unstable condition. Activating the acceleration rune inscribed on his pants, he rapidly retreated. Once the creature weakened, Lin Ye counterattacked, using a severing rune to slice off its front limbs. When the tail whipped toward him again, Lin Ye hastily created another spiritual energy shield to barely block the strike before using Red Blade to remove its last mutation organ. After dealing with the human spider, Lin Ye processed its corpse while absorbing ambient spiritual energy. The red maze wasn't a battlefield. Its energy density couldn't sustain continuous rune activation, forcing Lin Ye to consume his internal reserves when chaining runes. Additionally, spiritual energy items required cooldown periods between uses. From the corpse, Lin Ye retrieved an unfamiliar red card different from mutation cards, which he'd have to examine back at the shelter. Collecting 3 second-tier mutation organs and some usable spiritual materials, Lin Ye left the mutilated corpse behind. The previously opened red room contained another metal chest holding a bundle of red fabric. Some kind of spiritual material? Storing the fabric, Lin Ye continued exploring. Encountering several more liquid-flooded corridors, Lin Ye cautiously avoided these anomalous zones. The detours cost significant time before finding a third locked room. Inside waited another first-tier blood corpse. This time, instead of killing it immediately, Lin Ye amputated its limbs, continuously severing newly mutated appendages until it was sufficiently harmless. The room's metal chest contained only a sealed metal syringe. Pocketing the syringe, Lin Ye grabbed the blood corpse by the neck like a rabbit and carried it back to the red liquid corridor. From a safe distance, he hurled the disabled creature into the liquid. Upon contact, the blood corpse rapidly mutated. Within 10 seconds, it transformed from a limbless wreck into a miniature human spider covered in appendages. Its piercing shriek echoed as dozens of tiny legs scrambled toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye turned and ran, not from fear of the creature, but to avoid the liquid. That terrifying mutation speed meant even slight contact would cause localized bodily mutations. He wasn't keen on growing strange appendages. Only after establishing spiritual energy barriers, ensuring no liquid contact, did Lin Ye stop to swiftly dispatch the miniature abomination. This time he didn't bother dissecting it. While intrigued by the mutation-accelerating liquid, he currently lacked the means to safely study such dangerous substances. The maze's deep level contained numerous flooded areas that severely hampered exploration. When the countdown ended, Lin Ye still hadn't found the special deep-level room. Returning to the shelter where Brother Chicken still incubated its egg, Lin Ye immediately submitted 10 frozen mutation organs for the upgrade quest. Shelter upgrade quest completed. Upgrade shelter tier. Yes. Upgrade complete. Lin Ye checked the updated shelter information. Shelter information. Tier 2. New function. Basic loot space. Status. Absolutely secure. 21 days. 13 remaining. Note. Upgrade your shelter tier within 21 days. The basic loot space function resembled the previous loot space but only provided 1 cubic meter of storage, requiring manual item placement. This function only worked during system events, not simulation missions. With the upgrade complete, Lin Ye began examining his new acquisitions. Black gloves, infused with spiritual energy to activate a glove space. Note, perhaps you can hide a dagger inside. Low-tier spatial crystal. A crystal containing trace amounts of spatial power. Note, basic material required for many blueprints. Special room teleportation card. When used in the deeper layers of the red maze, randomly teleports to a special room. Note, it's best not to use this card to escape danger. Red material. Low-tier spiritual energy material that can be used to craft spiritual energy items. Note, high-quality material. Mutation serum. Injection will mutate a special function mutation organ at the injection site. Note, use with caution. Not everyone can accept having 2 heads. Lin Ye put on the black gloves and infused them with spiritual energy, quickly sensing a small storage space where he could deposit and retrieve items. After practicing a few times, he became familiar with the retrieval process and could swiftly access items from a space. Though highly practical, the storage space was unfortunately quite small. The red material was excellent spiritual energy material suitable for crafting spiritual energy items. Lin Ye submitted the low-tier spatial crystal for his mission. He only needed 1 more spatial crystal to complete the spiritual energy workshop blueprint mission. As for the special room teleportation card, Lin Ye planned to use it during his next visit to the red maze. However, judging from the note, some special rooms might be quite dangerous. The mutation serum was immediately listed in the trading area. Lin Ye would never use something like that on himself. The moment he listed it, Lin Ye received numerous private messages. Despite the dangerous description, many were willing to gamble for a specially functioned mutation organ. In the end, Lin Ye traded the serum for another low-tier spatial crystal and a basic rune card. The other party seemed desperate for the serum, offering nearly all their possessions in the private message, though Lin Ye only took the 2 items he needed. A with tilde OES. Basic rune shaping. A card for learning basic shaping runes. Note, those with insufficient mental energy should use caution. This was exactly the type of rune card Lin Ye urgently needed. It would greatly assist his crafting endeavors. After submitting the low-tier spatial crystal, a door leading to the spiritual energy workshop appeared on the shelter wall, right next to the abyssal gate. Lin Ye pushed open the door to find a 10-square-meter room containing only a semi-enclosed transparent workstation where one could insert their hands. The entire workshop only maintained a spiritual energy environment inside the workstation, and the energy couldn't be extracted for external use. Lin Ye tested crafting a spiritual energy item at the workstation, finding the process remarkably smooth, far more convenient than using energy from crystals. Looks like I'll still need the game room for spiritual energy circulation, but this is sufficient for crafting spiritual energy items. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Ye opened the group chat and shared information about the maze's deeper layers and Tier 2 shelters. 535765/1000000. Holy shit. Boss has already reached the next layer. Holy shit. Boss upgraded his shelter again. The lower layers seem pretty dangerous. You can randomly encounter Tier 2 mutation creatures there. Obviously, if the system hasn't taken you to the lower layer entrance, it means you're not qualified, got it? I'm still scavenging trash while Boss is already living large in the next layer. I really want those new Tier 2 shelter functions. I could install an oven right away. You don't need a loot space to bring back an oven. 1 cubic meter isn't that big. It's more useful for carrying inconvenient items. Could use it as an armory, grab bullets whenever needed. Genius. Buying Tier 1 mutation organs. Phone. Dear friends, relatives, ancestors, has anyone obtained a Tier 1 shelter upgrade blueprint? You're still alive? Even if someone got one, it's useless now, right? Can you even still get those? Probably discontinued. True. Any new blueprints would be for Tier 2 shelter upgrades now. Phone, what? So I'm doomed? That's why we told you to explore the city. Maybe there are other safe zones out there. Right. There will definitely be many survivors who can't upgrade shelters in time. The city must have other safe points. While lurking in the chat, Brother Chicken suddenly jumped into Lin Ye's arms, carrying a black worm in its beak. Hungry? Where'd you get this worm? Want me to get you some sewer worms? Cluck, cluck. What? This is what hatched from the abyssal egg. Cluck, cluck. Good job. Lin Ye picked up the worm and checked its system information. Mutated abyssal worm. A special abyssal worm. Omnivorous, suitable for free range. Note, the beginning of bankruptcy. If free-ranged, might bring surprises. Oh, the abyssal worm opened its mouth and clamped onto Lin Ye's index finger like a finger sheath, its numerous tiny teeth rubbing against the skin without breaking it. The black worm with red patterns somehow reminded Lin Ye of a cat's movements. As someone who frequently followed cat content online, Lin Ye was certain this abyssal worm shared some connection with the cat that gave him the abyssal egg. Whatever, I'll keep it, at least for a few days. Lin Ye cut a piece of unfrozen mutation organ to feed the abyssal worm, which devoured the meat in a few bites, swelling its belly. I'll call you, Little Black. Hope the deity won't mind. Lin Ye made a cat bed for Little Black, placing the remaining mutation organs nearby, while preparing some fresh, delicious sewer worms for Brother Chicken as thanks. Brother Chicken ate happily before curling up to sleep with Little Black in the cat bed. After organizing his items and mentally reviewing various knowledge in the darkness, Lin Ye finally fell asleep. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw. The next morning, Lin Ye stood up energetically from bed to draw his card. This time, the card showed a red-furred rat. As the card dissipated, a red-furred rat appeared in the shelter's center. The rat was large and plump, about the same size as Brother Chicken, with smooth fur and intelligent eyes, making for quite an impressive appearance. What special skills do you have? Lin Ye picked up the fat rat, stroking its red fur. Squeak, squeak. Don't thank me. I might die any day, and you'll have to return then. Squeak, squeak. As long as you're happy. Squeak, squeak. Oh, you'll lend me your strongest ability? What ability? Squeak, squeak. All right, I'll check it out later. Don't disappoint me. After tending to Little Black and the mutation flesh plant, Lin Ye lay down on his bed to begin his daily simulation. Simulated D-class personnel, Kevin. Acquired special skill, swap. Swap. You can exchange the position of an item in your hand with another item within your line of sight. 1/1. Note, this is quite useful. I like it. Remaining simulations. 10. Buzz Buzz. The familiar prison transport opening. Lin Ye opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. 2 D-class personnel for overseers and 1 driver. Kevin was a slender, young Caucasian man with average physical fitness. The companion sitting across from him was a bespectacled man in his 20s who appeared extremely nervous, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Don't be nervous. It won't help anyway. Lin Ye smiled as he passed along the comforting words of his predecessors to the rookie before him. Big brother, what exactly are we going to do? Miles asked nervously. New recruit. Lin Ye countered. Yeah, they just threw me into this van right after changing my clothes. Miles glanced at the overseers in front and spoke quickly. What brought you here? This was Lin Ye's first time casually chatting with a teammate. The other didn't seem like typical D-class personnel, more like a recent graduate. Murder, but it wasn't intentional. I don't know what happened. I was drunk and not thinking clearly. Miles spoke painfully, his voice growing softer. How many? Lin Ye asked casually while looking at the scenery outside the window. Just 1. Miles answered awkwardly. Just 1 murder gets you in here. Lin Ye found this somewhat strange. This D-class personnel seemed off. And it wasn't just the other person. He felt unusual too. He shouldn't be talking this much. I'm not sure either. Maybe the circumstances were particularly severe. Miles replied uncertainly. We're going to work at a mental hospital. Consider it community service. Good performance can reduce your sentence. Looking at the mental hospital appearing in the distance on the outskirts, Lin Ye casually made up a story. The overseer in front turned to look at Lin Ye through the rearview mirror. When their eyes met, he immediately turned away and stopped checking the mirror. With diuresis new Thailand bot. Huh, but others made it sound terrifying. I thought we were doing some dangerous work. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Miles visibly perked up, speaking much faster now. They were just messing with you. Prison veterans bullying newcomers, totally normal. Lin Ye continued, reassuring Miles. He didn't know what the other's deal was, but a mentally stable anomaly would be easier to handle than a terrified one. Thank you. You're really kind, Miles said sincerely. Of course. I'm always happy to help. The prison transport stopped outside the mental hospital gates. This time the overseers didn't require them to wear earpieces or enter alone. The captain looked at Lin Ye, seemingly considering their next move. Captain, leave the rest to me, Lin Ye said with a smile. All right. The captain didn't refuse. Lin Ye led Miles into the mental hospital. The security booth stood empty, the courtyard dilapidated. They stopped outside the main hospital building. Is there really anyone else here? Miles looked skeptically at the main building covered in vines from years of neglect. Of course. This is the best mental hospital in the area. Lin Ye glanced at Miles' neck, hoping that was truly the case. Otherwise, he'd have to try some less safe options. As they pushed open the main building doors, a gaunt, bald man in patient clothes rushed at them. Smack! Lin Ye slapped the bald man to the ground, then stepped on his back to prevent him from getting up. What's this? Miles asked in shock. Welcome to the mental hospital. Lin Ye didn't explain, just kept stepping on the bald man's back as he moved forward like stepping on a rag. If Miles hadn't been watching, he would have already snapped the bald man's neck. Though that might not have worked either. As they entered the lobby, a female doctor wearing patient clothes under a white coat approached. Dr. Amanda, is this your patient? Glancing at her name tag, Lin Ye asked before she could speak. Yes. Thank you for your help. You are. Dr. Amanda stepped on the bald man's back, taking over from Lin Ye. I'm Kevin, the new orderly sent by the organization. This is my colleague. I'm Miles. Miles said hastily. Welcome. I did hear about new staff arriving. But before starting, you'll need to visit the director's office on the top floor. Only with the director's approval can you stay. Dr. Amanda pointed at the stairs, indicating they should go up themselves. Understood. We'll go see the director now. Lin Ye released the bald man and led Miles toward the stairs. Why was she wearing patient clothes underneath? After ascending to the second floor, Miles looked back to confirm no one was following before voicing his question. Probably part of the therapy. If we all wear patient clothes, the patients forget they're ill. That's my guess. Lin Ye continued fabricating. But if everyone wears patient clothes, how do we tell who's actually a patient? Miles asked confusedly. Good question. Excellent question, Miles. Lin Ye said meaningfully. Only after Miles grew visibly nervous did Lin Ye continue. Obviously, because we have staff records. This is a legitimate job. Stop overthinking. Phew, you scare me there. Miles finally relaxed. Lin Ye glanced at the now brightening light tubes and relaxed too. The main building's layout proved extremely complex. The spiral staircase from the first floor lobby only reached the second floor. To reach the third floor required finding another staircase. The two navigated maze-like corridors as Lin Ye memorized each hallway, gradually constructing a mental 3D map of the hospital. Thud, thud, thud. Sudden heavy, urgent pounding from a nearby room made Miles jump. Lin Ye remained unfazed as he continued forward, casually explaining. Manic episode. Common mental illness. Don't get so jumpy. You need stronger nerves for this job. Sorry, it's my first time in a mental hospital. The atmosphere here is kind of... Miles trailed off, unable to find the right word. Abnormal. Lin Ye finished for him. Yes, abnormal. I don't know why, but this place just feels wrong. Miles said agitatedly. That's normal. Mentally ill people are different from ordinary folks. Combined with this enclosed environment, of course normal people would feel uncomfortable. You'll adjust. Lin Ye smiled as he closed the door, shutting inside the dozen bloodshot eyeballs pressed against the crack.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.